Every time I finish a good shot, Shank Shema Yisrael Adonai Elohim Adonai Yisrael. Berg Shem Kavod. I totally love that.
There's an audience of people in America who want what he does. If he does it for team shows me, see what your team shows me what I consider to be at least activity and ultra activity coming from that area. That's what set me off. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? I made the move. Again, trying to get to the wrong level. I was just something on. Like, it had stop. Didn't seem like they were that great. I just got to say, it's stupid. Just so gay. So that's it. That's the drama. Thank you for watching. It's kind of a beast of it. It's a lot of work to do as well. And the funniest part is, right now, after putting all those hours, the results so stupid. Just trying to jump on stand the comedy like the first meeting where I came and saw this stand up and this movie and podcast and other actions and everything that you want to do. Thanks for watching. See you Wednesday. Another episode of Joe Podcast. Yes, anyway, that's my 2 cents on.
Sounded like you were going to start taking Jadabug.
You started with dirty pop.
Because they beatbox it.
Dirty pop.
Wow, those sounds sound pretty honestly. Should we start the show? Yeah, let's start the show. Welcome to the afterwards hour.
The after hour afterwards.
Welcome. It's afterwards. Eric and Chris, they just left, and now it's us. And we're going to talk about stuff. We got a lot to talk about. We got a big show actually today. We got a lot of stuff coming up. We're going to recap some shit that Kev was telling us while we were going to get burritos. Nick had his lips sealed because he had so much gold. He's not going to tell us until now. He said you're going to want to wait till you're recording or some of this shit that I'm about to fucking say. We got show and tell. We don't brought a thing. So we got a big freaking show planned. Chin's here. You got a haircut.
I did.
And you can subscribe to us on Patreon at patreon.com/afterhourpod for one extra episode every week. We also just added memberships on YouTube, so we're going to start with the Patreon.
Oh, jeez.
So in case you didn't want to go to Patreon and sign up for the extra episodes, you can go through it. We just got access to it. I'm going to try to upload over the next week on the old Patreons on YouTube.
We did say the main goal was to get access to YouTube memberships, then we're going to stop hotting. Right, because once that's the tip of the knives for watching, yeah, that's it. We're done. We're keeping turn up. I have folks.
Yeah, I decided to continue to march forward despite meeting our goal. We got to set new goals. We're going to keep going. But yeah, go to the Patreon. Oh, they give us Apple reviews. We actually have one. It came in since last week.
Yeah, I'll pull that up right about now. Everyone, pull that up right about now.
Yeah.
12 out of 10.
There you go.
From Leo Kirsch 80. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that is the host of Movies and More. So fellow podcast brethren.
Oh, is that your nephew?
No. It's the host of Movies and More. Why do you rate that, Casey?
This podcast is a 12 out of 10. All the hosts are great. I
conversation, and most of all, funny. This is a podcast that can bring up your mood whenever you're down. My favorite character, quote unquote, on the podcast, Nick Davis, is hilarious. It seems like you'd be a great godfather. Anyway, keep up the great work, guys. Wow, that's so sweet.
That is exclamation points for every sentence.
Thanks, Leo. Yeah, shit, man. I didn't even know he was doing that. I just went out there to look. And it was it. Sweet. And if you're down, call me.
Also, let us know who your favorite quote-unquote character is.
Yeah. You guys don't want to do that. Come on. Leo, let us know. The joke was that they would all name me. Yeah, I know. I was just joshing.
Yeah.
When I first started the Bachelor podcast, I was at the end. I was the only one that had a different podcast before. We had this like one cooler. So like every first review was like, oh, I love Nick. And they'd be like, don't say Nick. That spurred the people more. Say Nick. So I'm gonna do reverse psychology. Say Nick.
Say Nick.
Wink.
Say Nick. Only
Say
Nick.
Nick. Wink. Wink. Yeah, do it, guys. Double.
Favorite character? Say Nick. Wink.
All right, let's get into it. We've had enough fun off the top. Let's get into the hard hitting stuff. We got so much hard hitting stuff. I'm really excited for Show Jumbo. Really cool people. I've had a real big bathroom fiasco at my house. Wow. So I live in an apartment building. There's stairs. Apartment across from my door. People below us. People below the other people. The people below us moved out upstairs across the hall. Those empty below us. They went in there, cleaned it and stuff. They're like, oh, there's a leak in their shower. It's coming from your shower. We got to get into your bathroom and redo it. And I'm so like laissez-faire. Like, okay, cool, whatever. Come Thursday, cool. It comes Thursday. We didn't plan. We're working there through depth all morning. It's like impossible. They fix it. Plumber comes the next day. He's out. Saturday they come. They didn't tell us they were coming on Saturday. They said, oh, maybe Monday, Tuesday. Saturday, I streamed all night. Got that buddy's flipper party, UFC Shanghai. Great time. Midnight to 6, I streamed. It was very, very tired because that night I heard the Dave Matthews Band. Van Eagle before. Got back to my apartment at 11:40. Was streaming by 12:10. They could hear audio by 12:60. Let's go. That's how all.
That is so good.
If you go to any one of my streams in the beginning, it's just me like, and then someone's like, no audio, and I'm like, what was the problem? There's just so many different things.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts.
Yes, there you go. A lot of cables.
And the curse continues, so obviously with all those. So I stream all night, go to bed at 6, 8:30, and she's like trying to get me up. She's like, there's contractors in here. We have to get out. I'm in bed naked.
Yo, dog. Yeah, no one wants to talk to you anyway.
I do that too. So I'm like top of the cover, she's staying. I'm like, no, fine, they can just come in. Like, I was literally in my stupor, like, just have them come in the room as I'm laying and sprawled up.
Wait, your bathroom isn't in your bedroom, is it?
Yeah, we have two.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And it's the one in our.
Oh, okay.
So finally, I get up and we move to the mattress and we go try to sleep there. They like tar it. They hot mop it. Essentially, what they do on the roof in Shawshank Redemption. I didn't know that's how they did bathrooms. I guess it's more common in California for remodeling. And all of a sudden, we're in bed, and I'm like, and she's like, do I stink? I'm like, no, it smells like tar. And so they're hot tarring it. It fills the apartment.
It's gross.
It's super disgusting. So Saturday night, we slept in my office on the mattress. That was convenient. Have my buddy sleep party. And then every night since then, we've something that looks exactly like my shower curtain.
Yeah.
On top of this, the apartment owners switched management companies effective Friday to the new management company. So when we call on Monday after those guys entered our apartment without telling us, the new property management company is like, so what's going on? You need a cleaner there? No, we're like, no, our shower is half fitness. And we had to send them like things. They put a work order in, but like we're trying to get compensated for like they should have offered us a hotel. It's like literally unlivable and can be toxic and shit. And yeah, Ashley just went fucking lazy ChatGPT and just said some really sturdy rules. They're getting a professional cleaner. I don't think we're gonna get money, but I have been still on past.
Yeah, you got tenants rights here in California.
Yeah, you can really do whatever you want. Yeah. Yeah, so that's.
Did they give you a heads up that they're going to do all that?
They said they had to come in and fix, and they gave us 24 hours notice on Wednesday that they would have to leave Thursday.
That was nothing about the mopping and all that shit.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah,
that sucks.
Crazy.
Yeah, that stuff stinks. It's like when they're tarring a street.
Yeah.
Like you can smell it everywhere. Gross.
And there's tar. Like they tried to put like a mat out in the walk. In their path that they walk, there's tar stains all over and shit. So a lot of people said those probably won't come out.
I mean, that's just horrible.
Nice. We planned that. That took 12 minutes of story was for that show.
Yep.
Paid off. Like I'm having to do it.
That's annoying. Dude, I actually had people come into my apartment this week too. It's not even a story at all, but I had people they had to do inspections.
Wait, if it's not a story, then have a shit ton.
Solid wave high. He's just there, didn't say anything back.
Yeah. No, they didn't.
It's a callback.
It was inspections because they're gonna have like LA City inspections. So my landlord comes in, we're up to code and all that bullshit. I'm like, fix this, fix that. Your boobs are huge. Yeah. And it sucks. They're just in our house. My dog is like wants to be all up in the grill, so he's losing his mind.
Bro, people in your house that you don't want in there is the worst. Because I don't even know where, especially because my apartment's not that big, so I don't even know where to go when people are in my apartment. I seen a funny,
I'm just sitting there like an idiot.
I seen a funny meme about that. Some guy was like sitting in the stairwell of his apartment, or the stairwell up inside of his apartment. He's like, they're in here fixing my washer and dryer. Nowhere else to sit, so I'm sitting in the stairwell in my apartment. He's just chilling there.
It's like, where do you go? To a coffee shop, or do I sit around here because I might need something? Like, what do you do?
I mean, my house is so big. It's massive. There could be people working at any moment, and I wouldn't know.
No.
But when people do come to do stuff, recently, I always go to offer them a drink. And lately, I've only had beer to offer them. And I'm like, no, do you have water? I'm like, I don't.
How are you alive?
I'm like, your guess is as good as mine. Why don't you just get to the fucking sink, pal?
There was nothing better though with working manual labor. I did irrigation a couple summers and the homeowner come out and offer you guys a beer.
Oh, yeah.
Right in the middle of the day.
I like to be one of those guys that offers drinks.
I would always have to look at the boss like.
I like to be one of the cool guys. But, hey man, I get it. You want a glass of water? You want a beer? Anything I can get you? Cocktail?
People. What was the thing that you worked? You worked landscaping, right? With your, I washed windows.
Watch windows. Did anybody ever offer you guys?
Ladies, old white ladies work this lemonade.
They want to charge you like a big like.
Give me the lemonade. Like, that'll be 25 cents.
It kind of sucks.
I just take it up.
No. Lemonade could be good.
Can it?
Cold, ice cold lemonade. Alright. Let me make you a lemonade someday.
Sugar and Mark's gonna do I have to wash your windows. Knowing Mark's gonna open up a lemonade company.
That's so funny. Mark comes on out here and make a business. We've said this every episode.
That's a callback right there.
We say it every episode, but it's true. I could make a lemonade stand. Watch out. Actually, during COVID, I wanted to do a thing called sidewalk slushies.
What was that?
Because we were getting cocktails and stuff, like mixed delivered to us, and they would like, it was that yeah, but they would deliver booze to your house, and it was like, normally we couldn't do that, but they were like accepting it because it was COVID and everybody felt bad for each other. And I was like, I don't open a business, dude.
Yeah.
And I didn't, but I wanted to. I still want to.
Here's exactly what you would do if you ordered a lemonade stand. You'd call it a lemonade sip, and it would every time come with a chair.
Yeah, lemonade sip.
This
If we look at it next Tuesday, Mark's gonna be like, I just opened up the fourth location of lemonade.
And you all thought it was a stupid idea.
And I'll be like, that was smart, literally my idea. Well, you projected it as my idea.
Honestly, the picture I just sent to the group chat, that's a type of business I think Mark would do.
Whatever Nick sent me.
Yes.
I don't want to look at whatever Nick sent.
Yeah, you played visually.
It's okay.
Oh, you gotta wait for the.
That looks so sketchy though.
Yeah, I mean,
that's just how you steal a baby.
Yeah,
I saw that.
I don't like this a little bit. So for the audio listeners, it says cry share. When baby drives you crazy, we drive them to sleep. So they drive a baby around that's crying.
Yeah.
In no world. These aren't parents.
That's a crazy business idea.
These aren't parents. Maybe it's a goof.
It could be.
The white van is really evolved. This is way better.
Alright.
Someone put a lot of money into that.
Is there an age limit on that? I would like to go in there and just turn it around while I cry.
Maybe we found our new sponsor.
Pretty sad. Come pick me up. My neighbors keep asking if it's okay.
I like to hold the website.
What is? I noticed that.
Damn it, that's number one. You gotta spell it.
Also, there's a WW1.
Well, you're a WW1.
I'm a W2. No, I'm not anymore. 1099, baby.
This isn't.
Oh, they got your Slate card, right?
Dude, that was an ad for Slate. That was alright. That was smart.
Cry share isn't real. The slate is. Wow, Kevin.
Whoa. You got cut.
Dang. We all got caught.
So that was let's go back.
Nick was trying to get picked up and cry.
We're like, this is our stupid business.
Yeah,
This
no shit, it's stupid. It's a fucking joke.
alright. So that is, dude, that's a Slate vehicle. You saw
Yes,
it.
yeah, that's what I said, yeah.
Oh, you said that.
I said, they got your Slate card.
How did we miss that?
Bro, that's crazy. Wow. I'm glad we got to the bottom of that.
Yeah, me too.
Because my whole time,
That's the only thing I've gotten to the bottom of.
Dude, so they're banking on people Googling that. The URL is pretty small on their phone. Like,
yeah, right. They should have QR codes all over that.
alright, now it looks good. Looks good.
Yeah. Have you seen it in person?
No. Yeah, that was.
Did the Hummer almost fall on you?
It looked like it was gonna at least tip over and hit me. Damn it.
The way you describe stuff, that's why.
No, I was laughing at him almost dying.
Yeah, that was Jim, you're a normal person. That's
Thank you. But yeah, it was like going tick, 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 and then suddenly they're trying to put it down. And Casey's been in the studio. We're on the second floor, so the timer's all the way on the second floor, and then suddenly it goes douche. I don't want
Is there video of this?
Oh no, I was douche because it was that way.
Is there video of this?
No.
It was Brian. I saw. Maybe it's still on the story, or I could have him send it to us, but I don't know.
I did see that
I
video.
might not be able to have him figure that out. But I saw it on possible. It was Brian. It was on Brian's story. He was like touring the studio and be like, "This is a fucking garage. We do our podcast up there. And, what's going on with the Hummer? This thing almost falling." You can hear Brendan faintly say like, "Yeah, I can't get it down." and then Brian like brushes off his back. He's like, "Dude, you're all dirty, buddy. Like, what are you doing here? Like, why do we got a garage here? What are we doing here?"
I know this is a fucking a freaking garage. That's what it is.
Yeah, it looks good though. You know, it looks good though. Like with all the lifts and everything, now it looks good.
It looks cooler, but it takes up so much more space, you know. So it's, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a garage.
Wasn't the point? Isn't the lift's the point?
Yeah, but I'll never walk under those things.
Oh yeah.
So I'm like, squeezing through like whatever crevice I can find where there's nothing above me.
You're skidding, you're like navigating all this thing and then hitting its head up and posting it up.
And I have that freaking cart full of a bunch of stuff, so it's even harder now.
Yeah.
I
you. That's what I was gonna say. It's not handy. It's like this place has to be OSHA approved.
OSHA 11.
Yeah, OSHA's 11.
Yeah. All right, it's time, Mark. Let's get some lost or some show and tell. No, you said lost and found.
Yeah.
We're now doing a segment called Lost and Found. Where did you find it?
Great idea.
You have to stick with this segment because you fucking said it. Lost and found. In the bathroom.
This could be just Nick because he loses everything.
And then before that, it was my phone, and I was in the bathroom. I'll go. I got one. I played golf with the homies, the country club homies on Friday, and it was Max's birthday. So we play golf. We're having 11 high noons. I had 11 high noons. Then we go to Max's house. Some food, some baseball's on TV. We're drinking s'mores and stuff. And then we go back to Ryan's. Garage beers at Ryan's, and then I'm like, I gotta go home. Uber home. Wake up the next day. I'm like, where's my purse? Where's my fanny pack? Where's my satchel? It's got my driver's license, wallet, debit card, birth certificate, and my car keys. And my car's at Ryan's. So now I'm home.
That's like a proof that you're a person.
Yeah, anybody could have stolen my tiny little life. And didn't have my car keys, didn't have my car, didn't have my wallet, nothing. Damn, I'm fucked here. So I lost that, and then Max was like, I got your fanny pack, bring it to you. Brought it up, dropped it off, so happy birthday.
Nice.
Kevin, when's the last time you lost something? What did you find? New segment.
I don't really lose stuff. Because losing stuff is like one of my biggest pet peeves, and it drives me insane. So I always try to put stuff in the exact same spots that I never lose it.
For the guys who live with their ladies, do you ever put stuff in a place and then your lady moves it?
I think I do the opposite. I'm the one that like puts stuff in the shoulder. Yeah.
On the shaker.
I'd be leaving like not entirely drunk water bottles. Did she get pissed? I don't know. You'll have to ask her. I think she does get a little bit.
My thing is if I'm drinking, I got the cup. Guys, know the cups I've ever done.
So
I got this big cup.
did.
But go. I got these big cups from Target, two of them. And it holds either like 2 high noons or just what I would qualify as a problematic amount of wine. So I've been drinking out of that. And sometimes if I don't finish, I'll just put it in the fridge. It's like half a high noon. So then the fridge smells like a high noon. So that's kind of my bad boy.
Is that what you go out for show and tells or cups?
No, I just easily finish.
Yeah, for sure. I would like this.
Was this one of the cups? Yes. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I remember you told us about it. But
that was the drunken Target.
Jen, what about you?
So it has to be something that we lost and actually found it, right? So you keep laughing.
Mark was laughing.
It was me and Casey. I'm not laughing. I don't laugh at all.
What is this?
Those cases on the far right is one Nick's other podcast and 2 of the cups I got. I see you.
Is that your root beer?
Jess loves it.
I love
She loves the Pop root beer. She also likes the sea beer root beer. Anyway, what'd you lose, Chick? Where'd you find it?
Mine's not exciting. I was visiting my friends in Orange County, and I always bring my backpack with my laptop because of our work shit can pop up at any minute. If I upload something or whatever. A lot of moving parts. So I drove all the way down to my Foursville, hung out, drank, had fun. I slept over that day because I don't want to drive, messed up. So early morning, drove back home. I was gonna work, do prep for the Monday show. So I was driving home on Sunday. And as soon as I get home, I'm like, where's my backpack? So then I realized, at least it wasn't gone. I knew where it was at, but I was like, fuck. It's like an hour's plus drive to get to,
You could have, what is it, like the, yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. I'm recently jumped on board with that.
I would definitely be
the Uber courier.
Yeah. Seamless transition. I had, because of the Combat Buddy Slumber Party Stream, used to shake. I had Kevin deliver me a 5-inch. And he used PED to get through the whole street. He put it in a box labeled 5-inch. No, it's about this big, this wide, and all that was in there was a little bit.
That's funny stuff.
Just one? Yeah.
That's funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff.
Right. One more. I wish I would have said show and tell. All right, let's go, Mark. Let's finish this up.
I honestly don't. I can't really recall anything, but I think I've lost my rangefinder. You're what? But then I didn't find it, so it's not a lost hand.
Yeah, see?
Oh, yeah. Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost my Garmin watch.
Or like range loser. Rangefinder.
Yeah. It sucks because one, she got me one and it was a good one, and then I lost it. And then I just bought it, I got a cheap one off Amazon. If I lose this one, it's like $40.
You got an app, but it's rangefinder.
Dude.
I know. Yeah.
Big dog.
100% correct.
Can you hear me? How did stand-up comedy go?
Really well.
What'd you say?
Really well.
Oh, that's amazing. Did you record?
Nah. That joke about that would be better if I had Down syndrome and autism.
Why do you always say that you're going to record it and then you don't?
I have none of this.
Okay, I understand. Are you ready to lose?
But yeah.
So you didn't.
I said that I'd like a world where when I think it would be cool when I die if God had Down syndrome and he gave me a hug. If I get to heaven and he's rude and he doesn't want to hug me, I'll be pissed off.
And they thought that was funny?
Yeah.
That's great, man.
So I'd rather go to hell than having a God with autism.
That was funny? Well, great. Did they think anything that you said wasn't funny?
Yeah. Probably the Kanye West stuff.
Okay, but I mean, that's not that bad. Well, good job, man. I'm proud of you. Seriously, like, oh man, that was bad. That's really great. I mean, you're getting the courage to do this and maybe make one of the most amazing shots I've ever seen here. Oh, that would have been.
I said, that I met. Oh, I didn't actually say this. I didn't get the joke right. But I said I met a neo-Nazi. I met a neo-Nazi that told me his son was autistic. And then I told him that the person who discovered autism was Jewish. Then they quickly going around telling everyone their son's retarded now and not autistic. And I said, well, like father, like son.
Okay. Do you have any jokes that aren't racist or making fun of mental issues?
That wouldn't be fun.
Okay, I'm just wondering. So those are the only two topics you covered.
Yeah.
That's fine. Everybody's got their thing. I was just curious. Have you ever?
It's not racist. It's not racist to say about neo-Nazis.
I just. Do you have anything that's not on race or mental health, and you don't,
Uh,
and that's okay. I was just checking.
um,
But that's really great, dude. You got up there.
someone, someone called me,
Somebody called you what? What did they call you? What did they call you, Zoo? What did they call you?
being retarded.
Zoo. Stop. I need you to go back. My internet hiccup. Second. What did you say? What did someone say to you? Can you repeat that?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. It was my fault, not yours.
I asked them if they like being autistic, and they said, I like the fact that I can get away with saying retarded because I'm autistic and stuff, having an M-word pass. And I said, then I asked them, they asked me if, like, getting off. You still there?
Yeah.
They asked me if, like, getting the autistic diagnosis was like eye-opening event as it was to them. I said, no, I don't even think I have it. And they said, well, your mannerisms are fucked. And I was like, you called us both retarded and you're telling me my mannerisms are fucked.
Did they take offense to your jokes? Did they take offense to your jokes?
Sorry?
Did they take offense to your jokes? The person with whom you were talking? The guy who came up to you after the show?
No. This was today. This was before the show.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't. Oh, what a shot, Zoo. So where did you meet this person?
I've known them for 6-7 years, maybe 7 years.
Oh, okay. When do you think they're gonna come out with the ghost mini golf?
Right. I've known this person 6-7 years, but I've only met them in person 3 or 4 times. 4 times.
Okay, why that?
She's a bit weird.
Oh, it's a chick?
Yeah.
Is she hot?
No, she's not ugly.
Alright, but she's not hot.
There was a time where I would go to her, but
Okay.
we met in person and we were like not attracted to each other.
So you were attracted to her, but she's not attracted to you?
No. Just at the time, not attracted to each other.
Okay, how did you guys meet?
Tinder, but then we met in person and we were attracted to each other.
Okay.
And then she met my best friend.
Did they date?
No, not dating, but living together.
Oh, that's dating. Yeah.
He's living in the neighborhood, like outside.
Are they fucking?
Not regularly, but
All right, so there's this chick you met on Tinder. You guys you met in real life. You're not really that attracted to each other. She's living with your best friend, and she has autism. Zoot, you are a very difficult person with whom to communicate. Did you know that, Zoot? Zoot. 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 That's what he always does. There he is.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
So she has severe autism, where she believes whatever the doctors tell her she'll believe she has.
I agree. I think everyone you know, including you, have that.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, you do. A lot of times you do. Dude, you have an invitation. You can accept it. You're going to jerk yourself raw.
Yeah.
Do I have super?
Yeah, I don't believe everything.
Do I have super?
They tell me.
Yeah, you're pretty close.
You should see the way I'm acting around these fucking mental health professionals.
So, do you know what the dragon attack is? So, Zoot, are you going to do stand up in 2 weeks or in 1 week?
I don't know, because I need to wait a little bit longer.
Okay, I understand that. Dude, you're doing it.
I haven't got it perfect. Yet.
Yeah, I understand that. So, do you have any, like,
It's funny how
I'm just asking, is there any way you can have one joke that doesn't have to do with race or mental health?
I didn't want you to talk about this the last time.
Wow, Zoot, that's quite the tick, man.
Nothing legit.
Okay. Zoot, are you seeing this? I'm putting on a show, son. Dude, are you seeing? Oh, fuck. Dude, you have a chance to get 2 right away. Get those 2. And don't fuck up. Get them. Dude, you fucked up. Oh, dude, that's a major fuck up. Look how good that was. All right. Oh, no, I just knocked your ball. Or your disc.
Yeah, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
This girl has really bad, it's like she didn't know that she could get back to where she was, but her mental health is ongoing. So I feel like that's because she's believing what they're telling her.
Right, that's classic super autism. That's classic. That's classic super autism. That's like the biggest thing about super autism, aside from having a huge dick. Super autism, and that's not even necessary, but it's believing everything that everybody tells you. I think it's really, isn't it called like Munchausen's disease or something? Munchausen's syndrome. Dude, are you ready for this? I'm gonna put you out of your misery, son. I'm gonna.
I think it's
Dude,
a lot of people believe. A lot of people believe that they need medication to have a healthy life.
Oh no,
there is no medication.
It's not. It's not Munchausen's disease. Munchausen syndrome. Hold on. What is the disease where you think you have everything? Oh yeah, it was. It's Munchausen syndrome, but it's not called that anymore. Why isn't it called that anymore? Well, it's hypochondria.
Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
do you believe that any mental illness can be fixed without medication?
No.
You don't believe that?
No, somebody who's had a lobotomy, no amount of fucking medication is going to help that person.
And that's why we made lobotomies illegal.
Um, yeah, I mean they're super dangerous too, and they didn't really help anybody. They just destroyed a lot of people's lives, and they were legal in the United States up until the modern age. It's really sad.
When did that become illegal?
Um, I think 1967 or something. Let me look it up.
He gets all about me among for the business.
Dude, I knew a guy.
Kid kills him.
Um, just a moment.
The dad had. Dad had.
Did my dad have a cup? I knew a guy. I knew a guy who
Yeah.
he didn't have a lobotomy. He had this really interesting thing. He is married to a very predominant. Um, oh, just a moment. Let me find out when it was formally outlawed. Like one of the most famous linguists in the world. She's a professor at University of California, Irvine, and he had this isn't a lobotomy, but it's as close to anyone that I've ever known to have one. So he had like a growth, I think, in his um, body, like in his brain cavity, and they stuck a needle between his eyes and either sucked something out or injected something. I'm not exactly sure what into like part of his brain, and it caused him to lose all kinds of weight. He wasn't really that. He's a tall dude. He wasn't all that fat, but it just caused him to lose like 80 pounds. Like he went from like I don't know, maybe a little chubby to very well, like pretty thin. He's kind of he's like a weird kind of guy. Um, he he's really into computer like programming and stuff and like virtual reality. He helped to like build like virtual reality systems in like 20 years ago. Anyway, that's the closest I've ever known anybody to have a lobotomy, which is that's not what he had, but he I've never known anybody to like stick anything in their brain. It seems like the Soviet Union became the first nation to ban it in 1950, and the USA. Why isn't it? It should just be like boom. During the 1970s. Okay, California was one of the first states to outlaw it in 1977.
That wasn't too long ago.
No,
I'm just looking up.
that's right. The last recorded case was 1967. All right, Zoot, you ready for an invitation? Zoot, Zoot, you have an invitation, and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, Zoot, are you going to accept your invitation? Zoot, I'm talking to you. Zoot, there we go. Are you ready? You have never beat me in this game. Though you came close once, at least to my knowledge. Zoot, are you even playing? Zoot, are you there? Zoot, you're not there. Oh yeah, you are. You're going. Why can't I hear you? Zoot.
Yeah.
There you go, big dog. I miss your voice. Dog, I'm playing so fucking well. I've like never until this one stage, I'd like never played this well. Zoot, are you happy with the results of your stand up?
I mean, I'm gonna get better.
Okay. Are you gonna record yourself? Zoot,
Yeah.
good.
Oh, by the way, I didn't write a single thing down when I performed.
Well, usually you don't write it down when you perform.
You know what you're saying? Oh, you should write things down, but like, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
a lot of those that I thought of today performed that were just things that happened today.
Okay. Are there any um people who go up there and they're really funny? Or does everyone kind of suck? Oh, Zoot, look at you, dog.
Tonight they were they were pretty average. There was someone that really sucked. There was a few people that really sucked.
How many people performed? Good job, Zoot. Zoot, what the fuck are you talking about? I have bad hand-eye coordination, dog. You're fucking good at this game. Zoot, fuck.
I got diagnosed with super autism and I fixed it.
I figured that, dog. Well, you're not even aware. You might be in a class that you didn't even know existed, and it's known as Uber autism. Did you know that you might have Uber autism? Uber autism, my friend, is like super autism, but better. I think you
I
have.
don't have autism.
No, you do. I think so. Uber autism is where everybody tells you that you've got stuff wrong with you, and then you believe it, but then you sort of don't believe it.
Okay.
Zoot has yet to make a shot. There he goes.
You can't just make up things that I say and then turn them into diagnoses.
Zoot, that's what the medical community has been doing 200 years.
Really?
Dog, look at these shots. Zoot, what is it like to be patient zero for Uber autism? Zoot,
So,
Zoot, do you think?
what about physical health? What about physical health diagnosis?
What about him?
Could I trust them more?
Okay, like what do you mean? Like a broken arm?
No, if a doctor tells me I have cancer. Should I trust him?
Oh, we all have cancer to some extent.
I know, but it's not life for me.
Right.
How did cancer become life for me?
The mutated cells become large enough that they become like a tumor, and it forces your body to fight it, and all of your energy that you use for fighting it begins to kill you, and then it can spread, and then basically all your body does is fight this tumors.
So the mutations get worse. Like the mutations become more as we get older.
Yeah, it's just more time for them to develop.
My friend had bowel cancer.
Your friend had bowel cancer?
Same age as me.
Wait, what did your friend have?
Bowel cancer.
What's bowel cancer?
Yeah, they're like only 6 months older than me.
What? I don't give a shit how old they are. What did they have? Bowel cancer?
Yeah, bowel cancer.
What the fuck is that?
Bowel cancer.
Spell it.
BOWEL.
Bowel? How? What is that? Colon cancer?
Yeah,
Who calls it bowel cancer?
that's what we call it in Australia.
Oh. Okay, so your friend had bowel cancer, aka colon cancer, and they are 6 months older than you are.
Yeah.
Are they doing well now?
And he has I mean, they're in remission, but they have a colostomy bag, and nothing works all the way. They can't have sex again because nothing ever works. They can't ejaculate. They can't piss. They have to use the colostomy bag.
Okay, that sounds awful. Dude, I want
They
you.
can talk. Yeah, he told me. I was there at the beginning as well. Like I walked in. He worked at like EV Gang, which is basically GameStop.
Yeah, dog.
Some version of GameStop.
I know, Electronics Boutique.
So I walked into EV Gangs one day, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm really, really feel like really, really sick. They're like bad stomachache." And I didn't see him for like a year and a half after that day. Like he just looked really sick, and I didn't see him for a year and a half. He comes back and tells me he got bowel cancer. I was like, well, that makes sense. Why you were so sick that day?
Word, dog. Dude, did you know that I got all 10 cups?
Yeah. Yeah, he nearly died.
Okay, so he worked at Electronics Boutique and he almost died, and now he can't ejaculate. That's no fun, dog.
Better him than me.
We're gonna play Moncala after this. How do I can't go. I can't go.
Yeah, I got one of the best compliments I could ever got last night.
What was that, big dog?
Guy comes up to me and says, "Are you on YouTube? You should be."
Yeah, you are on YouTube. Say, go to Rabbi Rothschild's 25 fucking concurrent streams, and I'm on there every night.
Oh shit, I am too.
You're already on YouTube, dog. I've made you into a superstar.
So in the future, when you go viral and but psychologists want to diagnose you with stuff because they want to investigate your mental health, will you read their reports? Will you take them seriously?
No. I know I'm good.
So,
I've already
okay.
seen mental health professionals, psychiatrists, and they say that I'm perfectly normal.
Yeah, but you have.
I have nothing. I'm very well grounded. I'm well spoken. I'm intelligent. I'm smart. I'm confident. I'm all the things that are healthy in an individual. If anything, they may say that I'm overconfident, but everybody is. But that's a good thing about people who do what I do. You have to have some amount of confidence to be able to do what I do, which is literally live stream your life. If you don't, you wouldn't do it. You would, like, the first time I got somebody who came in and called me Jew or kike or any of the other bullshit that they call me, I would just stop. I don't let that get to me. Oh, but I fucked up, Zoot. I fucked up. Zoot, you just won.
Probably.
Oh no, for sure, it's over. You won. You've got 25.
Very sick.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken with mental health professionals in my time, and we just like this is how it goes. They're like, "All right, so why are you here?" And I'm usually like, "To get a prescription for some type of legal speed." And they're like, "All right, well, what's in your life?" And I'll be like, "Well, I'm doing well at work. I have good social skills with women. Um, doing well in my personal life, in my social life. Um, really, everything's going pretty well." And then they're like, "All right, cool." And then they write me a prescription. That's how it always goes.
Do you feel like you could? Do you feel like in future people would be like this guy simple too?
Perhaps I might have mega, which is where you are so normal that it just leaves people in absolute shock.
You are not fucking normal. Sorry.
Very normal, dude. The only thing that's different about me, literally, the only thing that's different about me is that I stream my life. I give people a portal into my world. That's the only thing that makes me different about what I do. Aside from that, prior to live streaming, I had a very normal life. And if I wanted to, I could just shut off all the live streams and have a very normal life again. It would just be this like time capsule of society. But I choose to just live stream my life. Literally, it's like if someone in the past wanted to just sit out on their porch and talk to the neighbors. That's what I do. And everybody'd be like, "Well, he's always on his porch." But people would be like, "Yeah, but you can talk to him whenever you want." And he talks about normal things or really fascinating things. That's essentially what I am. I'm just like on a porch, meaning I'm available to you. You don't have to go and knock on my door to find out about me. You can literally observe everything that you want about me. Of anything, I think people in the future will say like that. I don't know what it is. Okay, so whatever the opposite of a voyeur is, someone who like likes to watch other people, I'm the opposite of that. I guess they'd say like I like to be watched. But I don't really care about being watched. If I cared about being watched, I would like do everything I can to get viewers. I don't really care about that. I honestly am fascinated by the fact that I can record my life and watch it in the future, and other people can do that too. That's super real. That's super cool to me. That's that's frankly why I do what I do. Wow, dude, you're doing really well. Um, I want people to be able to watch in the future. I like to sometimes go back to my old videos from like now almost 4 years ago and watch what I do. It's really funny to me. I really kind of love it. The longer I get away from having made a video, the more I love it. Meaning the older videos that I have are some of my favorites. I have where I sing, where I dance, where I play golf, where I drive, where when I eat, like all the stuff that I do is just like I just think to myself, wow, I'm watching this now like 4 years later. I wonder what it's gonna be like people watch it 40 years later. Zoot, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Zoot, you need to get something here. And you just did. Get 100. Get 100. Oh, dude, you got 40. Zoot, you might win. I need to have one of the best rounds of my life. Oh, Zoot. All right, you need 210 points. Are you going to be able to get it, Zoot? You just need 210 points. Zoot. Oh, and you got 100 right off the bat. It's over. It's over, son. Get another one. Get it. Oh, it's over. You won. Dude, you just destroyed me. Get another 100. Get another 100. Get another 100. Wow, Zoot, that was really good. Excellent work, my friend. That was your first win. That was phenomenal. Zoot, at least with my streams, one thing that I do that people will think is weird, but I talk about it vocally, is I say, when no one's in here, I talk out loud so that people know what I'm doing. I don't always, though. A lot of times I'll just be really quiet. But I want people to, I want content, but I also want people to know what goes on in society. So I'll be like, why isn't this working? Or this is what I have to do next. I like narrate my life. But I say vocally. I know this. It's not like I'm talking to myself because I don't know I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the benefit of the viewer so that I have content so they know what I'm like, why I'm doing what I'm doing. Dude, are you going to go? Or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Now that's a good, that was a, yeah, no, not like that at all. What you do is spontaneous. A lot of times you don't know what, Zoot.
That might be the most. Nah, that wouldn't be the most vocal kicks on one. Nah.
Most vocal? You mean most? What do you mean?
The most amount of ticks on one for us.
I see this one girl who does it, and she's like on TikTok.
She does it like.
Yeah, but she doesn't have as much footage of herself archived as you do. You have. I could tell you exactly how much. You want to know how much footage you have of yourself archived online? Do you want to know the exact amount?
More than the average person.
Oh, for sure. After this game, I'll get you the exact amount. In fact, I might even be able to do it because I have this bot in Discord that tells me how long people have been in voice calls, and you rank in the top 10 of people.
I'm going to Discord.
What'd you say?
I'm going to know Discord.
What did you say?
I started a new Discord about 10 months ago.
You started a new Discord?
Yeah, 10 months ago.
Okay.
You're going to have to control yourself again.
Oh, fuck, dude. I lost my move. Because I'm looking this up.
Okay.
Dude, I just gave you really good positioning.
I'm going to tell you something.
What do you want to tell me, Zoot?
Do you believe the statistic that I think it was 55% of males 18 to 30 haven't had sex?
Wait, what was that?
55% of males 18 to 30 have never had sex.
55 18 to 30 have never had sex.
Yeah.
Is that in the United States or in?
Global.
Um. Yeah, maybe because okay, so you've spent. Uh, let's see here. I don't even know. I'll have to figure it out. You're ranked number 8 in this Discord of people who've been here the longest. Not just the longest, but spent the most amount of time. I'm gonna have to time you've spent.
So like I'm the main character.
Yeah, in a lot of ways you are. Okay, you've spent. Um,
Which one do I love? Hold on.
okay.
Oh my god.
Zoot, you're beating me. Oh man, I just gave you free shots. Oh, Zoot, you have multiple accounts though.
Yeah, like that.
Oh, so you've spent a lot more time here than I thought. Oh, extra move. Oh, dude, Zoot. Let's see here. I could evolve this guy. That would be or I could boost myself. This is a risky move, but it might pay off. It's a really risky move. Incredibly risky. Maybe one of the riskiest moves in the history of this game. Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? I am 1 point away from losing to you. Oh, but Zoot, look at this move. Zoot, you ready for this, son? I'm making a comeback on you. Oh, Zoot, this is big time. That was good. You did 20 damage, son. What are you gonna do, son? Oh, you beat me. What a smart move. Zoot, are you proud of the way that you just played?
Yeah, I only needed her both now.
Here we go, Zoot. Have you ever beaten me in this game?
Hey, Rabbi, why do you think the people kick hate you?
Dog, they hate me so much. I emailed them earlier today. Um,
Not kick, just people kick. Why do you think they hate us?
well, I get to the point where they start to like me. It's known as it's known as mere exposure effect. Basically, if you're exposed to someone enough, you'll eventually start to like them. Like even if you hate them so much that you like them. It's like it's like a celebrity who's a celebrity that you don't like? Who's a celebrity you don't like?
I'm going to say Andrew Tate used that business model perfectly.
Perfect example. Although I don't really know who that is. I mean, I do. He's a bald guy who just like took advantage of women. I don't know. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Everywhere. 2020 to 2024.
All right, be right back. Yeah, so that's like what Andrew Tate does, I guess. But I don't really know who that is. I mean, I don't know anything that he's ever done. Like,
He's just something like a viral spam content.
there you go, Zoot. Zoot, are you ready for an invitation?
There was some.
Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept it? Do you see the background on this? It's like vaporwave. I fucking love vaporwave.
I believe that every the worst person on earth has done something.
All right.
Every practice.
Yeah, of course, Doug.
Everyone.
Everybody knows that, son.
So I'm watching today an interview with a guy in prison who ran over his 4 children.
All right, well, that's sad.
And the dad forgave him and was in that, and they met. And he said that he can't hold any anger if he holds anger against this person, that it's not going to do anything
There you go.
with kids. So why would he waste his time being angry?
Right.
The drunk driver. But yeah, it is his fault being drunk.
Zoot, you just fucked me, dude. Zoot, you just fucked me. Dude, Zoot, you're gonna win. Zoot, you're gonna win. Are you proud you're gonna win? Zoot. Zoot, you won. Zoot, you won. Good job, dude.
I've used on drink driving change today.
You what?
I've used on drink driving change the name today.
You
It
drank?
is bad. I've used on drink driving change. It is bad, but we shouldn't just blame the drink drivers. We should blame society for making alcohol.
There you go, big dog.
So
There you go, big dog.
imagine how many cases of drink drive could have been prevented if we didn't make alcohol so socially acceptable.
Word, dog. It's big business, son. It's big business, son.
If I told you what alcohol did, and it wasn't socially acceptable, and it just been invented, there's no way in hell you'd want to try it.
I'd probably want to try it, but not want it.
You want to try it? What?
Yeah, I mean, I like to try everything just to have the experience. Zoo, are you gonna lose? Zoo, this bitch is over, son. Zoo, you're up, big dog. All right, well, this is our last game then. You're up, pimp. Zoo, you're up, pimp.
I see what you're trying to do.
Thanks, baby.
Tell me what. How about you?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, that was a good match.
Zoo, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out. Good job. That was phenomenal, dude. Peace. Shout out to Zoo for overcoming a lot of fears that people have with stand-up comedy. Making people laugh, man. I'm proud of him. Are you really proud of Zoot, or are you just saying that to be a dick? No, I really am. It's the one thing I've known him to say that he's going to do, and that he has actually. I mean, he does some things, but he flirts out a lot too. But he did really well. Okay.
Okay, you're right. Show music. Let me Google show and tell music. Googling show and tell music. Do we have a song in mind? Jen, just got it. Jen, sing for us.
I like that.
In a world, it was at that moment he found out.
Is this good? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Guess you're like, yeah, that's good.
I just think Halo is something more too, but I like it.
We got it.
I mean,
You tell us, man.
what the fuck is going on? Jim, what'd you bring?
This is your segment, Nick.
Jim, what'd you bring? Can't hear you.
I can't even hear you.
I turned it down as much as I can. I gotta go get mine. I gotta go get my stuff. Yeah, I'll go get my stuff.
Jim, what'd you bring?
Check. It's so hard to hear you guys.
Yeah, we should just turn off the audio. But Mark's gone. Okay.
We're stuck with it. We'll wait till Mark gets back, Jen.
We're just gonna sit and wait. I feel like we can still do stuff. All right. I'll tell you guys an anecdote that only you guys know I'm really into Red Dead. We went to Costco yesterday. I was just getting Red Dead.
Oh, yeah.
What's the other thing? So, no, there's more. Oh, so I wanted to watch Westerns. And I remembered two Westerns, but I was getting them mixed up. Have you ever watched The Assassination of Jesse James by the Count of Robert Ford? I was thinking that was with this guy, Colin Farrell. But he's in a Western called American Outlaws, which is a lot more fun and actually. And I suggested to Ashley, we should watch The Assassination of Jesse James by the Count of Robert Ford. She was like, is it sad? It's kind of a rough week. She didn't want to watch that. I'm like, no, it's not sad. And they checked ChatGPT, and largely considered one of the saddest westerns of all time. So I'm really glad she. But American Outlaws. Cool. Thanks.
I got a movie idea.
Nice.
American In-Laws.
Nice.
Sorry, Robert De Niro.
And Meryl Streep.
Maybe a Ben Stiller. It's kind of similar to a movie that they've already done.
Anyway, where'd Chin go? Did he die?
I guess Chin's gone. I think he got crushed by the hump.
Do you guys want me to do my show and tell?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll pop it.
All right.
Where should I go? Should I go front and center?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here comes Mark, everybody. He's walking around. Yeah. All right. What are you gonna do? Shout? Shout? Let it all out, perhaps? What do you got there, Mark?
Alright, everybody. Hey, I've got my golf clubs. I'll put them up right here. That's my golf bag.
What's your club setup there? Let's get into it.
These are Nike golf bag. Nike golf bag. I've got a TaylorMade QI10 driver, and it's a designer series. It's red. You can see the red top. It's like a red carbon fiber. That's one. I've got 3 hybrid. Ping. Dude, ping.
What?
It just works. That's like the trusty favorite. And then all the irons are TaylorMade because me and Case are TaylorMade guys. And then I've got my wedges are Callaway. Raw. One time market got a wedge and he gets shot with kind of small funny there. He still had the plastic. Yeah, it was right after I bought this one actually. It had the plastic on it. I hit it and it was all slippery. Look, you don't expect there's gonna be like some adhesive on this stuff, but there is. This is my putter. New grip, clearly. Got fucked up. But
Why did they need the things? Why?
you want to protect it. You want to protect your investment. It's like saying, like, why wrap your car up?
Makes sense. Totally get it now.
Good show and tell. Yeah, you'll never get just like me. Great job, Mark. That's awesome. Zoom in on that driver. It's nice. Use the same. What else you guys got? Okay. He's so happy. Look how excited he is. He's got a little grin on his face. He's so excited. Right. So I was a very prolific writer as a young man. Just brought it some bottle books. Did you just visit home or something? I brought it back like a year ago, and then my buddy. Oh, go back to that. Hold it up. I will. So what started it was my buddy in 7th grade. We made books. This is potato and tennis menace. Oh my god! And we all made it with duct tape bindings, and my buddy just randomly said his about 2 legs too short. I went into epidemic, and they took my legs instead. And he said after he screeched out of the page, he's like, why don't you shop this around my legs so we can get this made? And within a minute, I went and grabbed mine. I was like, I'm just doing some reading myself. He lost it. But this was the Potato and Tennis Menace, 7th grade. It was basically based off a Mitch Hedberg joke where he said, like, you think Pringles were supposed to be a tennis ball factory, and then they got potatoes and fucking cut them up. And that's basically, she's going to mix tennis balls and
you do illustrations too?
Yes, sir.
You like Dave Pilkey?
I don't know who that is. It sounds fun.
Captain Underpants.
Then this was then in kindergarten I did my first Ninja Sushi book, which I really wish I had. It was on like it was just for like handwriting, and it was construction paper. And I can't remember what that was called. This was called Ninja Sushi in the Cities. I'd actually like a live reading. I would love that. Okay. And then the sequel, Ninja Sushi, and the Attack of the Evil Elves.
Dude, this is Hollywood is begging for this. Are you serious?
And then, why don't you read us one quick excerpt from Ninja Sushi? Okay, well, the Haunted School, this one is a complete rip-off of Space, including exact rip-off sections in dialogue. I didn't really know about plagiarism back in the day, evidently. Not my problems.
That looks pretty old. I got caught plagiarizing.
Really?
Yeah.
What story? Jerry Seinfeld.
Like it. I guess it's happened multiple times. In 7th grade, I got caught, and they had a talking with me, and I cried.
Carry on.
This is kind of like your MO for this podcast stuff. This is just on the back of the book. A few kids sneak out on Halloween. They found out that their school is more than just an ordinary school. So read and find out more.
So read and find out.
Oh wait, no, the robot. That makes.
I was gonna say, how do you get it on?
No, this is its own thing. This one really front one.
That's a lot. I gotta give you credit. The titles on these are good.
Yeah.
I don't know what the content side are like, but the titles are good.
Dedicated to family because I love it.
Aww.
So just one. Just leave one.
Imagine Nick and Martin at work right now.
There's one Chris party. I can totally imagine that.
When he went to Master Walla's mouse pad, that's what he calls his house. When he went to Master Walla's mouse pad, he was playing the computer game Pac-Man. Master was great at video games. Master, you want to talk to me? Said Sushi as he bowed. Yes, that is right, he said in his third voice. I'm afraid there is some trouble. Trouble, said Sushi. Yes, trouble. It has to do with Kojo. He is coming back, but not to make up with you. He's making plans to take over Snellwood. Ninja was dumbfounded. He was in disbelief. He would never. Ninja started before Master interrupted him. He has, said Master, almost as what Ninja was going to say. He didn't know how Kojo could turn on him after all these years.
Nice. I'm intrigued.
The logline, Ninja Sushi and Samurai Kojo are best friends who are trained in martial arts. One day they get in a fight. Samurai Kojo leaves, but comes back to try to take over Snellwood. Sushi saves Snellwood.
Milk, which is a place in the Galilee region. He was originally a moderate who was apparently alienated by the Romans and their cruel policies, but he was a long-time enemy of Josephus. Josephus has nothing nice to say about Giscala, and in fact views him as a prime instigator for some of the worst violence, both in the north and especially in Jerusalem. So again, Josephus is such a tremendous treasure as a historical source, but a very difficult treasure to work with because it's hard sometimes to parse what actually happened is when you're trying to filter it by what we know about Josephus's personal attitudes. At any rate, he escapes Vespasian when Vespasian is still in the north, and he enters Jerusalem in 68. And at this time, then, the John of Giscala would portray himself as an ally to the high priest Ananus, that was murdered earlier, Ananias, but he would ultimately also be murdered by the Zealots. Josephus, John of Giscala, is kind of pretending to be allied with the Herodians and the Pharisees and Sadducees, peace party, but in reality feeding information so that they can be active in their attempt to take over the city. Ultimately, his success in taking over a large band of followers of Elazar ben Shimon, so his forces grow very large. And also, we should remember at this time that there's different populations entering Jerusalem. Not only do pilgrims arrive in Jerusalem in large numbers for the holiday of Pesach, for example, and the holiday of Sukkot. Josephus describes this in some detail. But also there are war refugees because there's the Roman incursion to the north and chaos going on there. And in the south, you have these zealots wandering around and people are fleeing their homes, looking to the big cities, hoping to find some safety. But John of Giscala ultimately will execute his erstwhile allies, the Herodian aristocracy, and will ultimately be the person in charge of the temple courtyard. And he will invite Yochanan ben Tzvi, who's just another one of these band leaders, who takes pride in personally murdering the Herodians that he comes across. And these, by the way, of course, are all Jews. It's entirely Jewish infighting that we're discussing at this point. And now, to understand how this unfolds, we really have to see a little bit of the map of Jerusalem itself to understand where these various forces were gathered. So here's an aerial view of the city of Jerusalem as it appeared in the first century. And you can see the kind of African nature, meaning when they are closer together, like in the Kidron Valley, which is in the lower right corner, that means a much steeper incline. And when they are further apart, it means more of a plateau. So Jerusalem is built of these plateaus, and there are some significant geographic separations by the valleys that are in there. So we're going to look at the Temple Mount, which is located here on this particular plateau. We're also going to look at this tower called the Antonia Tower, which is the most significant military fortification of the temple grounds itself. It was actually home to a contingent of soldiers at several points in the war, and it is the base from which the military activity would endure. We also have this region called the Lower City, and of course this higher class area called the Upper City, where Herod had actually built his own palace. There are also several walls around Jerusalem. There is the so-called First Wall, which is kind of an extension of the wall surrounding the Temple Mount itself that encapsulates the Upper City and the Lower City, and so it's sort of like a larger expression of the Temple Mount wall itself. And then a second wall was built that protects the Antonia and reinforces some of the northern suburbs. And finally, the population of Jerusalem would grow. A third wall was built to the far outside. In fact, that would be penetrated very early on by the Romans. And so now that we have a little bit of geography, we're going to return to some of the major players. The high priests and the Pharisees, this is one of those, this is a peace party. This is the unusual, coming together of ideological enemies saying, we may disagree about a lot of things, but we certainly can't have fighting in the streets. They call upon the larger population to repudiate the zealots who are actually engaged in, wide-scale massacres at this point. The zealots end up taking over the temple ground, where they become trapped because they can't get out of the multiple walls, and this is their only base for self-defense. They do manage to sneak out a messenger, however, who goes to the south to the Idumeans, which is an interesting population, and asks the Idumeans for support, claiming that they have been oppressed, like the Idumeans, by the aristocracy, by the Herodians, and would they please send troops to rescue them in Jerusalem. Now, Idumea is here in the south of Israel. It's an unusual part of Jewish history because this is the only time when Israel engaged in any form of forced conversion. And in fact, after the Idumean incident, it was decided never again engage in forced conversion. This is something that occurred under one of the Machian kings, the Hanians, and among the many negative results of this was the birth of Herod, whose father was an Idumean. And so it's widely regarded in rabbinic thought that the whole idea of forcibly converting any population to Judaism was just a bad one to start with, and Herod was in many ways the punishment that the Jews received for it. At any rate, you have this population in the south that identifies Jewish, but recognizes their distinctiveness from the Judeans, say. There are lots of interesting discussions about patrilineal descent and matrilineal descent in this context, but again, not for this short presentation. And the Idumeans find themselves taken in by the argument that the Zealots offer that they're being persecuted by the aristocracy. The Idumeans also have a kind of a feeling that they're often looked down upon and are persecuted, so they send 20,000 soldiers to rescue the Zealots in Jerusalem. These numbers that Josephus offers have often been challenged, and we have to take them with a grain of salt. But even if it's a significant fraction of 20,000, it's still going to be a lot of people. When they get to Jerusalem, they are held off by the city walls, and the high priest Ananus comes out and says, "Hey, please understand what's going on here." And he makes an impassioned saying, "We are not, oppressing the Zealots. They've come in here, they've committed violence, and this is not good for us. If the Romans see us all fighting with each other, it's just going to weaken our movement." And he tries with tremendous effort to keep the Idumeans out of the city. He is unfortunately unsuccessful, because one of the Zealots slips the city once again and actually opens up the gates for the Idumeans. And this is when the violence just gets much, much worse. The Idumeans enter, and together with the Zealots, they massacre the high priest Ananus, and this actually happened on the temple grounds. This considers this the point of no return for Jerusalem, meaning before the Idumeans and his murder, the Kohen God, Josephus felt that maybe the Judeans could patch it up with the Romans, saying sorry about those Zealots, sorry that we couldn't keep them from destroying Cestius Gallus' legion and things like that. Really, we didn't mean those things. But once the high priest Ananus was murdered, the population would descend into a whirlpool of violence, and there will be no one left to adequately defend the Jewish cause in front of the Romans, and he felt that at that point really Judea was doomed. The violence extended beyond the attacks on Herodians, but it went into the civilian areas as well. The local defenses of Jerusalem, the civilian militia, was attacked by and overwhelmed by the Idumeans, and also door-to-door attacks on the general population at this point, where the Idumeans and the Zealots would simply mock and rape, killing as they went. To give one example of the level of lawlessness, the Zealots wanted to put a particular prominent individual named Zacharias on trial, and they convened a Sanhedrin, a grand jury of 71 members, to convict him of the crimes they accused him of. But the Sanhedrin did not want to go along with this, and so instead the Zealots simply slit his throat and threw his body into the valley over the city wall. Just a kind of extreme lawlessness going on at this time. And then finally, it gets so bad that even the Idumeans regret their role, and they say, wait a minute, we came here because, we thought we were being oppressed, but we see that you are the oppressors, and they decide to leave. They leave in disgust. Before they leave, they release all of the prisoners, and many of them end up to join another one of the Zealots, Shimon bar Gloria, who is also active at this time. This particular coin shows possibly Shimon ben Gloria led off in chains by Vespasian. You can see on the right there is a prisoner there, and some numismatic experts have associated with him. He plays a very important role in the eventual triumph in Rome. Up until this time, he has not been in Jerusalem. He has been ravaging the countryside, and there's general lawlessness that has spilled way beyond the city of Jerusalem and way beyond the Galilee region. There's this widespread hooliganism and highway robbery, literally, and people are being killed. Not only the regular Jews of Judea, but the Idumeans as well. Incredible savagery associated with Shimon Bar Giora, regularly amputating limbs from his prisoners, and quite often just mutilating them and sending them back to send a message to prevent any further resistance to his movement. The Zealots are actually afraid of him. The Zealots in Jerusalem, they actually try to threaten him into submission by kidnapping his wife. Remember, these are all Jews fighting each other and criminal Jews fighting each other at this time. And the Herodians are largely displaced. The Pharisees have decamped, the Christians have decamped at this point. But when they kidnap his wife, he actually comes up to the walls of this city of Jerusalem and it's on such a tantrum that the Zealots are actually afraid of him standing outside the walls looking at them, and they release his thinking that perhaps he won't be after all. He ends up being part of the invasion of Jerusalem in the spring of 69, along with the Idumeans, and he ends up dominating the lower and the upper cities with them. Here is the forces are three major areas. Lazar ben Shimon, one of the early zealots we spoke about, is actually in the temple itself. John of Giscala is controlling the temple courtyard, and there are like rings of walls that protect them from each other. And Shimon Bar Giora is controlling most of the upper and lower cities where most of the people of Jerusalem live. And it's a three-way fight between these three zealot forces. The Herodians are sidelined at this point, and they're simply waiting for the Romans to come in. Let's understand what happens in the context of that now. So the fight becomes so intense between these three zealot forces that they actually attack each other's stores of grain and burn them, hoping that they will weaken each other by preventing them access to foodstuffs. And this was such an incredibly stupid and short-sighted strategy, because the Romans are going to use hunger as their primary weapon. But by destroying the grain storage of each of their opponents, they have no way to withstand the ultimate attack of Vespasian, and especially Titus, who will be very much involved at this point. Vespasian has actually gone back to Rome by now, but Titus is following the same strategy, taking his time, making forays around the north-central part of Israel, down into the south of Israel, but he won't attack Jerusalem until he is completely ready. And that's essentially what happens beginning in the spring of the year 70. And this map illustrates what was going on. The famine has already been a serious problem when Titus approaches Jerusalem. And Titus thinks that it's going to have an easy time attacking Jerusalem, but he's actually quite surprised because the rebels provide unusual things. Even though they're busy with each other, they end up becoming quite ferocious fighters against the Romans at the same time. A couple of key examples include that the Romans settled in on one of the surrounding hills nearby, Mount Scopus and also the Mount of Olives, and they get themselves set because they're going to be building their siege engines and things like that. The rebels surprise them by pouring out of the city of Jerusalem and actually attacking uphill at tremendous disadvantage to themselves. And they actually manage to make tremendous progress. Titus himself is wounded in one of these attacks until they finally are able to push the rebels back into the city. And they very narrowly evade destruction by this bold and rather unusual attack. Another example, the Romans, their way of destroying the city is going to be with people and technology, specifically the building of siege engines, which are that they can wheel up to the wall and then they can throw things over with catapults and they can climb over walls with them. But it takes time to build these things, and there are certain places where they are, most ideally situated. So while they're busy building these things, the rebels actually dig underneath the ramps that they intend to use for this, and they build a tunnel underneath with wood. And when the Romans place their laborious product of their work, the siege engine in place, the rebels set fire to the wood in the tunnels, collapsing the tunnel and destroying the siege engine. It's hugely frustrating just because this is schlepping out, so to speak. The war is going on much longer, and it's actually embarrassing to the Romans that the Jews should be having such success. Josephus puts it very well when he says that the Romans held it to be terribly disgraceful. If cunning should always prevail over valor, desperation over weapons, mass over expertise, Judeans over Romans. In fact, that's what is happening in the early months of Titus's siege, that they are able to hold them off with the combination of cunning, desperation, and Judean, I guess. The last decision that Titus makes, therefore, is he says, you know what, we're just going to use the old-fashioned route, and we're going to starve them into submission. And he builds this massive siege dike, you can see, functionally the fourth wall around Jerusalem, and he mans it very carefully to make sure that no food can be smuggled into Jerusalem from the surrounding countryside. He shuts down any possibility for Jerusalem to get any provisions from the outside. When you combine that with the fact that the Zealots have already destroyed their own grain stores, they descend into a horrible level of famine, which Josephus describes in very pathetic terms, involving human cannibalism and the same kind of terrible things that ironically are also described in the book of Jeremiah and in the book of Lamentations and destruction of the First Temple. In the end, Jerusalem is doomed, and it will fall to Titus's sieges. The story behind it, however, is somewhat complex. Josephus that Titus holds a war and says that he wants to burn out the temple complex and take care of the last rebels, but he wants to actually preserve the temple itself. Now, it's possible that Josephus places Titus in a very positive light here, because Josephus is, of course, sponsored by Titus. He, in fact, ends up being assigned the Flavian name because of his close relationship to the Roman emperor family. But it's also possible that Titus wanted to preserve the temple because, after all, it was like one of the great wonders of the world. It was one of the most fascinating and well-known architectural feats, renovated significantly under Herod, and attracting thousands upon thousands of pilgrims from all around the Middle East, Jews and non-Jews as well. So we don't really know how true this is, but it's not impossible to imagine that Titus did not actually want to destroy the temple itself. He wanted to destroy the rebellion, and he may have rededicated the temple to Jupiter or something like that, like Antiochus did when the Greeks conquered the region. But this is at any rate the account that Josephus gives us. Now, the rebels, in the context of this fighting, which we discussed in a little bit more detail in the previous lecture, they rush out to engage the Romans. And in that context, according to Josephus, one of the rebels grabbed a piece of burning wood and threw it through a window into the inner sanctuary, and that was actually the spark that ignited the burning of the temple itself, which continued from the 9th of Av well into the 10th of Av. Of course, the reason for the commemoration on this day of Av. So if we can consider for a minute that we look at the beginning, and I remember reading, it was so fascinating to see his account of the destruction of Jerusalem, viewed from the lens of a Protestant theologian from Germany in the 19th century, and he concluded by saying this: a Jewish authority in the earlier sense no longer existed, meaning with the destruction of the temple, the ending of the sacrifice that actually occurred a few weeks earlier on the 17th of Tammuz. What the Jews knew about how they were to relate to God in a physical way no longer existed. Authority itself had disappeared. The only center left to the people was the Torah. They now rallied around it with anxious and scrupulous fidelity, the unwavering hope that it might once again, in a political community and indeed in the world itself, acquire practical validity and use. Fascinating way to conclude his discussion of the temple. And hopefully this will be the last 9th of Av that we have to commemorate together, and that the next time will be a celebration in a rebuilt Jerusalem. Thank you very much for your attention. And I hope that for those of you who are fasting, you conclude the fast well. And, thank you.
At 267 pounds. Oh, you missed the heavyweight limit. I eat because I'm unhappy, and I'm unhappy because I eat. It's a vicious cycle. Bye. Bye, guys. Thanks for listening.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are well. Today is Rosh Chodesh Elul, the first day of the Hebrew month of Elul. It traditionally occurs in the late summer or early fall, and it is an incredibly important month in the Jewish calendar for reasons that I'll explain shortly. I'd like to take a moment as a kind of a departure from our traditional Jewish history lab format, social, political, and economic history, and look at literary history. People have sometimes criticized the nature of Jewish history as being a combination of books and pogroms. That may have some value to it, but for today we're going to focus on books. We're going to look at these really amazing trend in literature, which has become to be known the Musar tradition. So let's just take a step back, though, and talk about what exactly is Elul. So according to Jewish thought, the high holidays, which begin with Rosh Hashanah, the beginning of the year, this year falls in early September, is a period of judgment for all humanity. And this awesome day, and it's not just that day, it extends to Yom Kippur, and according to some of the more mystical treatments, much later than that as well. But, we have to prepare ourselves for that judgment, in which, the assessment of the prior year is made, and a decision is made about what's going to happen in the future with an individual and a community and a nation, and so on. So the month of Elul is this penultimate month in the Hebrew calendar, and it is set aside as a month of self-reflection, of self-analysis, of determination of, how well one has done over the year, how close they are to the person they want to be. And it's an opportunity for us to look at our lives and look at how we treat the people around ourselves and try to make amends. Apologies is a very big part of Elul. This is considered the best time to kind of, clear the accounts we have with other people, not only in terms of paying our financial debts, but also in terms of paying our emotional debts, and trying to wrap things up so we go into Hashanah with a clear conscience and a record as possible. So in this context, it has become a tradition for many centuries now that Jews read literature related to repentance during the month of Elul. And I'd like to give you, over the next few minutes, some of my favorite Elul reading texts, some of which I've loved so much that I ended up publishing something on them myself. But I hope that you will find this as meaningful and, in a kind of cathartic way and as spiritual as I do. But it is really a good feeling to be able to reach deep and to think how one behaved, and then resolutions about how one will try to improve for the future. This sort of coalesced historically something called the Musar movement. So the word Musar is kind of an unusual term. It literally means to hand over, kind of like in a relay race, hands over the baton. Sometimes it's translated as tradition, in the sense that the Musara, the tradition, refers to the teachings that Jews have received from Mount Sinai over the generations. In the 9th century, it acquired a particular connotation, specifically relating to this body of technical development. That there's a whole series of exercises and kind of like a sub-discipline really focusing on how to improve one's character. It was pioneered in the 19th century by people like the altar of Bacha, Rabbi Sarah Salanter, a phenomenal individual. I wish we had a really good and so Musar literature, even though the book itself is really 200 years old, the whole idea of it takes much further. Also, I should put in this context, locally to Musar means something. To give one Musar means to use them, to berate negative sense of the word Musar. That's not the sense in which I'm taking it here. Musar is really quite a beautiful and studied properly. Incidentally, it is best to study Musar alone or with a small group of trusted individuals, people who you can sort of reveal your thoughts to and get honest, constructive feedback. So there aren't many people like that in most people's circle of friends, but that's really the best way to learn Musar. We're going to be looking at the Musar canon, right? Like a series of works that are the go-to texts adopted by the Muslims. I'm not at all going to be exhaustive. There are so many fantastic books, some really classics, but I'm not going to talk about them very much because they haven't really resonated with me as a personal approach. For example, there's a very important medieval work called Shari Chuba, The Gate of Repentance, which is good. I enjoyed it, and it's a classic. Many people derive tremendous benefit from it, but I find that the whole discussion of levels of regret, he identifies 20 different levels of regret. That just like puts me off. I just can't stay very long. I'm going to look at books that I found very meaningful, and hopefully that will make it happen. The first book that I'll look at very quickly is something called Pirkei Avot, or the Tears of the Father. This is not, strictly speaking, a narrow work in the Musar tradition, but it is central to the canon. It is an ancient book. It's a collection of statements of the rabbis from about the year 200 before the Common Era to about the year 200 of the Common Era. So about, close to 400 years of rabbinic wisdom, all boiled down to these little pithy comments, which are absolutely stellar. This and all of the books I'm going to describe to you have been life-changing books for me. Pirkei Avot comes in so many different translations, I couldn't decide which one to provide for you, but I will give you this website, Sefaria.org. If you're not familiar with it, definitely check it out, because it has an incredible wealth of Judaic texts, often in translation, and Pirkei Avot appears there. It also appears in your prayer book if you own one. That is in this particular section. There's 6 very short chapters. It comes to about maybe 25-30 pages of this text without commentary. It's usually found in the sections of Solid. By the way, I should mention, these videos, I know they reach a very, very broad audience, so I'm trying to speak to people who have never heard of Pirkei Avot before, to people who have virtually memorized it, and I apologize if I'm being virtually redundant for those of you who are advanced, and for those of you who are new to the Musar tradition. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy these texts. One other text that I will not speak about too much, but I should mention at least here, is the famous Tovot HaLevavot, or Duties of the Heart, which was written around the year 1080 by Rabbi Rafia, a very important Iberian thinker, who produced the work in Judeo-Arabic that is widely studied. To my mind, even though it is generally considered the beginning of the Muslim tradition. Pirkei Avot is 1,000 years earlier topical work, although it has tremendous amount of ethical implications. I think the same thing in many ways applies to Buddha's work, and it doesn't resonate with me as much as the later ones. Let's go to the ones that I find really.
Miss Aquarius,
So I've divided
how you
these
doing?
books of 4 categories, and I know if you're familiar with some of the things I've published, I've sometimes divided literature into different categories. For this video, I got
How you living, girl?
how-to books of Mussar, like how does one actually move? What are the steps that are required to do
That's
this?
amazing. Is it
And
good?
then what I'd like to call the psycho-emotional, in which we already
Excellent. What are your
know
plans
what
for your
we
Labor
have
Day?
to do. But like, please help us find some motivation. Please convince us that we really should be sacrificing for the
Absolutely.
higher ethical.
Are you gonna?
Which also, all of these
Oh, I'm
categories
building robots,
each other.
entertaining the masses.
Leads
Are you
very
gonna take a nap?
on some of the mystical teaching. Quite a fascinating way.
Excellent.
Finally, the last category that I
How's the
is
cake?
what I've called postmodern. A difficult term in some ways, but not so. Let's start with the
Yeah. So now you,
one
without
of the books that
me,
had such an impression on me.
how's it
I wrote a commentary on it. And, this is a shameless book plug because I feel really excited about this
All
particular
right.
work.
Are you gonna be able to do it?
So Maimonides wrote this massive
Word,
work
girl.
called the Mishnah Torah. And if
Are you
poke
feeling
around
stronger?
On my website, you'll find all kinds of videos. I've discussed it earlier about it. But basically, he was the first.
That's what I like to hear.
The entire Judaic tradition to kind of encapsulate in one word exactly
Absolutely.
how does one do
Okay, I thought they were doing it in the fall. Okay, so
how does
in
one do
April they're gonna get.
the term repentance is not a really close translation for tshuva. Tshuva actually means more like return or respond, so coming home, back to center. That's the best way we have it in English. So,
Oh, that's beautiful.
This particular
Are
book,
they?
is
Do they
laws
have?
of
I
tshuva
know that last time we
actually
spoke, they were
explained
picking out a
step-by-step manner.
location and stuff. But
First, you identify the plan, then you have
excellent.
regret for the
Any
plan.
idea what your dress is gonna be?
20 levels from Shari Chula, he doesn't go into 20 levels. And then you've got to confess it, and you've got to make amends and apologize, and things like that. And then he has a long discussion about
Sage green
related
is
philosophical
beautiful.
concepts, like, well, what's the point? What does it matter? Well, there's punishment in Judaism, life after death, issues like that, and there's a discussion of free will versus determinism. Absolutely amazing.
Excellent. Are you gonna find a date for the wedding, or are you going by
I
yourself?
have written a translation of this particular section of the Mishnah Torah, and I have there's also good translations for Safari and elsewhere, and I've written a commentary as well. And what I find really exciting about this is that I
Heavily, you struck, girl.
evaluate the commentary every year.
Word. Is it gonna be a
as
big wedding?
part of my personal tshuva process, and also because I dedicated the book to my late father. So the cover you're looking at right now is from the 9th edition, which includes 2 years of
Very
reflections
cool.
that I've had reading Maimonides in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic that we hopefully will be past very soon. So this is a great how-to. If you want to start with what do I need to do to improve myself, this is a great place to start. Another great place to start, which is not really a Musar book as well, it doesn't fit precisely in the categories, but it's a work by this individual, the Chafetz Chaim. Now that's actually not his real name, it was Yisrael Kohen, but he wrote his first book anonymously under the title One Who
Who's the maid of honor?
Chafetz Chaim. Here's cover actually, and it's based on a verse that says, "Who is the one who desires life?" It's in the book of Psalms, chapter 34. That the answer to that question is one who guards his tongue from speaking evil, right? Meaning no gossip.
Very well.
This is like a mind-blowing book that totally changed my life.
Absolutely.
It's basically
Yo, what about you?
on the laws
How you
of
living?
proper communication. And so
Odachi.
much of our challenges
How do you
in
live in
life
Pimp?
are associated with how we communicate with others. So this particular
What's your question,
book
my
is
friend?
definitely an incredibly important contribution to Mr. Cannon because it really breaks down not why you should speak properly. It does have a section at the beginning about that, but it lays out.
Oh, that's a good question.
What does it mean to speak properly?
All right.
And it is just
how close are you with the person?
Known him for like almost.
You've known him for how long?
Might cut out. Hold on.
Pray that y'all find the person. I'm gonna pray about that.
Absolutely. That's worrisome. Odachi, can you hear me?
I can hear you cutting out. I'm driving.
Okay. So, how close are you with the person? It's not like your child. So, how long have you known them?
I've known him for like 10 years.
Okay.
Almost.
Okay, so you've known them for 10 years. Do they have family?
Yeah.
Okay, have you contacted their family to see if anybody in their family has had contact with them?
What did that?
Have you contacted any members of their family to see if anybody in their family has made contact with them?
Yeah, I talked to his mom today, and she hasn't heard from him. And then I texted his roommate. He's been working all weekend, but he said he hasn't seen him in at least a day.
Yeah, it's too soon.
And but here's the thing, right? I last talked to him on Friday, and his phone has been going straight to voicemail since Saturday, and it's now Monday.
Okay, I mean, that's fine, though. What if his phone broke?
For 3 days?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially on a holiday weekend, definitely. Yeah, I got one a week before I file a report. And and I'm not even going to be the one to do it. I would tell his mother, look, I'm worried about him. I don't know what you consider to be that worrisome, but I advise that you seek a missing persons report. If you don't want to do it, then I'm going to do it. But yeah, I would have somebody in his family do it. They usually have more power over those kinds of things.
What if there's his roommates at work and he told me he would check when he gets home, so if he's not there today, we would still wait. Because he lives with like 3 roommates, but I can text him.
Yeah, I would tell his mom. I would say that I'm worried about him and that, she probably should be too. Is there any way that she could file a missing persons report? And if she refused, yeah, I mean, I would probably say I would wait even this week to find out. I mean, it doesn't hurt, but it's also not a crime to go missing. So I would.
Very out of touch with her.
Okay, so then, do you have a dad or anybody else?
Not really.
Okay. All right. So did he say he was going to go do anything?
Like Friday night, he had to go leave, said he was going to go boys' night, but I thought he does that with his roommate, but he had to drive somewhere, and it wasn't with his roommate, and that's when I heard from him last.
Okay. And did you tell his mom this?
No, I probably should. I just
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I would fill her in on everything. I'd say, look, I spoke with him on Friday. This is very uncharacteristic of him. Uh, he hasn't answered any of my telephone calls. I'm just wondering, have you emailed him?
No, I don't think he did the email.
Okay, but I mean, it's
We're
working.
not. We're not that.
Okay, that's fine. Um, his phone's going straight to voicemail, and I'm worried about him, and I know other people are worried about him. Would you please file a missing persons report on him? That's basically her responsibility, as she's the next of kin, and the police are going to cooperate a lot more with his mother as opposed to just a close friend. Now, let's say she hasn't done it by Friday, then I would do it. But I'd give his family a week to do it. I'd give them, especially because it's a holiday weekend. I would give his mom a chance, probably to file it by tomorrow or so. But I would fill her in on all of your concerns because I mean, well, firstly, you're an amazing friend, for having so much concerned friend, um, and especially because this is out of character and everything. I would fill his mother in on everything. Hey, his phone's going to straight to voicemail. He said he was going out for a boys' night. Does he have a car?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he drunk or anything Friday night?
He's very legit. He doesn't do that.
Okay. So, I would say he wasn't. He was sober. He was going out with friends, but it wasn't the that I thought with him going. His roommate hasn't heard, and I'm concerned. File a missing persons report, and you just fill her in on prodding of someone else. You probably, and you're a really good friend.
Like,
You're a really good friend for having this.
like, it's we're talking to someone every day, and then like when it does kind of stop, it just feels weird.
Oh, absolutely. There are things though that. Well, when's the last time his roommate saw him?
He said he hasn't seen him in at least a day.
Oh, so his roommate could have seen him on Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay.
All he said was at least a day.
Okay, that's a.
But when he did leave, it was Friday. It was almost 3 days ago.
All right. So, is there any way you can call the roommate and be like, "Look, it hasn't been that much time. When's the last time you saw him? Not at least a day. Was it Saturday at 2 p.m.? Was it Saturday at 8 p.m.? Did you see him Sunday at all?"
I think I'll text him because I think he's at work because he said he wasn't home, but he told me he would check once he gets home.
Okay. Yeah. Then I would just ask him, "Is there any way you can? Did you check? Can you give me an update?" So basically, the plan for you is to text the friend and say, "Can you please check if he's been home? And also, I'm worried about him. Can you please tell me the last time that you saw him?" Because the police are going to want to know all that information. Then you give this information to his mom that you say, "This is out of character for him. He was sober on Friday night when he said he was going out with friends. No one's heard from him. His phone's going straight to voicemail. He hasn't been home. Is there any way that you could?" Well, I just think it's prudent advice to tell you that you should fill out a missing persons report. We're worried about him. It doesn't, but it'll allow the police to have a 411 on what's going on. And if she says do that, then I'm going to do it on your behalf or on behalf of your friend.
Yeah, let me get to the phone.
Okay.
A bear trap of an argument that he presents. It is inevitable and it is overwhelming, and it will really change the way you speak. It's very hard to keep every single detail of the laws in this particular book. The founder of the Muslim movement, Israel Salanter, once said that it is sufficient for one to simply read this book and sigh. And I wish I could live up to this level of personal integrity, but it is fantastic. I will give away just a little bit of it. One of the huge, perhaps the greatest contribution of this book is pointing out that, according to Jewish thought, it is forbidden to relate any negative information about anyone. Full stop. Like, what? That just eliminates every conversation I've ever had, or maybe like 90% of every conversation I've ever had. So there are 7 preconditions that, if one meets all 7 of these preconditions, one may in fact get negative information. But no, you can't spell about anyone anytime. It's a really great book. Highly recommended. If you are not familiar with rabbinic thought, it's hard to read in translation because it will introduce you to so many other ideas to understand it properly. This is also because he wrote it not for regular people, but really for other rabbis. He wrote, you can tell from the initial chapters, that it's really intended to convince the rabbinic elite that, hey, we're not speaking properly. We have to do a better job. Look at all these things. So it's a high level book, and I would recommend if you'd like to access this wisdom, I would
He's
start
very
with
concerned
something
for
like
his friends,
this
which is an
sort of
admirable
like
quality.
Mythologized version of it, which is kind of like watered down for
Absolutely.
people who are not necessarily so overwhelmingly familiar with the rabbinic thought, and it's also laid out in a very manageable size so that you can study it over a period of time. There are like days in the short notes, so you can say, okay, day 1.
Yeah, I met him
day 2,
last
day
week.
3, and so on. And I read this English translation, or really an adaptation, and I profited from it tremendously, as well, of course, reviewing the Hebrew several times. It actually informs not only my personal speech as best I can manage it, but also my writing as a historian is really affected by the time.
Let's see here. I mean,
those are 2 really good how-to texts. The first one on repentance in general, and another one
I think it's
on
called
such an important element, which is specifically proper speech. And I really encourage you, if you are so motivated, have a look at one of these books.
It's called Adore.
Now, if we move to
It's got 260,000 people in it, and it generally has people who are in the BC. And then I'm in E-Girl World, which has well, I mean, it has 500,000 people in it. It's one of the biggest servers. I mean, it's just like people who like to play video games.
But if I remember correctly, the reason why he eventually revealed that he was the author is because there was some people.
It's they have voice channels, social, call, nitro, anime, active, emotes. It's not sexual.
Orphos Tzadikim was written anonymously.
An e-girl is generally a girl who likes to play video games.
Possible it was actually written by a woman because it has all kinds of.
That's okay. Absolutely, I kind of thought the same thing. Now it can get. There are women who do more than that, but not in there. And the reason why I'm in there is it's like a top 10 largest server on all of Discord. It's very big, and so I'm in there. I don't ever talk to anybody in there, but occasionally I get groups of people who come and hear from there. And then I'm in socialized, and then I was in this other server. I was in it longer than ever till last week, and they told me they basically said I can't stream in there anymore. And I keep asking why, and they don't tell me. So that's fine. I have another device in which I could stream. And like basically, if it's a big server, I just post up in there. I turn on my camera. I leave it, and they eventually kick me out or ban me or whatever, and that's fine.
So
You know, I
always
don't
find it's
understand.
especially good to learn
Well,
with
here's what
adolescents
happens.
or people in
You get somebody who comes in
like me,
and they're like, "Who's this
because,
person in the VC?"
you know,
Always,
it gives you
and then somebody else, and then they say, "Well, exactly, exactly. You know exactly right." So then somebody will say, "I don't like him because of his profile. It's advertising another server," or "I don't like him because he's always online and I don't like looking at him." It's just because people have nothing else to talk about, then you become a subject of their conversation, just like you've witnessed in in Socialize. And I mean, as you can tell, like I don't interact with those people. I literally don't even know what they're talking about. They're muted. And if they have an issue with me,
with lots of breaks.
That's fine. You can literally shut off my camera and you can mute me, so you never have to interact with me. But people, and then people also like to, I don't know, want to call it bullying, but pick on people, where they'll be like, "Hey, moderators, I don't like this guy." And it's like, okay, well, he hasn't done anything wrong to you. Now, I get some moderators who say, frankly, we like that you stream in the server because it makes other people want to go into the VC as well. If one person's in there, then it's not like no one's in there, and that means other people will go in there eventually. Like I've described it like this, but this is exactly what it's like. No one wants to be the first person to get in the pool. They don't want to be the leader. So if somebody's already in the pool, then you're not the first. Then there's somebody else in there, and then everybody will go and enjoy the water.
Like he wrote plays, for example. There's a backstory to his life.
Yes, I have.
Child prodigy who was then mercilessly attacked. False accusation that he was a follower of Shabtai Tzvi, a disgraced false messiah, and so on. And this is the book of his maturity. He wrote in his late 30s. He actually died at a very young man after Israel. But this is an absolutely fantastic book. Now, I specifically recommend this edition, the complete Mesilat Yeshayahu, because for hundreds of years now, since it was published in the 1730s, we've been studying one particular version of Mesilat Yeshayahu, which is kind of like a straightforward text of ethics. In 1991, a new version was discovered, and autographers written in his own hand in an archive in Leningrad, and this new version.
I have heard of that one. Yeah, that's a big one.
It's as a kind of a play, as a kind of a dialogue, much like Platonic dialogues and things like that, between a so-called chacham and a so-called chassid. And it's hard to really parse exactly who these
I've heard of that one.
But the chacham is kind of like a. The two of them were friends in their childhood, and then they separated sometime in their early adolescence, and they meet up with one another. You get the impression that they're probably about 25 years old or so. And they meet each other again. They've changed quite a bit since they were children. The chacham has kind of a well-rounded individual with higher education and appreciation of secular culture.
There's some kind of program in which you can enroll. You pay for it, but basically send them invites to a bunch of other servers, and those are all the other servers that they
meditating, studying songs,
they promote.
And the chassid is such a curiosity to the chacham. That is the kind of well-rounded person. So curious. He says, what does my friend do all day?
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
So many hours invested in
now, I have been a member of 18 plus servers, but those usually get to be adult, and I don't want that. I just want adults who keep their clothes on, basically. Like, yeah, exactly. And
that is
And
well
in order to
rounded.
verify
Like
on those 18 plus ones, you've got to send them your driver's license, and you've got you have to do all kinds of stuff. You have to be holding your driver. You have to show them a close up of your driver's license. Then you have to hold your driver's license in a picture of a selfie, and then you have to do a hand symbol. Like they send you an emoji, and you have to do a hand symbol. And on the one where you're holding your driver's license, you also have to be holding a picture of yourself with the name of the server, your username, and the date. Oh, it's incredible, Miss Aquarius. It's absolutely incredible. And then when you send it to them, oh, it's incredible, like how ridiculous it is.
Seize opportunities to move forward.
It's ridiculous. And then on top of all of that, they'll say that your picture's blurry or they can't read it or whatever. It's like, no, you can. I would tell that I'm over whatever age you need me to be. Well, yeah. And then it's like, well, I don't know what you're doing with this data. They're like, no data is saved. I'm like, quit that. Like, I don't believe it. You've got weird people in your moderation team. Who knows what you're doing with this information? No, I haven't. Is it good?
Both of these things coexist in the sea like a shadow. Please poke around my website. You'll find
I know. Is it good?
Anyway, I find this particular thing just so amazing and strong. So that's kind of the
one of my favorite ones is karaoke. It's a karaoke lounge.
Of course, you think about it in a different way and react.
That one's fun.
Let's go to the Kabbalistic squid.
I see it.
So this really originates in the
But they kicked me out of the karaoke lounge because they didn't like that I slept in there. And it's like, that's not my fault. That you can always shut my camera off. So I don't understand what your deal is. Like, if you don't like me, mute me and shut my camera off. It's as simple as that. But they didn't like that. And then there's another one that's just the singing lounge, which is good. It's smaller, but it's got some nice people in there. And then I'm in this one. It's called Camp, and it's like really big in the Philippines, and it always has a ton of people in there. It has a lot of people in there. And I've met some really really nice people in there, and they do karaoke as well. Yo, what's going on? Hey, long time no see. Hope you're doing well, man.
The Talmud asks, how can one cleave to God? God
Have you been?
By metaphor, an all-consuming fire. How are you supposed to, cleave a fire?
Well.
And it says, well, what you have to do is essentially you have to do what God does. Now, in order to do what God does,
He's
important. He argues, Rabbi Cordovero, that you have to
Brandon always comes in here with lots of devices. I love it. Hello, how you doing, buddy?
In that regard, he turns to the Sfirot, which
living the dream, dog.
Essentially, this how can I describe it?
Excellent. Hope you're enjoying your Labor Day, Big Man.
Understanding God's interaction with the universe through a series of emanations. I don't want to go into more detail because it's really confusing. But
I'm in some other subreddits.
Kindness,
sometimes I tutor people in English. There's an English subreddit, and so I'll just go in there, and there'll be people who don't know English that well, and we'll just go through glossaries of words just to improve their vocabulary.
What Rabbi Cordovero does, he tries to give us a little bit of a sense of.
Sure, it's discord.gg/English, ENGLISH. And there are a lot of people in there. Okay. Yeah. So, like, I don't know. I've done it. I've done it now. People are always like, so you just come in here for free and tutor people? And it's like, yeah, if you need to improve your English, I'm willing to help you. So you make like corrections if they're saying something incorrectly. But most of all, I just go in there with glossaries of words and improve people's vocabulary. So I just find a random group of people, and they, if they don't have a native English speaker, they just don't know as many words. And so we'll just go and I'll ask someone like, all right, so what are your hobbies? What are your interests? And somebody will be like, I like soccer or I like football or whatever. It's like, okay, well, let's learn all the English football words that you would need to know. And so we'll just go through I'll just go to ChatGPT and get like a list of glossary words of football words. Yeah. Oh, just an yeah, it's just an English speaking Discord who generally are not English as a first language speakers. And and I'm certified as a teacher to teach English as a foreign language, and so yeah, I know a little bit about how to. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I'm a native English speaker, so I know quite a bit about English. Now, even my English isn't perfect, but it's better than probably 95% of people. And really, the people in there just need to learn more words. And so I explained to them some tools that they can get on YouTube that allow them to have like subtitles in whatever their language is, and then also English language below there. And then, so Miss Aquarius, you were asking what's ChatGPT? It's amazing. It's what's called an LLM, a large language model. But basically, you can go in there and ask it any question, and it will put it together for you. It's AI. So just like watch this. It's so smart. It's smarter than any person. That's why it's putting so many people out of business. So here we go. Hi ChatGPT. I want you to write a poem that rhymes about my friend Brandon and our friend Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius likes to play bowling with Rabbi every night, and she likes to get spares, and she's going to be in her friend's wedding coming up as a bridesmaid. It doesn't have to be a really long poem, maybe 300 words. And here's what it'll do. It says, a poem for Brandon and Miss Aquarius. Brandon comes in with a smile so wide, ready for laughter, he's so full of pride. Beside him it shines a friend so rare, Miss Aquarius with her cosmic flair. Each night she laces her bowling shoes, choosing a lane, no time to lose. With Rabbi waiting, the pins all align. They share in a almost divine. Share she plays with grace, studio lights up her face. All rolls smooth, the crowd takes note. Her style's a song, her throws a quote. But outside the alley, life spins too. A wedding approaches with skies so blue. As bridesmaid she'll stand, her heart aglow. A friend's big day where love will show. She'll lift her glass and dance till dawn. Just one moment, it's updating. She'll lift a glass and dance till dawn, her laughter bright as the breaking morn. The gown will shimmer, the vows will ring, and all will smile at the joy she brings. Through spares, through strikes, through moments sweet, her spirit makes the world complete. Brandon, Rabbi, all who care, friendship's gift is always there. So here's to night's shining lanes, to wedding bells and joyful refrains. To Brandon, Miss Aquarius true, a friendship timeless, strong and new. May pins keep falling, may songs be sung, may every heart remain forever young. For life, like bowling, is best when shared with loyal friends who've always cared. Like, how smart is that?
That is neat. I love that. Oh my God, that is so cool.
Absolutely. So you can do this yourself with whatever you want. Like, so here's what I do with people in English. I'll say, please provide me a glossary of 10 English words to help people who want to learn more. And then it'll say goal. When a ball completely crosses the goal line between the posts under the crossbar, it's how teams score points. Goalkeeper or goalie, the player who guards the goal. They are, and it has penalty kick, offside, corner kick, free kick. It'll do anything. You can say like add a bunch of big numbers. It'll tell you that. It'll tell you like anything you want. What's a question that you have, Miss Aquarius, that you've never known to which you've never known the answer?
I don't know. I got my head hurt.
That's okay. If you ever want to use it, it's just chatgpt.com. And it'll also do pictures for you. It'll do diagrams for you. It'll create charts for you. It's putting a lot of people. It'll code for you. It's better than any coder that's a human. It's literally like a revolutionary type of technology.
What's that other in the sun?
Absolutely. Here we go. What are the elements in the sun? Mostly made of gases, plasma. And while there are many elements inside it, a few dominate. Main elements in the sun by percentage of mass. Hydrogen, it's about 73% hydrogen, the primary fuel for nuclear fusion which powers the sun. It's about 25% helium, produced from hydrogen fusion in the sun's core. There are trace elements, together 2%. These are much smaller amounts but still important. Oxygen, carbon, neon, nitrogen, magnesium, silicon, iron, sulfur. These heavier elements are often called metals in astronomy, even though many aren't metals in chemistry. In short, the sun is mostly made of hydrogen and helium, with a sprinkling of heavier elements that influence things like solar wind spectra and the sun's evolution. Would you like me to also explain why hydrogen and helium dominate?
Yes.
All right, so then we just say yes. And it says, perfect. Let's dig into why the sun is mostly hydrogen and helium. All right. So it says Big Bang origins. After the Big Bang, which was 13.8 billion years ago, the universe was extremely hot. As it cooled, the first elements formed, about 75% hydrogen, 25% helium, and tiny traces of lithium. Heavier elements, like carbon, didn't exist yet. They were created later inside stars. How the sun formed. Around 4.6 billion years ago, a cloud of gas and dust collapsed under gravity to form the sun. The cloud was still mostly hydrogen and helium because those elements were most common in the universe. A small fraction of heavier elements had been produced by earlier generations of stars that exploded, also known as supernovae, which is why the sun has 2% heavier stuff. Nuclear fusion in the sun's core. The sun shines because of fusion. Hydrogen atoms smash together under extreme heat and pressure. The process turns hydrogen into helium, releasing enormous energy, light plus heat. Over billions of years, more helium accumulates in the core, with hydrogen slowly decreasing. Why hydrogen and helium dominate? Hydrogen is the lightest and most dominant element in the universe. Helium is the direct product of hydrogen fusion. Heavier elements are rare because they can only be made inside stars or in supernova explosions. So the sun naturally has only a small fraction of them. So the sun's composition reflects both the early universe's chemistry and the physics. Would you like me to also explain what happens when the sun runs out of hydrogen, basically its future evolution?
No, I got it.
There you go.
Yay!
There you go, girl. It's very neat.
I think that was a good question.
I think it was a phenomenal question. Great job.
Yes, that was a phenomenal question.
Where'd it go?
I'm gonna have to say Brandon. Look at Brandon.
I see him. He's just doing his thing.
Yeah, that's what we gotta do. I think.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, and I get them bigger.
How's that been?
Just a few friends. Yeah.
How's that been?
Excellent. I like it. And I get bored to get over there. There's not no other. And I'm double sweet. what's that name of? But I don't be on there. I don't go live with that. I just
Right.
okay. Yeah.
The thing I don't like about Big O is that I can't trust the numbers. Whenever I start
Yeah.
a new stream, I will have exact. I have no one following me. I'm a brand new account, and every time I get 50 people following me, and I'm like, how is this even possible? This is fake. But I do like that you can get 16 people in the same call. That's really neat.
Yeah, you can do emoji.
Instagram changed recently. Before you could just always go live on Instagram, but now like TikTok, you need 1,000 followers, and it's just like, yeah, on Instagram, right? Exactly. And so I used to go live like on Instagram all the time because I would just create a bot that would just always stream my life, but it's not as easy now. And they got crazy on Instagram. Um, they if you say something against their terms, sometimes they ban you for as long as well, they can permanently ban you, but sometimes they'll just tell you that you can't go live again for 365 days, which is just like such a long period of time. And the reason why is they'll say like, I don't know, I'll be watching like a stand-up comedian or something, and the stand-up comedian will be like, man, my daughter's or my girlfriend's so ugly, she makes me want to jump in front of a car. Just like a joke like that, nothing crazy, nothing super funny, but they'll take that as self-harm and then ban you for 365 days.
Yeah. And I used to get on KI. It's okay. It's like the other one.
Yeah.
But and the I was never good like that. It's for gamers and stuff, and Twitch is for gamers and stuff.
Right. I use Kick a lot, KICK, which is really confusing that there's KIK and then KICK.
Right.
I spam a lot of people on KICK. I just go into their stream, I make a clip of them, I put my Discord in there, I follow them, and then I spam them. But I'm the nicest spammer in the world because if they ask me to stop, I tell them how they can stop me from spamming, which is basically put a 1 minute timer on me, and then I never spam them. So, but I am all over KICK, and then Twitch. I've been doing more, but Twitch has a thing that, and I think it should be an illegal practice. Like basically, if you do something that one of these platforms don't like, they can do what's called shadow ban you, which means that you still think that you're chatting, but you're not, and so it just causes exactly, exactly. Now Twitter has become. I think it's not a good platform anymore. Um, it's just become the same people on there are always just promoting their stuff. This is what I can't stand, Mr. Perry. Twitter judges users on their interactions and their how much what do they call it? How much engagement is the big word for them. So here's what a creator will do. They'll take a picture of the sky that's blue, say the sky is red. And then they'll get a bunch of people come in who are like, no, it's blue, and here's why it's blue, and blah, 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 blah. And it's known as engagement farming, but all of those people arguing get them more money at the end of the month when the payouts come. And Blue Sky, they end up banning me big time. Like, not, well, here, I mean, just I did so many different, like I spammed them for like 6 months straight or 8 months straight, and they got wise to me, and they made it really hard for me to do anymore. So I just move on, and that's fine. Everybody on there knows who I am, and I do like it more than Twitter, though. Well, in some ways, it doesn't have as many features as Twitter, but it's not as toxic. It's not as toxic. But what I don't,
Okay. So else will you be at Saturday? So will you be on something else, like something like that?
so the big ones that I've been on are recently are Kick. Kick is a big one that I'm on. KICK, and then Twitch, TWITCH or whatever. Um, and then I'm live on Twitter right now. I've been live, but like nobody ever comes into my Twitter. Um, I think I've been shadow banned on there. And then I'm live on Discord, and I'm live in Telegram. So Telegram's another one. I don't know if you've used that, but it's
Wait a minute, how you go live with Telegram?
so you can. It's a different system, but
Is it for Android? Because I got iPhone.
yeah, it's on iPhone. Um,
But
so it like you can do video on there, you can do audio on there, but the big thing is it does messages, and it's a different system though. It's like you know how like Discord, you need to know like a group of people in order to have a good Discord. That's what Telegram is. So like basically, but it's good for some things. Like the reason why I'm in it, I'm in a cryptocurrency community that and so that's where we get all our updates, and they make memes, and they just say hi to everybody or whatever. And
I used to be in a Telegram. My best friend, who's the one who get married for cousin, and like a few years ago, did a 30th birthday party for see. So she goes out in Telegram, to communicate with us
exactly,
about her trip. So yeah,
exactly, and that's kind of how that one works. Um, there aren't that many of them, and the reason why is because they're very expensive to maintain. So there's like, it's just limited. If I'm ever bored though, the bread and butter, the one that I go to the most is Reddit. Reddit always has new stuff,
Right.
and it's amazing. I learned so much from Reddit. Yeah, if I would let's say I didn't have any connections and I just needed to go live on something. Big O is one. There's also another one that I think I don't know. It's good. It's Camfrog. It's very old. Camfrog is like 25 years old. Yeah, no, I understand. It's just if you do want people on the camera. But that's a good one. Camfrog is a good one. There's another one that's I can't remember the name of it. But the thing is, the people. What is it? Is that? Yeah, I think that. Yeah. But the thing is, the people who use those are the same people. Doesn't get a lot of new people in there, and yeah. But those are big ones. But if I didn't have anybody and I wanted to just communicate with people, Big O is where it's at because you can go in there and connect with people and do all that stuff. KIK is one where you can kind of do the same, but it doesn't have as many features, and it's a little older.
It's just like Meet Me. I've been on Meet Me, but it's like Meet Me, but Kick is okay.
Yeah. When it comes to streaming, I know that's not what you do though. It's like impossible to get anybody to watch you on KICK or Twitch or YouTube. It's very difficult. Very difficult. Even to just get one person, let alone, a bunch of people. TikTok has this thing. They're obsessed with their algorithm. And so if you live stream on there, one time you'll get 3,000 people, and then for the next 6 months you'll get one person. It's like very difficult to judge. I don't want to say difficult to judge. Here's how here's how TikTok works. They allow you to go live. And once you go live, they judge whether people stay or leave your um your call. So if people stay,
That's how C2. You got a live stream thing called C2. Ever heard of that?
no, or not to my knowledge. Let me see.
Yeah.
It's just the letter C and then the number two.
Yeah, they might not, so they might kick you out. They just like big though, but they just started getting some spots and they only have three. It's like it's just like big. You know, yeah, they might kick you out of there. But I was just saying, do not go over there because they might kick you out.
I understand. Um, there's Snapchat as well, which is
Snapchat. I guess Snapchat, but
yeah. I mean,
you know, what we really do it. You can't go live and then just like post people.
right,
You know, somewhere.
exactly. I've never really thought that it was a good platform because I don't. When it was popular amongst people who were young, and I always felt that it should be an 18 plus. Um, not like adult, but like just be an adult to be on there, and they didn't do that, and so it's a lot of younger people on there, and it tracks a whole bunch of a lot about you, and there there's just not a lot to do. Um, you go live or you can't even go live is what I'm saying. They haven't changed it in a long time, so I don't know. It's kind of outdated to me.
Well, I mean, so Stan's bigger. I was over there, I did the virtual live. And I like doing the virtual live. I do that in the morning, like surfing on phone. And I get Papa together. I just leave it on and play my YouTube on my phone. And there you go. And I just stay right there.
Right. Yeah, that's a good one.
And one of the fathers gifted me. Because, you know, I give her that. Gifted me. That's all that was so
Yeah,
sweet.
don't they give beans or something?
Yeah.
And don't you can like cash that out for real money. I don't know if anybody does it, but you do earn a little bit on that.
I'm like, yeah, that goes for me. The father stuff was bigger. I miss No No Live. I miss No No Live. I probably want No No Live again, but I miss it. I never again.
Yeah, that went out of business, right?
Yeah, maybe I'm yours though. But I wasn't for Apple no more.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think that went out of business, and caffeine went out of business. It's just so expensive to run one of these companies that it's and they don't make any money. People people don't realize, but not even YouTube makes money. YouTube loses money.
Are you still out there on YouTube?
Oh yeah, 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously.
I want to know how you do that. But I gotta be on computer. I don't know how to do that. I
Yeah,
must say they do it, but they only get 7 people there.
yeah. I mean, 7 people on YouTube is really good. Usually, if you stream on YouTube, it'll be 0 people. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey, that's my today.
then I get angry at them again later, and so I have to, try again and again and again. It doesn't like it forever. But nevertheless, this is really a transformational book. I encourage you to poke around my website. I actually have a series of each of those levels on my channel that you might find valuable. Whew, look at all that forgiveness. Wow. Now, finally, let's go to the last stage, which I've called postmodern. And the truth is, the three books that are introduced here are not really direct addressing necessarily in a postmodern sense. They're the entirety of books, but they begin to touch on. And we're still waiting for a really great postmodern reading of Musser. Here's one that I find just fantastic. I read it a couple of years ago. David Bashevkin's Synagogue.
All right, if you want to do YouTube, you have to have a Google account, which I'm sure you do. And then you need to verify your telephone number. And then after 24 hours, you're able to go live.
Now, let you eat. I'll be back. Okay, I'm here now. I'll be back.
Okie doke.
Tom and Bert have been treating us over the last few years. And the best part is you can tell this thought genuinely hadn't occurred to him before. That's how deep in the bubble these comedians are. To them, podcasting is just this fun little thing you do with your buddies while the ad money rolls in. And if the fans don't love it, well, they're just haters, right? But now they're face to face with something way more uncomfortable. The idea that the audience stopped caring about Tom and Bert a long time ago, and people have been quietly hate-watching this show out of obligation, just waiting for someone to point it out. And once that penny drops, Chrissy and Stubby immediately start spiraling. And it's fucking brilliant. Honestly, the only thing that compares to this is the fighter in the kids' subreddit for the first time. They go all in on just Tom and Bert.
which is
They
a
compare them to
really,
two
really
deadbeat
profound book.
dads who
Also,
promise to stick around, but
and
ditch their
Synagogue, I
podcast
think,
baby
will
that made a
give
Hollywood
you
call.
hope
They
for
start
those
talking like
failures
it's a
in your own
full-blown
life.
breakup,
It
like
really
they're
make
the
a
new
difference for you.
stepdaddies trying to win over a family that's
Certainly
been
have
emotionally
music for
abandoned.
another
And
book
it's
that
not even
really
subtle.
looks at
They say
postmodernism
outright
straight
we're
on.
just fucking
It
around
is
and people act
this
like this is the
collection
best
of
entertainment
essays by
they've
the
ever
great
had in
Raj
their lives.
Chagall.
That's not a joke.
Great
That's a
Shattered
diagnosis.
Restored is the
That's two
title of
guys
the overall
realizing they
collection.
stumbled into a
Raj
gig where the
Chagall, who
only
passed away a
competition
number of
was
years
two
ago,
guys who
was
checked
one
out
of the
years ago.
few thinkers who really understood the nature of postmodernism and struggled to articulate the Jewish response that could incorporate the challenge that postmodernism places on the system of thought that Judaism represents. You feel it's a work in progress. You feel that there are attempts to deal with it, but kind of like this evocative photograph shows, it is sincere laughter at some of the challenges of the age we live in, and I really
expect that's going to be this fun. No, I know there's going to be full.
finally, this amazing book, which does address postmodernism in several of the chapters, remarkable book with general audience, restoring the common divided towns by the late Jonathan Sachs. It just appeared this year, and it was very, very worthwhile reading by Duran, readers who are interested in ethics. Okay. I give you a very quick overview of some of my favorite Musser books. I hope that you'll find some of them useful as well.
No.
I wish you a lot of success.
Potatoes.
Personal development. The next video is going to be going back to regular history, in other words, more pogroms, less books. But thank you very much for your attention.
and vaccines process. Let's talk seriously about the geopolitical climate. Bring up Donnie as many times as you can. Votes are on for sure. Yeah, 100%. That is true. We figured last episode, Tom and Bert must have sent some fun videos. Sure. They don't give a at all. They're out. They didn't send videos.
Rabbi Posey challenged me to speak specifically on something related to this particular season in Jewish thought, which is, of course, the month of Elul, the penultimate month of the year, at least if you go according to the calendar of Tshuva, of repentance. We use this month to prepare ourselves for the awesome high holy days, or the days of awe, really being awesome. And it occurred to me that this is actually a very traditional, hugely traditional way to look at Jewish history, not in terms of like a linear progress from the past to the present and onward into the future, but rather kind of like a gyre that history spins out like kind of one of those chronicle springs that if you remember the poem, speaking ever widening gyre that spins around the same circumference of time, and we always get to Elul. The reality that the very, very first book of history in Jewish rabbinic culture, setting aside the Tanakh, which the Hebrew scriptures are definitely tremendously valuable as historical sources, but not necessarily written to provide historical data rather than religious data. One of the earliest source ever is a text called Megillat Ta'anit, the Scroll of Fast. It's a small document that was written in the late Maccabean age, the period of Hashmonaim, that is about the first century before the Common Era, and essentially it's a list of days in which it's forbidden to fast because good things happen to Jews. It's a very small book, right? Not that many good things happen, so therefore there are only so many days you have to fast or not fast. That's essentially what this text is, and it is really the first book of rabbinic thought that was ever actually set to text. And the funny thing about it, connecting to my opening comment, it is not organized in a chronological fashion with the past at the beginning, the early past at the beginning, and then moving through until the time of the author. It is rather arranged according to the months. So when we get to the month of Nisan, it describes all important historical things that happen in every month of Nisan, and you get to the month of Teves, all the important historical things that happen in the month of Teves, and it is an incredibly difficult book to read because then you have, if you want to think chronologically, you have to rearrange them to fit a pattern that's more linear. So it's very hard to speak about Elul as a historical phenomenon by picking apart months of Elul throughout Jewish history. That was the challenging part to it. So, but what inspired me was perhaps we should really focus in on what Jews are doing in the month of Elul, which is, of course, getting ready for the high holidays, and taking self-assessment and the self-examination.
That's on you, girl.
That is
Megan,
essential
you know how to do it.
to the teshuva process. And when I thought of it in that way, this lecture came together, I think, in a very interesting fashion. So first of all, what is Elul? As I mentioned, of course, as I you are all aware, Elul is the beginning of the season of repentance. Of course, repentance is something that you can do anytime during the year, but this is the Eit Ratzon. This is the time that is especially well organized, well laid out, and we do individually because repentance is, after all, very much a private affair. Knowing that everyone is doing it at the same time reinforces our resolve to complete this often very difficult process. The Hasidim, particularly the Alter Rebbe that influenced Chabad Hasidus, has a very wonderful way of expressing this. They have to say, the king is in the field. Meaning, normally, if you want to make an appointment with the king, you want to, petition the king and applies for the arrears and taxes or right over the year, you've got to make appointments and you've got to wait. And there's bureaucracy and there's uncertainty. But in the month of Elul, says the Alter Rebbe, king, as it were, comes out into the fields to greet the commerce and working in agriculture. It's probably derived from this verse here, let the field exult and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the forest sing for joy before Hashem, who has arrived. And this is the time of year, Elul, when the king will leave the palace, as it were, and come more than halfway to meet us. We don't even have to expend any effort in order to engage ourselves in the tshuva process. That's really what the month of Elul means. We hear the shofar blown every morning in synagogue to remind us of the upcoming blast of the ram's horn on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and it's supposed to, alert us to the fact that we have to take care of this. Life lives in a stagnant mode is entirely unsatisfying. We are creatures of change, development, and we need this time in order to develop ourselves and into the people that we really want to develop for ourselves. So, in this context, what I would like to do is to do a particular thesis I think you may find appealing. I myself, I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I tried to think of who are the great writers who have addressed Elul in very significant ways, and what do they have in common? What brings them together into this Elul movement? And as I chose some of my favorites, and I have to let you know up front that we're going to be studying three Moseses. Obviously, we could have picked hundreds of literary figures who engage with Elul in this matter, but I tried to choose three that are highly representative of unique and lasting movements. They were all named Moses, ironically, but I found one common thread that went through all of them, and I think many of you may find it as meaningful as I do. They are all children of survivors. It's very unusual in that when you look at the lives of these three Moseses, their parents went through incredible trauma, and they are the next generation to look back at the experience of their parents and how their parents were scarred by that. And these three Moseses tried to respond with literary efforts that have an incredible impact on Jewish thought. Specifically, we have the Rambam, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, known also as Maimonides, who wrote in the 12th century. We'll look at a somewhat bigger but well beloved to Kabbalists, the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who lived in Sfat, in Israel, in the 16th century. And then finally, we'll look at the incredible Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, an Italian Jewish thinker who has had incredible reception among Jews around the world since he began his magnum opus, the Mesilat Yesharim. And I want to take a few moments at the end to contemplate what this means perhaps for our generation, because of course we are also a generation that inherits the experiences of the Holocaust. And either directly or communally, we are all the children or grandchildren of survivors. What does that mean for our generation? I could not think of any specific Moshe who reached that level, but I do have one suggestion that perhaps you will find useful. So that's the goal. Over the course of the next 40 minutes or so, I'd like to introduce you to these three thinkers. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with them already, but I'm going to focus in on their contributions to the thought related to Elul specifically. illustrate how their thought evolved from the trauma that their parents experienced, and show how, in their own unique ways, each of them contributed to creating a phenomenal ladder for tshuva that all of us can climb to this day. That is the goal. Okay, so with your permission, let's go first to Mo. Oh, and I have to say one last sort of like warning. I care deeply about all of these figures. I got a time, years in fact, studied all three of them. And on two of them, I wrote and published books. So it's hard to talk about people that I'm very enthusiastic without at least mentioning their own contributions, small contributions to the scholarship on their topics, but that's, caveat emptor. All right, here we go. So, Moses Maimonides. So, this is the great ego, of course, one of the most towering triggers of Jewish intellectual history, who strides across the continent of Europe and North Africa with tremendous confidence, because he's a figure who had so much impact over the last millennia, as the statement goes, from Moses to Moses.
Well, that's great. Yeah. There you go.
I like that. Yeah, I don't post it all the time. I just post it. I feel like it.
There you go. There are 38 million people on that app.
Wow.
But it's not available in
And you
Mississippi.
can't even get out it no more, huh?
Exactly. It's not available in Mississippi anymore.
Why?
I'm going to read you what they say. Mississippi passed a law, and the law says the social media platform Blue Sky has blocked access to its service for users within the state of Mississippi due to a new state law requiring age verification for all users. This decision, announced on August 22nd, 2025, follows the U.S. Supreme Court's decision on August 14th, 2025, to allow Mississippi's HB 1126 law to take effect. The law mandates that platforms verify the age of every user before granting access, requiring sensitive personal information and parental consent for users under 18. Blue Sky stated that complying with the law would necessitate substantial infrastructure, developer time, and privacy protections, which the small team can, and that the law would fundamentally change how users at site. The company also creates significant barriers to free speech and disproportionately harms smaller platforms. As a result, Blue Sky began blocking all IP addresses within Mississippi. The platform has not responded to requests for comment. The move has been described as the first major social media platform to take such drastic steps in response to the law. Users in Mississippi may positively bypass the block using a virtual private network. The law was passed in 2024 and is intended to protect children from online harms, though critics argue it creates significant privacy and free expression challenges. In contrast, the unrelated Blue Sky Inc., a Mississippi-based company, so does that make sense?
Yeah, that's crazy though. I got you. They're gonna do that nowhere else.
Oh yeah, that's gonna start spreading. They already did it in the United Kingdom.
So they can't even get on Blue Sky.
Yeah, so UK law, Blue Sky. Let's see if that one, what they say. It says Blue Sky is implementing age verification for its users in the United Kingdom to comply with the UK's Online Safety Act, OSA, which mandates that platforms hosting adult content must provide highly effective age assurance to protect minors. The law, passed in October 2023, requires compliance by July 25th, 2025, with non compliant platforms facing fines of up to $18 million or 10% of their global revenue, whichever is higher. As a result, Blue Sky began rolling out age verification features for UK users in July 2025, the full implementation coinciding with the law's enforcement date. To meet these requirements, Blue Sky has partnered with Epic Games Kids Web Services, a specialized verification platform that offers multiple methods for age confirmation, including facial age estimation using a model, uploading government issued ID documents, and payment card verification. The verification process is designed to be completed in a few taps, and users will receive in app notifications prompting them to verify their age. Crucially, Blue Sky states that it does not retain raw biometric or ID data. Instead, it receives only a signed yes or no token confirming the user's age status. So if they're doing it in the UK, I wonder why they're not doing it in Mississippi.
Asia. Well, I need to find some other alternatives so we can have, where we can post stuff and all that. I understand already, but sit down, Papa, sit down. Why you stand up and take them out? You know what? That's crazy. They didn't do it in your state yet, Rabbi?
No, California will probably do something soon. No, who knows?
Georgia probably went to,
Is
you
Papa?
You gotta do that vote, then let's give it to me.
Exactly.
What you say, Rabbi?
Is Papa your grandfather?
Yeah, it's my grandfather.
Very nice.
You okay, Grandpa? Just take the jacket off. Take the jacket off. What you say, Rabbi?
I said it's very nice that you take care of him.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have my auntie stuff. Yeah. You almost what? You broke down? What you mean you broke down? You ain't say nothing about that, Papa. Come on. You want your cane? You want to take your cane with you? All right, let me right back, Rabbi, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can talk to you for a few minutes.
Okie doke.
He said, it's full of it. What you
Look,
read it?
I was looking on Discord, just seeing what are big Discords that have a lot of people going, and there's one. It's called the. It has more people on it than I think anyone that I've ever seen. It's huge.
What is the camp?
It's they do karaoke and social,
Oh, okay.
and it has right now, I'd say 300 people in voice calls. It has so many people.
What's your you in there now, or you got kicked out of that one, huh?
No. I'm in there now.
I need to get that one.
Yeah, it's.
I want to check out this one. This one I wanted to check out. Yeah, I forgot what it's called, but I want to check it out.
I'll send you an invite.
I forgot what it's called. Is it Bravo? I think I said I wanted to try.
I just sent it to you.
Bravo.
Look at your messages. Look at your messages.
I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Go in it. Look how many people are in the calls.
Yeah. Oh, let me say. Okay, I have to make sure I read because it might not mean nothing if I don't read this.
Oh, I know. Isn't that stupid? Sometimes if you don't read it, it'll be like, oh, the timer's up.
Battery acceptance. This. Okay, I want to make sure I can get in because I don't know. Now they got rules. Not rules. Okay. Oh, yeah. Where you at, Rabbi?
Oh, I didn't go live in there. I just was looking at people.
Oh, yeah, I see some people. Okay.
Scroll down. Look how big it is.
Yeah, with a lot of people. Yeah. I'm verified. Okay, let's see. Okay. So what do I have to do before I get in these things? Do I have to do anything? No? No, that is cool. Yeah, profile. That's a game role. Use the button, use the button. Oh, game roles. Game roles. Intro button, extra button. Then go to roles and see her. I am 22 plus. Put in them roles like that?
I think I did when I first joined. I always pick random stuff. It's like, why do you need to know what my favorite color is?
I have no idea. I didn't do all that. Okay, I did that. All right, I did them roles. Yeah, they got graded colors. You gotta subscribe to them. Okay, well, that's good. I ain't going to no.
Scroll down. Look how many people are in the chat.
I've seen it already, brother. I've seen them all.
Oh, okay.
What number are you looking for? What number are you looking for?
Oh, I'm not. Just usually it's like 10 people.
I see them all.
Yeah, usually it's like 10 people in a given one. That one has hundreds.
Where? Which one?
Oh, just they combined.
Oh, okay. They got hundreds of them, yeah. Now one is an English one. Yeah. That one is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Hey, chat, chat. Okay. All right, Papa, I'm coming. Stay right there. Yeah, that's cool. You know, being there a lot, do you really?
I used to. I used to sing karaoke in there a lot, but pardon me. I only have so many devices, so I can't always go into a bunch of them. They're really nice though. I used to just keep my camera on, and they used to message me like, "Hey, can you please shut your camera off?" Not because we don't like you. It's because you, if you want to have more than 25 people in a call, everybody has to have their cameras on. And so basically, they wanted to have more than 25 people in some calls, and I was the only person with the camera on, and that maxed out the amount of people who could be in that call at 25. However, when I shut my camera off, they got like 150 in there. I didn't count. It might not have been 150, but it was a lot of people.
Yeah, right. I gotta check up and be back.
Yes, ma'am.
was excellent.
Mm-hmm. My mama showing me something. I don't know what she's showing me. Yeah, what she's showing me. Hold on. Let me show what else she does. Man, I'm bored.
I know you are. I'm gonna do some computer programming, some robots on Twitch, but I'm here. Um, all right. I mean, if you want to, they can be really helpful to you. If there's like, what would you use a robot? You could get a robot to, you know how on Bigo you like people can, yeah, you call it Bigo, whatever it's called. Um, I've heard it both ways. But you, okay, so you know how there's a thing that you like press that like boosts your room. I know it's TikTok, like you just likes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like basically, you know when you're on TikTok and somebody presses the heart button and it makes a bunch of hearts come up and um, it boosts your live stream.
Oh, yeah.
So it'd be pretty easy. I could teach you how to make a file. Pardon me, I got the hiccups. That does that.
I wish I could get on Twitch. I'm just not a gamer. I don't have a computer. And yeah, be on Twitch and they have people that do stuff, but I just don't, you know. I look at people, I watch them. I watch people on Twitch, right? And you don't really get views if you go live right over there.
I mean, it's really hard. That's why everybody buys views. It's a very big business.
Oh. Go back on Big O again.
What's new with people on Big O? What's new with people on Big O?
Not really got people that be dancing, singing, and all that good stuff.
What about
People be really do stuff. I'm not gonna be paying no. Only thing I pay, I'm not paying $10 just to help you. I can't. I'm not doing that. I have stuff to do with my money.
word?
Yeah, I can't do it. Everybody got it, you know. Mm-hmm. But what you about to say?
Yeah, I find that a lot of times people, it's not even a real person. They'll just like play a video of themselves. It's not live, and
Yeah,
that can be frustrating. You know what I actually love to watch on TikTok are people who do trick shots with ping pong balls and like stuff like that. I love that. It's like the most uh, it's the most mindless content, but it'll just be somebody who just has like a solo cup and pong ball, and they'll just be throwing the pong balls from across the room, and then just trying to make it in. And if they get it in, then they end the stream, and they just basically throw these balls until they make it in. And believe it or not, that to me, it's like endless entertainment. But I like it.
I guess I play some bingo or something. Do you chat with people on Twitch though, really?
On Twitch, yeah, I get people in here. That's how I met that guy who was in here earlier. Who was looking for his friend.
Oh. Yeah, but they have when it said just chatting and stuff like that. They have people. You see, just chatting. A lot of people. You and just chatting too, Rabbi?
On Twitch. Yeah.
Yeah, then you feel that. This is little viewers. I can learn how to do that on the computer. I don't know how to do this stuff on the computer. That's cool. I hate these ads. You're not getting up at Kick.
What'd you say?
Do you get anybody on Kick?
I'm banned from Kick.
People just be hating for no reason.
I'm on Rumble.
Yeah, that's how to do that. But, no.
Rumble has a lot of ads.
Yeah, Rumble. What category is this? Where is it? What they got? Oh, yeah, yeah, paper chocolate. Okay. Good time. Right, they got a lot of ads on here. Alright, there we go.
They have to be able to pay for it somehow, and it's really expensive.
Mm-hmm. Right. Do you get anybody in Bramble?
Not really. Of the ones where I get the most people,
I think I can make a quick last of it. Tell people to come in a certain server. If you come, where I be at, you know?
yeah,
I wish I could do like you do, but I don't want to be spamming it. I just want to, you know.
right. That's what I do.
Hmm. Yeah, they want to do Twitter spaces because nobody will never come in there. The rabbi. Rabbi. Mm. Yeah. Rabbi. Well, how you say your name? Rothschild?
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Right. I like that. That's different. Not there. One of you got a lot of them.
Yeah, I should have two of them live under that name, and one
One,
and,
two.
and one live under Viral Rabbi.
Yeah. We got two views on this one. I hear myself up there. I gotta mute.
There you go.
I had to mute myself up there. Got 12 followers over here, see?
I have 49,000 followers on Viral Rabbi.
You do?
Yeah, they're all bought though, so don't believe it.
Yeah, one, you got a lot of them. You got one, you got 127 followers.
Right.
Come around my you. How did you get a lot of?
I bought them.
Oh, they will never talk. Oh yeah, you got a lot of followers on that, Rabbi.
Right.
On the TikTok.
Oh yeah, I've got 3,000 there and 10,000 on Instagram.
How you get I get a lot of followers over here. How you get a lot of followers?
They have these things called follow for follows. You know what a follow for follow is?
Yeah. Thank you, follow. What is it?
So they have a thing where you go into a TikTok live and you type in the chat, and everybody who types in the chat follows you, and then you follow them back when they follow you. And then
Yeah, man. They don't and you got videos. I don't have nothing. I need videos. Yeah, I gotta get videos. Well, that's neat, though, Rabbi. That's neat. Okay, Rabbi, see you. I don't know why this thing is so loud. Okay, let's see. There we go. So I search follow for follow.
yeah,
That's right. Follow. Great person for followers. Live follow me, please. Okay, I got one. I got a follow party. No, I ain't talking nothing. I don't know. No, it's not even heavy. Yeah, I got my final party right now. Mm. Oh my. But I got other one in the other create a channel.
Are you spamming in the chat?
I got that. She was saying that you knew to ask all this answer questions and stuff. I ain't trying to do nothing. I just want to follow it. I like the ones who they're not on there. I need to do follow phone stuff to follow because I did that one. That one, you just put the name or say hi or something.
Yeah, I mean, are there any others that are cool?
I got a startup party, right? You got the startup party?
Yeah, that's one.
If you see one, everybody let me know you blocked that.
On TikTok?
TikTok?
No, I have a bunch of accounts
Okay,
there.
join the party. Okay, I'm going to the startup party. When they come out some stuff, I'm going to come to the party. Welcome to the party. It's just some hanging or something. Party next time down there. Follow the live. And they best to chat. Maybe they love what they yeah, once I smell kind of shit, something like that, I've been getting the big community. I ain't got nothing right now. I'll check it in later, Rabbi.
Oh, they don't have anything going?
No, I got no follow party.
Okay, look, I'm going to try to find it for you. Just one moment. Okay, so this is TikTok.
Yeah.
All right, so if I go follow for follow, and I follow for follow, right now I see live. They have a bunch of them. They have a bunch of them.
Yeah, but that ain't all I want to do.
Okay, so do you see one has 32,000 people in it?
Where you at? What did you search?
Okay, I searched the word follow, then the space, then FOR, and then a space, and then follow. Follow for follow. Okay, and then look at DJ Tifuman. You can just join. You can just join there, and then
Wait a minute, can you put it on the live?
yeah, but actually, interesting. It says it has 32,000, but then when you go in there, there are only 6 people in there. Okay, so all right. All right. This is maybe that's that's likes. Apologies. Okay, so one has this is dumb how they have some of them with likes and others with people in there. Okay, so here's one with 236. Go to.
Okay, where you at? See, this is what I see. Because they're real the same pace. Because this is what I see.
Okay, read the first.
Okay, this is what I see. This is what I mean.
Yeah, that's what I see too.
Okay.
Okay, so the first one, let's see here. The one that you want is 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the 5th one down. It says go for 700K followers. It's go for 700K followers. It has 212 people in there. Okay, it's the 5th one down. So just scroll like on the left side. 5th one on the left side.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, all I see is follow and drop your quick.
Okay. All right.
Is it all the way down at the bottom?
I'm not sure. Here's another one. Let's see how many this one has. Okay. This one has 846 people, and it's like a guy who's selling hot dogs. And okay, so type in Byron Stanga, BYRON ST BYRON YRON
B-I?
no BY, but that's okay. Don't do that one. I'm gonna try to find a better one.
You don't like that?
I mean, it's okay. It doesn't have what people really do. Well, how many followers do you have?
Huh?
Oh, you want followers? Here's what you do. Apologies. That's a way to do it. But okay, so type in follow for follow in users. So do you see at the top it says top users live video shop sounds?
There. You want to use it?
Yeah, go to users, type follow for follow.
This is my name. Follow me, honey, because I ain't got nothing. I don't have no videos on my page.
No, in the search. In the search, type follow for follow.
I do it. But I'm saying, if I follow you, these people's not going to follow me. I don't have nothing. I don't have no content.
That's fine. You don't need it. They just want to follow it. And then what you do is you follow all those people, and within a day they'll follow you all back, or a lot of them will. And then you can remove anybody who you followed and didn't follow you back. Welcome. Oh, that's Ignition. Ignition was muted the other day, so they're muted.
Hi. Bye-bye. Have a good day. I'm sorry. But anyway.
So, like, if you want a quick 100 people to follow you, you just go through all those people who have follow for follow next to their name, and then you follow them all. And then the next day you go in and you look at who hasn't followed you back, and then you unfollow those people and just do it again.
There you go. Wow, I didn't know. Follow. Got moved back. And he has 151.1K followers done.
There's
8.5K likes. Oh my God.
There's another one. If you want them to follow you back really quickly, just type instead of follow for follow, just type in follow back, and those people usually have something like I follow back in 5 seconds, and they'll follow you back right away.
Okay. So you got Lauren, he only got 2 people live.
Oh, and if you see next to their name, it's green. There's like a system. If it's green, it means they'll follow you back right away. If it's yellow, that means they're not online right now. And if it's red, it means that they're not able to follow you back right away.
What do you mean? Where you see that at?
So like when I type in follow back in users, I see like people with like a name like follow in 5 seconds back. And then if you follow them, they should follow you back in 5 seconds.
Yeah, they got follow in 5 seconds back too, but they got this green. They got a green profile.
Yeah, so that means that should be live and working.
Oh, that means they online.
Right. There's like a code that they use, that those people use. So if they make their profile picture green, it means they're online. If it's yellow, it means they're not. They're like maybe online or not, and then red means they're offline.
Okay, what's the brown mean? Brown mean I ain't gone. Okay. Well, I wish I can do that one. Okay, like that. That'd be cool. Okay, what do that mean?
Oh, probably they're not online. It probably means they're not online.
I have another. I can make that. I got another account over here. I can make that. Let's see people. Okay, what pink is? Pink online. That's offline. Blue people. Oh, that's crazy. But they not following nobody.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't work every time.
Yeah, well, I don't need to follow them.
Okay.
Well, let me see, yellow. Okay, this one is yellow, and it's following too fast. What that mean? It's following too fast, or?
No, it just means they might be available, they might not.
I don't know. Let's see if people gonna follow. I bet they don't.
Well, then you check tomorrow, and everyone who didn't follow you back, you un, you unfollow them. Then you just do that. If you did that every day for a month, you'd have 1,000 followers. But it's really easy. It's really easy to lose your ability to stream. It's really easy to lose your ability to stream on uh, on TikTok. On TikTok.
So I ain't trying to.
Okay, well that's what if you get 1,000 people, you'll be able to, and then you're able to do other things like you may not want to stream. I get that, but you may want to be able to talk to someone who's streaming, and if you want to talk to them and not type to them, then you need 1,000 followers.
Yeah. Get in their boxes.
Right, exactly. Now you should be fine because you don't talk about anything really controversial, and um, you don't like you're like a good user. I a lot of times will stream like music or something in the background that gets. So if you are good at that, just you got to be careful.
Okay. I did up there.
Did you get anybody to follow you back?
I did. I know over there. You ain't nothing. No notification. Let me see. There ain't nothing over there. Pull this all out. I think it's some follow me back. I saw some people. Okay. Way more follow. Okay, we praying for that one. Who that is? There's a business that. Nope, not yet. Not yet. I ain't got no. I got another account I can do that. I can do like that, do that. I don't think you want to follow me.
You never know until you try.
We got another one. What was this one? Not bad. Okay, we got this one. Alright. This one we got this one. Oh yeah, Brawl Stars. That's you never played that game.
What game?
What is it? Brawl Stars? BRAWL?
Is that a good game? I've never heard of it.
I have never known. I just seen it on somebody's TikTok. Mm-hmm. It might not be on here no more. Who knows? Yeah. We will wait and see.
For whom are you looking?
Let's see. Oh, I got the app. I'm still on the follow back thing. Just looking. Just
Did
following
did
people back.
did anybody feedback?
No?
Well, cool on them.
That's why I said I'm going to stop. Let's see if it's going to work in there. That's a big ass 43 calls. Anybody calling me that weird? No, I know. You're kind of limit 8.
Lemonade?
I think that's how a lot of things get.
Yeah.
No, limit 8?
Yeah, Lemonade.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have heard of it. I think it's owned by. They own the same people who own TikTok.
Yeah, limit 8. I don't know why they might don't have they don't go live on that, do they? I don't think we go live on that yet. No.
I think you can
Don't look like it.
download that one. It might be fun.
I don't know about that one. That's the thing. It's like this one. Yeah. Yeah. No, let anybody go live on here.
What is it?
Limited.
I know. What do they say you can do?
No, looking at the tab.
So what is it?
Looking at the tabs, Rabbi. Looking at the tabs.
I know.
They have a live thing. It's not a live thing on here.
I know, but like, what is it? Is it like TikTok or is it like?
Yeah, it's a little bit like TikTok. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just like TikTok. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Now, a lot of TikTokers are over Bigo. You know that? They're over there, right?
A lot of TikTok people are on Vigo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they own it. It's a learning TikTok. Yeah. see about it tomorrow. Nobody still ain't following me yet. And now this way you can just open your can and just leave your cam open. And this goes like that, Rabbi. You know, people be tripping.
I mean, that's what I do in Socialize, Miss Aquarius.
I know, but then I people be talking stuff, and I ain't got time for nobody talking stuff. I'm just long to it. I better cut somebody out there, right?
What you can do as well is find people who are live on Twitch who are also in Discord. So a lot of times in their profile, they'll have their Discord available as well, and you can just go into their Discord and talk with them. Yeah. I usually do it with people on Kick. So.
What do I search that? Because I don't know.
Yeah. So you type in. Let's see if we can find somebody. So in Twitch, you type in Discord, DIORD, and we've got people who are live in Discord, and or their stuff is tagged Discord. Now they won't always let you come in and talk, but sometimes they do. And you would just be like, hey, I saw that you're streaming and just wanted to come say hi. How's your day going?
This one right here. Oh, God, I ain't heard it. I don't want to do that. This guy has 23. This is for Discord. Right here. Yeah, they got a lot of deals. Except that, so I don't want to.
Do you know how to use Disboard? DISBOARD? BOARD. It's like a search engine for Discord. So you just go in there and find like.
It says, DISB?
Yeah, DIS, B as in boy.
That's why I found some service.
Yeah, so go to disboard.org and then you just like what's something that you like volleyball. So so you type in volleyball. Now I don't know if people are going to be live talking about volleyball at this time, but there'll be people with common interests in there.
Yeah, volleyball. Volleyball. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So there's volleyball future, Hayuk revival, volleyball cafe.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you want big ones like where people are right now, then I would remove everything and then just search, and it'll tell you who has the most amount of people, at least in their server right now. I mean, like if we go to like social. And then right now,
We stick on social.
no, we just changed. That's just the category. So right now there's Xeno, Xeno, a chill community server to hang out and talk to people. I mean, I don't know if they're good. I don't know if it. Then there's Socialize. There's Chill Bar, Farmers Valley, Chill Haven, Eco World, Adore, Boulevard, Assure. The interesting, I don't mean to say interesting, but it's like the suspicious ones that I are like, they say they have got like 100,000 people in there, and then no one's chatting. It's like, where'd you
Oh
go?
my God, yeah.
I had there's a guy who was trying to recruit me to stream in his Discord because nobody was streaming in his Discord. He had made a new Discord, and then he bought 100,000 people to join it, but nobody was participating. And so I streamed in there for a little bit, and then I stopped. And he said, "Why did you stop?" And I said, "Because I've been in there for weeks, and nobody said hello. So if it's been that long, well then I'm gonna go find something else to do."
Right. That's why I don't want to do no server.
Miss Aquarius, it's so much work.
I know, what's the point of having a server?
I mean, let's say you created a server. Who are you gonna get in there? Me? I'm gonna be the person that you're gonna get in there. I'm already in a server. You know what I mean? You have to like.
Right. I want to get you in there, right?
I mean, I would go in just to say hi, but I'd say we already chill in my server.
We got people from everywhere that can come over.
Well, right, but they're gonna say, "Is some like you wouldn't be in here if I wasn't always available?" But I'm generally always available, so there's always something to do. But if you're going in, if we went into your server, unless you're streaming it there several hours a day and people know it, then there's no reason.
I'm not doing. I'm good with that. I can stay here. I can make me a room in here. I'm good.
Yes, you can.
No, I'm not worried about nothing.
I mean, even my server has 1,900 people in it, and it isn't always that busy. I mean, it's like, so imagine if you got 1,900 people in your server, it's still, you might get a dozen people in it a day to talk, but it's not like hundreds of people are going to be in there at once. That's just not how it works.
Oh, wow. Let's say Chick-fil-A abruptly begins closing stores and economic crisis accelerates. All across America, restaurants are going dark. Closed. Signs are popping up as jobs disappear. The downtown has come for everyone, even Chick-fil-A. Even recently went in the crowd for America's favorite fried chicken, giving milk to save it from the impact. While the specifics of how tariffs and the trade war impact every individual restaurant supply chain are and can't be known right now. The impact of economic slaughter associated with the trade war are coming to clear focus. But I hope it ain't gonna be down here.
What's your favorite chicken place?
Oh, they got 10 miles last time you joined the permanent club at the end of July. That's right. After 20 plus years, I'm ready. AAA ass. Green Place in downtown Jackson, Mississippi closed early this year after 30 plus years in service loss. What you was asking me, Rabbi?
What's your favorite chicken place?
No, that's what kind of chicken Chick-fil-A. For right now,
Okay, see,
Chick-fil-A it was Kentucky. I think it was one time in a long time. Churches is good. Popeyes is good, but I like Chick-fil-A.
all right,
But
what?
the chicken place will be churches.
Okay,
Big churches. Big churches.
you like churches more than? Oh, what's that one? Have you had Dave's Hot Chicken?
No, we got that here.
Okay, I always see it being advertised on TV. Okay, do you have um? I've never had these generally, but like basically any of them. Um, all right. So, do you like Popeyes?
Yeah, but that chicken sometimes be spicy. Just like I love that shrimp. And it be spicy a little bit. They have that little Cajun kick to it.
All
My
right.
auntie loves Popeyes. That's why I was saying I like turkey over Popeyes. It was Kentucky Fried Chicken, but I haven't had it but one time out of a long time. So it'll be turkey.
All right. Do you like
Be turkey.
um? Do they have these?
I don't know. I don't know if we had it. Well, I spell it.
Lees. The only reason why I know about it generally is the guy who. Okay, so you know who Colonel Sanders was, the guy who started KFC, the Colonel. He started KFC in Utah, in Salt Lake City, and his grandnephew goes all over TikTok and says how they're just called Lee's Fried Chicken. I think it's based out of Tennessee. I think it's based out of
we got Lee's famous recipe chicken.
that one. Yeah. So that one was started by the Colonel Sanders family when Casey bought out the Colonel. You okay? So KFC.
We don't have that here. Okay, go ahead.
You're good. So KFC was bought out by some company bought it out, and they changed the recipe. And after the Colonel died, because like the thing with KFC is it has like 11 herbs and spices or whatever. Well, apparently they changed the recipe. So there's this guy who's all over TikTok. You can see him. His name is like Harlan Sanders. It's Colonel Sanders' grandnephew. And he comes out and he just talks about how KFC screwed over his family. And he had an uncle who started this other chicken place. And this other chicken place, Lee's famous recipe chicken, is the one that supposedly has the real chicken. The only reason why I know about this is because this guy's on TikTok, and they talk about all that stuff. All right. Remember a few years ago?
We could have a day's hot chicken though. It's in another part of the drug stuff, but yeah, it's over there on my uncle gonna say. But yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever been to one? Like again, I don't eat at these places, but I'm fascinated by them. Have you heard of Cookout?
We got one right up the street. Mm-hmm.
Is it busy?
Yeah, it's busy.
I hear the prices are really good. Is that true? Do you know?
So long.
Oh, okay.
I think they shape the food though. I haven't had like that. I haven't had like one quite.
Okay.
It's cool, but it's a little bit okay. I mean, I haven't had it in like a long time though.
I think they're based out of North Carolina or something like that. And They don't have them where I am, but I think it's a cool idea and a neat. It's neat. The big one here is In and Out, and In and Out is spreading over throughout the United States.
Is that good? That's a burger. Is that good? Yeah. I heard people say that's a good.
Yeah, I've had things like it that people tell me are similar, and those are good. Um, I find that people like when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I would just see what the prices are for fast food, and they were so much cheaper than it is now. And it's like
Go ahead,
kosher fast food quote places like Krispy Kreme, that's kosher, and so like donuts and also Baskin Robbins and
I love basketball. I love the ice cream. I love the bubblegum ice cream. I love it.
Word Girl. I love that too. I also love their shakes. Their shakes are really good. But their everything got really expensive, and like it's
I
like
like what is it? Ben and Jerry. Ben and Jerry's is good.
yeah, I like Ben and Jerry's a lot, like the pints, and
Baba Creamery is real good.
and they make Ben and Jerry's makes dairy equivalent, um, basically like ice cream, but it's called like frozen dessert. But it's very you can't tell the difference, and so they're like Cherry Garcia and all that stuff, Chunky Monkey, all that stuff is really good. Yeah, I love ice cream. Um, there are some Dunkin' Donuts that are kosher, and some 7-Eleven Slurpees. So I've seen those. Like, but
We don't even have 7-Eleven here.
You don't have 7-Eleven?
We don't have it here in Georgia. They have it in Florida, but not here.
What? Do you know why?
There might be another. It might be another. It might be. I have no idea, sweetheart. I just know we don't have it.
Wow. We've got them all over. There's like one. There's like one on every corner. I mean, I know I say that, but it's like.
Oh, okay. So when I put 7-Eleven, we got a Circle K. We got something called Royal 7. Miss Evening Heart. No, we don't have a. We don't have no 7-Eleven.
Wow, that's fascinating. Corner, and it got really expensive too. Everything got really expensive, especially after the pandemic. And I remember you could go there and get like I don't know, whatever drink you want, whatever it is, a Coca-Cola. It was like 99 cents. And now you can't get a Coca-Cola for under $5.
Yeah. Do you have a Wawa? We don't have no Wawa here.
No, that's like a New Jersey thing.
They got one. I don't have one here in Georgia. Help. We got a Quick Trip here. We got a Speedway. We got a lot of Quick Trips. We got Circle K.
Yeah, we got that.
Yeah, we have 7-Eleven in Florida. Yeah, 7-Eleven is pretty cool.
I wonder why they're. I'm going to look this up. So, Miss Aquarius, when we have a question to which we don't know the answer, we go to ChatGPT, and it's going to tell us the reason. Because Georgia's a big state. There's a lot of money there. There's a lot of people there. Why doesn't it have 7-Eleven? Here we go. Why doesn't Georgia have 7-Eleven? Georgia doesn't have 7-Eleven stores mainly because of industry and market competition. Early exit. 7-Eleven did operate in Georgia, especially Atlanta, decades ago, but the company pulled out in the 1980s and 1990s when they sold off their stores in the Southeast to competitors. Strong regional players, chains like Quick Trip, Racetrack, and Circle K became very dominant in Georgia. They built a loyal customer base and crowded out the market, making it tough for 7-Eleven to re-enter. Franchise focus. 7-Eleven's U.S. growth has mostly been through franchising and acquisitions. Instead of rebuilding from scratch in Georgia, they focused on expansions in regions where they already had a strong footprint, like Texas and the Northeast. Recent expansion. In 2020, 7-Eleven bought Speedway, which has a presence in Georgia. Some of those speedways may eventually rebrand into 7-Eleven, but for now they're keeping the Speedway name in many locations. Very interesting. See, we got an answer. That's
Yeah, well, I was little when that said I was when I was a little girl when that came. I was born in '83, so I was in kindergarten. So
And you remember this?
I'm telling you, when that came about, because I was born in '83, I was a kid. I was a little girl, so I probably don't. If I did see it, I probably did. I don't know. I remember, what is that? It's orange. What is that? I remember Hess. We did have Hess. We did have Hess. Hess is in Florida too. Okay, so it's brown. It's like an orange thing. I don't know what it's called, what gas station it is no more. But I don't remember except that. If I did, I was little. I was a little girl then.
Okay, so
A lot of racetrack, a lot of speedways. We do have a lot of quick trips. Now they're building a lot of quick trips. So yeah.
okay, what's Racetrack?
Racetrack is a gas station. The gas station.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a gas station. Like Speedway is a gas station. Circle K is a gas station. Trip is a gas station. Maryland is a gas station. They got too many. Valero is a gas. They got so many gas stations.
right.
Yeah. What gas station do y'all have? Y'all got 7-Eleven.
Yeah,
We used to have Hess. Do you remember Hess?
I don't know what that is. The big
It's a
one,
gas station.
the big one we
They
have,
have it in Florida.
the big one we have is Chevron,
Okay, yeah, we got that.
and
We got Exxon, Amoco.
Exxon. No Amoco. There's BP.
Yep.
I've seen that places. We've got this one weird one. I've only ever seen it here. It's called World Oil, and there aren't many of them. It's a weird name for one of them. There's 76 and 66.
That might be it. Yeah, okay, that I think it's 76. It's orange.
Orange and blue.
Yeah, it's like a ball.
Yep.
Like a ball. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you, bye-bye.
You're welcome,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So there's 76 and 66, and then there's Exxon and but usually there's Chevrons. There's 7-Eleven, which is huge. I mean, Ms. Aquarius, it's on a given block. There are at least one of them. They're like everywhere, and not all of them sell gas. Some sell gas, but some are just like convenience stores, and they don't have bathrooms. And I understand because people mess them up, but a lot of times if I'm traveling, Like I have to go to the bathroom, and so if I stop, I'll get gas or whatever, and then I got to use the restroom. Um, then there's a one. It's more like a Las Vegas thing. It's called Terribles, which is like the worst name for a place ever. But that's one that sticks out in my mind. But that's really Las Vegas, and they even built a casino. It got so big. These gas stations got so big they built a casino. There's Mobile. Mobile's one, and yeah, but the biggest ones are Chevron. Oh, AMPM and Arco. That's another big one. And Circle K, and that's basically everything. I mean, that covers like 95% of all gas stations. I guess there are some people who have like their own gas stations, but that's pretty rare. Or their own stores, which is I'm trying to think if there's anything else that they have that you may have. That's that's basically everything.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a 7-Eleven. It's okay. Yeah, nuts. What's your favorite gas station? I want to go to Bucky's.
I want to go to Bucky's too. I want to go to Bucky's too. We'll go together someday. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, they don't have any where I am. Do they have them where you are?
You know, they're having a way in another direction.
Yeah. Um, I want to see what that's like. Everybody talks really highly about it, but it's like at the end of the day, it's just a gas station. But they have all kinds of stuff there, like brisket and like things you don't normally have in a gas station. Um, One time, this guy was in a chat with me, and he was going on a road trip, and he's like, "What's the most Texas?" And I was like, "Well, you could go to Bucky, you could go to Bucky's, and then go to the Alamo." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to do that," and he did. And he had never been to a Bucky's. He's like, "This is the biggest uh, gas station I've ever been to." And I'm like, it's kind of what's known to be. And they have this thing. It's called Bucky's Gold or something, like Bucky Nuggets. I don't know what it's like. Corn puffs or something that they have on the wall. They're known for that. So I've only known of any of this social media. Basically, people just take pictures, but people get excited for it. And people love their Buckies.
Yeah. It's like a good thing. It got
Right. And marketing too.
Yes, man.
Are you excited for the Falcon season to start up?
I don't really mess with the Falcons like that. I do my best friend get married, but she's a Saints fan. So just sit up here and do what they need to do. Then I am with the Saints.
Oh, okay.
You better not flip a switch on. I said no. I like the Saints.
Okay, so you're a Saints fan.
Yeah, I was a Falcons fan. My birthday, a few years ago, they had me at the playoffs. And they made the playoffs and never went to Super Bowl. But that was a memorable moment. That was on my birthday. They went to the playoffs. And I was happy.
Can you name anybody on the Saints?
No, yeah, that's my best friend.
Absolutely. No, they don't have a lot of really good players anymore.
Yeah, I forgot his name. He got dreads or something like that.
Drew
He
Brees.
used to come and play more.
Drew Brees.
Yeah, that's him.
There you go.
I like him.
Yeah, he was good.
This girl on TikTok is sleeping. She's very popular. She said, join us Discord. Link in bio. But she ain't there sleeping on TikTok.
And how many people are watching her?
I don't know. Oh, only 11. Only 12. 12. I can't remember. She only got 3.3K likes. There's only 12 people. Yeah. Yeah, she is really sweet. Yeah, I don't like that. They only show you the lights. It's crazy. We don't have this other bit done.
The NFL season starts Thursday, and you're sitting.
Oh, nice. Who is that team, man?
I don't really have one. As a kid, I was a San Francisco 49ers fan.
This one said that.
But LA lost a lot of its teams, and then they came back, but still nobody's like a really big fan. Like there are no really big Rams fans and really big Chargers fans. It doesn't exist. Like I've been to other parts of the country and people are really, really excited about their teams. But there's just so much to do in LA that like there's just no, I don't want to say no point, but like it's really expensive to go to games. I've been to the stadium. I streamed a concert from their stadium, the Rolling Stones. I saw the Rolling Stones play in 2001, and I recorded the concert there. And it was during the pandemic. You had to like show like your health record and stuff walking in. It was crazy. Anyway, they have a really, 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 really nice new stadium. It's like I don't know if it's the best stadium in the United States, but it's close to it. It's really nice. And San Francisco was always good when I was a kid. And they had a really good quarterback. They had my favorite player was Jerry Rice, who's the best receiver of all time. And I very much enjoyed watching them play. But then, everybody gets old and they retire. Then San Francisco is really bad. And then they're back to being okay. So I do this thing. It's called fantasy football. Do you know what fantasy football is, Aquarius?
You did it on
So instead of just rooting for one team, you have a draft and you choose different players. And so you have a player on like every team. And if that player does well, you do well. If the player doesn't do well, you don't do well. But it causes you to, instead of watching, like for me, instead of just watching San Francisco, I watch all the games because I have players who are on every team basically. And even if I don't have a player who's on that team or playing in that game, the guy who I'm playing against or girl, whatever person I'm up against the next in that game that week, they may have somebody who's playing, and thus it causes me to um, have a lot of interest. And so that starts up on Thursday, and I'm in the middle of a draft now with a bunch of people that I know, and it's fun. You like pay like $50, and you can win like $600, and it's a good time. So that's been going, and college football kicked off this weekend, which has got to be big where you are, and um, I think it's neat that they're back to playing, and they have like all the football is back in order. By this time next week, all the games will have been played except the Monday night game. But basically, like then it'll be week after week after week after week after week after week after week. So that'll be fun. I love football. I really like it with fantasy football. In fact, before fantasy football, I didn't really like it that much. But with fantasy football, it is so much fun. This Aquarius, it is. It just makes it really exciting. Do you like the WNBA?
I'm not really a sports fan like that. If I look at it sometimes, I look, but I like the Olympics.
Yeah,
I
you
like
do.
to see the swimming and the track.
Yeah, same here. I like those. We're gonna have the Olympics in LA in 2 years, and even all the cities getting ready. They're making plans of what's gonna go where. They might even have some stuff, maybe some minor stuff like in my city, so that'd be cool. They've got like they're redoing the water places, the the aquatoriums or whatever they call it, and getting the track and field places set up. So that'll be cool. And we've got the Winter Olympics this year. This like it'll be like in 6 months, and I don't know where those are going to be, but not in America. I know that. And then we've got the World Cup coming next year too, which will be cool. They're going to play the World Cup in New York and Los Angeles and Mexico City, I think, and maybe Toronto or something like that. They're going to play it in like a bunch of places. So that's cool. And I'm in I'm in like a whole bunch of fantasy sports leagues. So I'm in women's basketball, WNBA, my teams. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta fix my teams for this week. Um WNBA, my teams are really good. Baseball, my teams are not so good. And then I'm in football leagues and uh, NBA leagues that'll start. And then in hockey leagues. So basically, I'm in everything. So those are fun.
I just reposted a thing. I don't even know if I did, but I reposted. I posted. Nobody ever I thought I put it in there, but it's post. It's cute. It says toys on OG, remember. It's cute.
It's cute.
Mm-hmm. I don't think nobody else.
Do you like the Braves?
Oh my. Huh?
Do you like the Braves?
I was at Bergen. I loved it when I was little. I was in Sunday school, and my Sunday school teacher took us to a Braves game. Yeah, I love the Braves game. Y'all there. I live in College County.
They were really good when you were little.
Yeah. Mm. They're not doing so good. Okay.
Not like they were. They were for a little while. They were like America's team because they were on TBS, and you could get TBS anywhere in the United States. So the Braves became like a really big team, and they had Ted Turner as the owner, and he owned TBS. So he made sure that everybody saw their stuff. He also owned CNN, which is really big where you are. And there's like a whole CNN plaza by you.
Yeah.
And then they made the Braves were like they had some of the best pitchers. There was a time where they had Tom Glavine, John Smoltz, and Greg Maddux, and they had Frank McGriff, Fred McGriff. They had Andrew Jones. They had Ken Lofton. They had Albert Bell. They had, I think, maybe not. That might have been Cleveland. That was Cleveland. They had Jim Tomey. Are any of these names sound familiar? Wait, Jim Tomey was Cleveland as well. They had who else did they have that was good? They had they had um, David Justice.
I think I heard you.
Do you know anybody who likes hockey?
No. Do you like hockey?
No. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like Atlanta, I know they had a team. I think it's the Thrashers, but I don't know anybody who likes hockey.
Yeah. Atlanta Thrashers? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's what they I don't know what they call it now, but yeah, Atlanta Thrashers? Yeah.
Right. I don't know if they still have a team.
Let's see. Let's see. What is Atlanta hockey team called? You have to say called the Atlanta Thrashers.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Have-
Everybody loves UGA. Jordan,
Oh, yeah.
that football. They
Right.
love that and they love Georgia State. Oh my God, they love them.
Yeah, they love
They'll be happy.
in Athens.
Yeah. I didn't mean to say Auburn. You know what I mean.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say?
Yeah. The UGA. UGA, University of Georgia.
Right, I know. In Athens.
Athens. Yeah. I don't know why I said Albany. I don't know. But then they got Georgia State here.
What about Georgia Tech? That's a good school.
Yeah. You must like Georgia. You like Georgia or something?
I have an uncle who lives in like near. It's a nice area. It's called like what's it called? Berk's Head or something?
Buckhead?
Burkhead, yeah.
Buckhead. You said Buckhead. Buckhead.
Buckhead.
It's expensive up there.
Buckhead, that's it.
It's really expensive out there.
Yeah. He lives in. I know my cousin lived there, and then I don't know. I think like Marietta, something like that. Um, Atlanta is city in a forest. Don't that
Oh,
call it a city in a forest? There are a lot of trees.
Yeah. I don't know. I never heard of that. They might have.
Yes, they do. And then it has like dozens of names of streets called Peachtree.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the Peachtree 5K?
Yeah.
My uncle is the organizer for that. He worked at Rockwell, which became Boeing. And he now owns like all of the Jackson Hewitts in the southeastern United States. He's doing okay there. So.
Okay.
Aside from that, I think I've been through Georgia, not Atlanta per se, but uh, I've seen it. I've seen it from Tennessee. There's a place called Rock City, and you can see like 7 U.S. states from.
Tennessee.
I had a cousin whose family was from Tennessee, and they had a wedding just in like northern Georgia, southern Tennessee, and it was like in a state park. They like rented out a state park for it, or like a place in a state park, and um,
They'll get.
there you go.
Find my sleep.
There you go.
Yeah. Find my sleep. Yeah, get up out the well and start ironing my clothes and stuff. Wish I didn't have to go to work tomorrow.
Do you have to iron your clothes, or you choose to?
I choose because I work in the opposite.
Right. Good on you.
Yeah. And I only have lunch in my baby, so I'm going to do it.
There was no one like Moses because he really was incredibly unique. This is the statue of him that is erected in his home region of Cordoba in Spain. It's rather ironic that because he was, of course, expelled from Spain as a young
Sounds
boy,
like a plan.
and his family had to flee the dramatic change in fortune that Jewish families endured with the advent of the Almohads, a rather radical Muslim
He's
group
doing his thing.
that were shifting the priorities of tolerance that Jews had enjoyed in Spain up until that time. You'll recall that Maimonides he was born right near the end of the famous Golden Age of Jewry, sometimes called La Convivencia, the coexistence, which is a little bit of an exaggerated term, but not terribly exaggerated, because it describes about 2 centuries of phenomenal cultural effervescence and efflorescence, I think that's a word, when the Muslim rulers of Spain allowed tremendous freedoms to the Jews who were living in the region, giving them incredible, privileges and possibility of advancement. You have time just a little bit earlier than most of Maimonides, for example, the famous Nul Hanagid, who was not only a great poet and a scholar on the Talmud, whose works studied to this day, he was also the general of a Muslim army for 16 years. And that's a very unusual thing. It's hard to find any time in history where you have figures who are incredibly capable and proficient in traditional Jewish thought, creatively adding to the body of Jewish literature, and at the same time, they're excelling to the same degree in the secular world. I would challenge anyone on this call to go to Lakewood and find someone who is, the general of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for 16 years, especially of a Muslim country. It just doesn't happen like this very often, but it did happen in the Golden Age of Spain. However, the part of the reason why that happens is because Spain was so far away from the center of Islamic activity, which is all the way over in Baghdad, and so the periphery can get away with a lot of things that the center might not tolerate to the same degree. They were famous or infamous, depending on perspective, for having very convivial kind of gatherings where alcohol would be served, which is of course forbidden to Muslims, but these kind of drinking parties would just be part of the thing that you did if you were an educated Jew or Muslim in southern Spain in, let's say, the 10th century. And you would have these poetry slams where people would compete to compose on the spot the most creative kinds of poetry and so
Yeah,
on.
I'm sure
This changed dramatically when North African Muslims invaded the territory of southern Spain and imposed much more strict interpretations of Muslim Sharia, which forced the Maimonides family, 10 generations of Dayanin, of judges, to flee the peninsula. They made their way across the coast of North Africa. Moses himself picked up his medical education, which at the time was more of a kind of intellectual pursuit because they were heavily reliant on his elder brother David, who was a very successful merchant. But when they got to the region of Cairo, they lived actually in a small suburb called Fustat. David was tragically killed in a shipwreck that completely devastated the family finances, and so Moses had to go to work as a doctor. He ended up becoming the official physician to the emir. Actually, I'm not sure what the correct title for the head of government in Egypt was at that time, but he was essentially the family physician. And since they had harems with many wives and many children, he was, the chief medical officer of Egypt. And in that position, he actually composed many treatises in Arabic that are studied today for their historical value. In particular, works on things like asthma and depression and anxiety and a whole host of medical issues. But it is really for other reasons that he is famous for Jews. He wrote two major kinds of Jewish works, which are incredibly influential, or equally controversial. The first type of writings is best exemplified by famous Moreh Nebuchim, the Guide for the Purpose, which is essentially written in Judeo-Arabic, that is basically the Arabic language written in Hebrew characters, that is intended for the intellectual elite of the Jewish young part who were quite tempted, the tremendous strength of Islamic culture, Islamic philosophy, Islamic sciences, and so on, because the Muslim regions were so far ahead of the rest of the world at this point. This was really the leading culture of the globe, and young intellectual Jews were drawn to it, and by extension to Islam itself. So the Guide for the Perplexed essentially is Maimonides' response to Islam, and it represents a certain amount of intellectual synthesis of absorbing those elements of Islamic culture that he feels of value, such as its sciences and so on, but at the same time staking out the ground for traditional Judaism and making an impassioned defense for the ancestral religion. He was, by the way, incredibly criticized for his work because his opponents, primarily in the south of France, argued that he was overly influenced by Greek philosophy, and his Judaism was thereby tainted. But what is more relevant for us, specifically for Elul, is his amazing magnum opus, a huge work called Mishnah Torah, and where the Guide for the Perplexed, written in Judeo-Arabic for a rather elite audience, the Mishnah Torah is written in really a very basic Hebrew. A middle school student in day school can easily read the Mishnah Torah. It's usually lucid, clear text, and in this rather audacious process, he said, Judaism is so complicated. There's this, hard to understand. It's cryptic. It's hard to know when it's providing a halachic answer to the question, and you have to know so much of it to make any sense of it. So instead of that confusing text, literally, he wrote in the introduction, I'm going to give you one book, the Mishnah Torah, which means literally the repetition of the Torah, and this is everything you need for Judaism, period, full stop. that as long as you have a Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, which has, of course, ritual significance for reading, and you have my Mishnah Torah, you will know everything you need to know about Judaism. A massive document that composed 14 different books. He himself called it also the Yad Chazakah, the strong hand, because the hand is Yud 14 for the 14 books. And he essentially explained everything. It is essentially a halachic work, telling Jews how to behave, but unlike later works like the Shulchan Aruch, he went into areas that were theoretical in nature, had any halachic implications. So, for example, he was not shy about speaking about all the laws of the future. How are we supposed to behave in the time of the Messiah? And he spoke about the past, talking about how one is to bring the ritual sacrifices in the temple. And he also talked about the laws of repentance. This is what brings us to the Elul moment for Maimonides. Perhaps as a result of the tremendous displacement that his family endured from Spain. And here, I'm stepping out on a bit of a limb because I'm not a scientist, and applying science history, especially some incredibly towering figure like Maimonides, is very risky business. But it's not hard to imagine that as a young boy being forced from his home and then fleeing across the entire northern coast of North Africa and enduring tremendous uncertainty, going from place to place as refugees for many years, and then his older brother, who he loved dearly, dying early in a shipwreck and losing all of their money. These are tremendously traumatic things, and it is my suggestion that perhaps when it comes to something as important as what he wanted to do is he wanted to make sense of it. He wanted to organize it. He wanted to say the world seems so unpredictable and dangerous. Let me use the scientific approach for which I have been trained as a medical doctor, and let me apply it to things like tshuva. In that regard, in his Mishnah Tshuva, he actually wrote a book on how to repent. This is my translation of the book with the commentary. I actually, this is a strange kind of project. About 12 years ago, I decided to translate this particular book for my own purposes, just as my own project of repentance. A translation is a way to really get to know a text. And I shared the translation with some friends, and then they liked it. So then I put it on the internet, and other people liked it. And now what I've done for the past 9 years, I've skipped a couple of years because I was not always up to it. But I have gone back to the commentary, and I've reread it, and I've refreshed it, and put it out on the internet again. So this is the version that speaks quite a bit about the coronavirus pandemic and how it has impacted my own personal tshuva. It has something to it. Let me show you. These are some fun pictures of holding the hardcover edition now. So here, for example, I hope you can see that. This is at my synagogue in New York, where we're all praying outside. You can see the tent is collapsed, and we're all full of snow there. There's us davening outside in February. It's freezing in February, unlike in Beverly Hills. It's really cold up here. So what happens in this particular book, and what I find so saying, fine. Like, for example, you want to know what happens, like, why should we repent? Well, we have this idea of reward and punishment. How does reward and punishment work in Judaism? So then we'll have whole discourses on how God, rewards or punishes. And of course that says, well, how come we see so many people who don't deserve punishment and they get punished anyways? What does that mean? So he has a discussion of this incredibly difficult concept, tzaddik v'ralo. Why do the righteous suffer? It is an incredibly important and beautiful document, and I encourage all of you to have a look at it. There are English translations available online through Chabad.org, for example. There's a very good translation available, and of course, lots of others that you can purchase. So that's Maimonides, and his Ella moment is trying to respond to the chaos that his family endured by creating a logical scientific framework for it. Maimonides himself, by the way, did endure tremendous controversy for a few hundred years. There are many groups that said, as I mentioned, that he was, too unduly influenced by Greek thought, by Arabic thought. There are others who said that his Mishnah Torah was, essentially a work of arrogance because he was putting rabbis out of business, saying, if it's all there in one book, well, what are we doing with all these other books and all these other specialists who are explaining it to us? And in a very, very sad moment in Jewish history, Jews in France actually denounced the Talmud to the Dominican friars, who then arranged Maimonides' incredibly valuable manuscripts burned in Paris in 1232. And it was on the same site that 10 years later, having a taste for burning Jewish manuscripts, the king ordered 24 wagon load Talmudic manuscripts to be similarly burned, a day which has been observed as a fast day ever since in French Jewry. So there was tremendous controversy around Maimonides' approach. When we move ahead 300 years, of course, the next great and phenomenal upheaval in Jewish life was the Spanish expulsion of 1492. Moses Cordovero was a child of survivors from that expulsion, although probably once removed through Portugal. Although I've rendered his name here in the traditional spelling of Cordovero, he was actually of Portuguese extraction, and he wrote his own name, Cordoero, which means rope maker. His family was probably involved in, creating rope, perhaps in the nautical trade, which was very important in Portugal. What basically happened to many Spanish refugees, perhaps somewhere in the neighborhood of 150,000 of them, made their way across the land border to Portugal, which is, of course, on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula. And they received a certain amount of hesitant welcome at first. It was definitely qualified. Jews had to pay a very heavy tax to be allowed to live there. And the vast majority of Jews who crossed into Portugal were not able to pay that tax, and they lived there actually as illegal immigrants. But it was a short-lived respite, because 5 years after it arrived in 1492, as part of the post-dynastic union between the Portuguese king and a princess of Castile, Spain, the Portuguese agreed to expel all of this as well, which would make the Iberian Peninsula completely Jew-free, or Judenrein. Now, the Portuguese king at the time, Manuel I, realized that the Jews are highly valuable, and in fact, Portugal had been a place of refuge for Spanish Jews for over years, and he argued the fact that the Portuguese Jews were highly urbanized, very literate, very numerate, and incredibly capable of contributing to the Portuguese economy, so he really didn't want to let them go. Instead, what he did was he forcibly converted them to Christianity through a series of horrific measures, which included, among other things, the removal of children from their parents as a way of coercing them to convert, mass starvation, mass arrests, until finally in 1497 he baptized the entire refugee population of Jews in Portugal, which placed them in an unusual kind of circumstance because technically they were now Christians with the freedom of movement and ability to enter into any profession and things like that that Christians enjoyed. But as I believe we spoke a little bit about this in our previous series, uh, when they were able to finally leave Portugal, many of them, of course, making their way to the New World, to Brazil, they tried to adopt their Jewish identities once again. This happened a lot in places like Amsterdam and so on. And one of those key destinations for the Portuguese Jewish escapees was Sfat, a tremendously scenic town. You can see it in the photograph in the background here in northern Israel, the lower Galilee, with these beautiful vistas. In fact, the word Sfat is related to the word sofa, which means to like look out over a wide area of territory. And for a very brief period of time, less than a century, Sfat became an incredible magnet for these luminary figures, many of whom had roots in this for the Portuguese diaspora, but also attracting Jews from all around, came an explosion of Kabbalistic creativity. Great figures there include the Al-Sheikh, include the Rabbi Yosef Caro, also of Spanish extraction, and in fact, the incomparable Arizal, Rabbi Yitzhak Luria Ashkenazi, came from Egypt specifically in order to study at the feet of our Moshe Cordovero. He was the child of Portuguese refugees who had settled in Sfat, and in fact, he died there, fortunately, like many Kabbalists, at a very young age of plague. The entire experiment in Sfat ended less than a century because of a cholera plague that wiped out much of the population, followed by a series of earthquakes as well. His writings virtually saved his widow and 8-year-old son, who became his literary executor, and he arranged through an Italian lover of books to make them available to the larger world, and that's why we have them today. This is a photograph of his grave. You can see it says Zion HaRamak, the grave of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and it's covered in that blue paint, which is distinctly associated with the Kabbalistic Sfat. Now, so just like Maimonides witnessed what his parents went through and what he himself went through, fleeing Spain a few centuries earlier, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who was probably born in Sfat, certainly grew up in a household in which Portuguese and remembered what it was like to have been displaced forcibly from Portugal. And his response with regards to Elul has been one of the most incredible works of spirituality, in my humble opinion, in any tradition, Eastern or Western. It is really a remarkable book. He's contributed quite a bit to the study of Kabbalah. Pardes Ramonim is one of his most famous books, but there's one particular book called Tomer Devorah, which knocked me over when I first read it. And so as a result, I also, like I did with Maimonides, I translated it and wrote my own commentary on it as a way of trying to assimilate its teachings. I think it was Rabbi Yisrael Salanter who said that this particular book, Tomer Devorah, the date palm or the palm tree of Devorah, is actually the Shulchan Aruch of ethics. This is where all behavior is codified into law. Now, it's very, very different from Maimonides' works. It is Kabbalistic and is deeply, deeply soaked with Kabbalistic wisdom. But let me tell you what exactly is going on in this book, and I hope it will inspire you to read it. I have quite a few videos on this particular book that so you can enjoy short lectures on it as well. Basically, Rabbi Cordovero starts with the premise that one of the most important things incumbent upon Jews is to imitate God. This is Christianity has also taken on in the Christian discourse is known as imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. In Jewish thought, it's called v'halachta b'drachav, walk in His ways, walk in God's ways. Just as God clothes the naked, so we should clothe the naked, and so on. But Rabbi Moshe Cordovero takes it to another level altogether, because it says if we are actually supposed to imitate God, well, we should know something about God. We should know who God is. What is the biography of God if we are supposed to imitate God? And so to understand that, he looks at the 13, the 10 sfirot, which is a way of Kabbalistically understanding the interface of God with the universe. I won't say more about that because it'll take us through a big, trajectory. But he says this is the way we know God, through these 10 different sort of avenues of interaction with the divine. And so we should try to imitate each one of those different sfirot. They have names like chesed or kindness, gvura or severity, tiferet or joy. And the first of those is called keter. It's a little different, by the way, than the system that the Arizal promoted. But that first one, called keter, is all about God's first interaction with the world, which is forgiveness. Before anything else happens in terms of our relationship with God, God is forgiving us. And He does this through the 13 levels of mercy, which of course we chant over again on the high holidays. And what the Ramak does, Rabbi Cordovero does, is he goes through each one of those 13 levels of mercy, and he describes exactly how does God forgive humanity. And that once we understand how God forgives humanity, we get an understanding of how we forgive humanity and how we can forgive those who are in our immediate orbit, like our family and our spouses in particular, our children, our parents, how we can forgive the larger community, even the globe, and fascinatingly, how we can forgive even ourselves. It is a work of just wrenching spirituality that completely shifts the way we think about ourselves and our relationship to others. And I challenge anyone to read this book and not be changed by it. Let me just give you the first example. The very first level of mercy, the easiest level, the ground floor level, is one in which God is described as the insulted king, Melech Alu. And he, brings sources from the Kabbalah and elsewhere that describe God in such a manner that the angels speak of God as the insulted king. What is that all about? So he explains that since God is the source of all life, we say that God not only created the world, and He didn't walk away from it afterwards, He created it, and then He continues to infuse it with the energy to exist. So this means that God is continually pumping more and more energy into the world to allow human beings to continue breathing and functioning, our physiologies and so on. So how terrible is it if the very breath that I inhale, which is a gift from God, and God has given me this energy, and I take that breath and I use it to speak forbidden gossip about other people, or speak hateful thoughts, or to yell at people. This is exactly the opposite of what God wants me to do, and I am doing it with the tools that He has given to me. And He continues to give them to me, even though He knows that that's what it is. And it is the level of chutzpah that we should take that energy from God and pervert it to things which God has specifically forbidden to us. and yet nevertheless continues to give us the energy to keep living in the hopes that we will ultimately mature. It's an astounding level of forgiveness. And so what the Ramak does is he describes how God deals with it, he illustrates how it works in our own lives, and then he makes some suggestions as to how we can forgive others, including, for example, our teenage children, who are notoriously difficult to forgive, especially when you give them the car keys and say, now, don't drive over the speed limit, and of course they come back with speeding.
Okay.
That's a trivial example and a serious one. But it's an amazing work because it goes through 13 different strategies that God uses to forgive us, and then we can use these to forgive others. Now, the LO is obvious because one of the most important to do during this
he's
month,
muted. He was mean to me the other day.
is we have to make everything right with our family and friends and neighbors. We have to try and stream a slate so we go into Judgment Day of Rosh Hashanah with, no liens on our behavior. To ask for
I
forgiveness.
believe another disc.
This is a great create that feeling of forgiveness. I will mention to you that one of my favorites of the levels, one that I use regularly, is level 6. At 6th level, describes, and I don't want to take too much time, but I'll just say the strategy that he describes is one in which God, as it were, creates certain markers that are reminders that he should not punish us too much. Like, for example, we remind God about the merits of our ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rachel, and Leah. And that's kind of like a string around God's finger, him not to punish us too much. And so Robert Moshe especially with this, try to remember what it is you love about that stuff. It can be something simple, like they're always punctual. In my wife's case, she always makes my lunch. She always prepares a nice little lunch for me. And so even when I get angry with my wife, which happens maybe once every decade or two, you can't help it, I try to remember that she makes my lunch, and that just cools my anger enough that I don't get out of control. And that's, I'm being flippant a little bit, but that's the idea of the 6th level. It's an incredibly practical book, very, very useful for the important work that has to be done. Now, I don't know what specifically motivated Mark to write about forgiveness when someone like Maimonides chose to impose order, but I think both of these works can be understood as responses to the historical environment in which they were raised. That the level of dislocation, the level of trauma that they must have seen in their homes, motivated them in their own very different way to act and create these remarkable, phenomenal works of the Jewish spirituality. Okay, let's go to the third and final Moses, Moshe Ritzato, book about Rabbi Yitzhak. Although one day, God willing, I really would like to. So, Rabbi Moshe Ritzato lived in Padua, Italy, northern part of Italy in the Po River Valley, and he was a child genius. At a remarkably young age, he was already writing and publishing books on things like public speaking. He wrote, I'm pretty sure, the very first manual of public speaking. He also wrote plays heavily influenced by Italian forms. But in Hebrew,
I do actually.
Widely considered as the founder of modern Hebrew writing because he used Hebrew for a variety of different modalities.
Do whatever you want to do. I don't know him well, but I do know who he is.
By Hasidim for his deep Kabbalistic teachings, by Lithuanians for the Musar work that we're going to talk about in a moment, and by Mastin, by the Enlightenment things, following Mendelssohn for his dramatic works written in fluid Hebrew. He was also a rather unusual figure in that he early on was deeply attracted to Kabbalah, and I believe it was when he was 22 years old he first reported having encounters with supernatural beings, specifically a Magi, who would visit him at night and explain great Kabbalistic teachings to him. This got him in an incredible amount of hot water. He had attracted a circle of students around him, very, very devoted students, who were primarily in Padua because it was one of the very few towns in Europe that had a medical school that accepted Jews. And so there were actually Jews at the University of Padua studying medicine. There are all kinds of humiliating things that they were forced to do, like, they had to pay higher tuition, and they had to literally give a pound of candy every semester to the non-Jewish students. It was a weird kind of situation, but at least they got to study medicine. But at night, they would come and gather around this young man in his early 20s who was teaching these great Kabbalistic teachings. Anyway, he attracted the unwanted attention of a prominent rabbi named Moshe Kardiz, who accused Rabbi Luzzatto of being a secret follower of Shabtai Tzvi. This is the trauma that I believe affected, of course, Luzzatto himself, but also is one that represents his parents' generation. So Shabtai Tzvi was a disturbed individual who also had very strong Kabbalistic leanings, and he became convinced, perhaps through the encouragement of a man named Nathan of Gaza, that he was in fact the Messiah. And this would in itself have been something of an eccentricity, except that he found a moment in Jewish history, in the middle of the 17th, that was particularly fertile for Jewish credulity. And he attracted a large following, thousands and thousands of Jews who believed that, in fact, Shabtai Tzvi was Mashiach, he was the Messiah, and they sold their property at below market price and all went to follow him. This attracted tremendous attention among non-Jewish audiences, saying, "What's going on? How come all these Jews are parading across the countryside? And is it true that their Messiah has come?" What ended up happening with Shabtai Tzvi was a huge debacle in the 1660s. Went to the Ottoman Empire and said, I'm the Messiah, and I have all my ministers here. This is going to be the new king of Africa. This is going to be the new king of Europe, and so on. And it's time for you to give the Holy Land to me so that I may initiate my messianic rule. And the Sultan said, here's a counter offer. How about I let you live if you become a Muslim? And then, to the great consternation of his tens of thousands of followers, Shabtai Tzvi accepted Islam, became a Muslim. And the vast majority of Jews realized that they had been duped, and they went home penniless. Tremendous displacement of the population. A small number actually opined that if their leader had become a Muslim, perhaps that was the correct unfolding of Messianic history, and they should also become Muslims. And so a small group of them became, Jews to Islam. They're called the Dume, and they exist right into the 20th century in places like Turkey. And so the entire Jewish world was like turned upside down in the last quarter century, and this is what his parents lived through. And Luzzatto was born in an environment which did not have the same displacement and trauma that Moshe Maimonides and Moshe Cordovero experienced, but nevertheless phenomenal upheaval that affected Jews and sent refugees all over Europe as a result. So what happened though to this young Kabbalist being accused of being a follower of Shabtai Tzvi, which was not at all true, he was literally hounded across Europe himself. his family business collapsed, and he decided to move to Amsterdam, where he had a young family. And on the way there, he was arrested in Frankfurt because the Venice Beit Din was loath to punish him more than a kind of symbolic slap on the wrist. And in Frankfurt, he was arrested and was grilled and interrogated. The Beit Din there could not find any explicit Kabbalistic Sabbatean influences. Also, they had to contend with the very spirited defense that was launched by his heroic teacher, Isaiah Bassano. But what they did do was, among other things, they seized all of his writings, and not being able to determine whether or not they were heretical, they couldn't burn them because they may have been holy, and they couldn't return them to him because they suspected his Sabbatean influences. So they buried them, and then they promptly lost the site of their burial. So somewhere in Frankfurt, Germany, is a chest of Rabbi Luzzato's writings buried that are in inestimable value, but they are lost. He moved to Amsterdam, exhausted and spiritually spent. He spent a few years there, and then ultimately decided he would move to Israel and make Aliyah, where he died as well in a plague, cholera, in the year 1746. Now, in terms of his Elul moment, without a doubt, the most incredible work he wrote of this type is this book called Mesilat Yesharim. I have here a Hebrew edition of it. And it's been studied for hundreds of years as a phenomenal classic of Judaism. Basically, what he does is he takes a particular passage in the Talmud that describes personal development, tshuva, through a series of characters. Through the character or characteristic, perhaps I should say, first you begin with watchfulness or caution, and then you proceed to alacrity or speed. Then the third level is called cleanliness, and each of those levels refer to a certain kind of personality orientation and a concomitant decision in terms of how your behavior changes. It's a fascinating work and tremendously exciting to read. But what made it especially amazing, and we live in such wonderful times, in 1991, an earlier version of Mesilat Yesharim was discovered in an autographed manuscript, meaning a manuscript written in the Ramchal's own hand in a library and an archive in the Soviet Union. And it was released and ultimately published. That's why it's called in this cover here the complete Mesilat Yesharim, because it comes in two versions. The first version, the first edition, which he never published, and the second edition, which has become the classic. What's the big difference? Oh my gosh, it's a world of difference. Not in terms of the content, in the sense of like what are levels, what happens in levels, but there's a very dramatic opening that is so different in the first version that was discovered in the West. The version that most people have studied is essentially kind of like a didactic, long lecture, much longer than this one, in which the author explains to you what these levels are and how to get to them and so on. In a dialogue version, the Seder Vikua, was discovered in 91. It's about two long-lost friends who meet each other after many years' separation. One of the friends is called the Chacham, and he's kind of like representing one aspect of Ramchal's own personality. He is like culturally well-grounded in secular thought and non-Jewish culture, music and so on. He is interested in the sciences. He's kind of like a Renaissance man who appreciates so much of the complexity and nuance of the human condition. And the other character, again, they were friends when they were younger in school and they hadn't seen each other for many years. The other one is called the Chassid, the pious one, who suddenly, to use a modern term, he's flipped out. He's a Haredi. Again, it's not an exact translation, but he's like wears all black clothes. He reads Psalms at great length. He spends a lot of time contemplating things. He looks ultra orthodox. And so the first person, the Chacham, he says, I wonder what those people do all day. I mean, what do they think about? What motivates them? Don't they want to like go to university and study the broader world and things like that? And then when he sees that his friend is
Yo, dog, how are you?
He's so excited. He goes over and he says, "Hey, wow, I haven't seen you in so long. Tell me, do you mind if I ask you some questions
I want
about
to
what
fucking
happened
talk
to you and why you are the way you are? I mean, why aren't you more like me? We grew up, we were friends." It's a very, very dramatic kind of thing. And in many ways, it speaks to the kind of dialectic tension that is present in American Orthodox Jewry as well. One pole really drawing to that more extreme kind of religious life, another pole trying to kind of keep a synthesis with modern secular life at the same time. And the clash or coming together of both of these figures is described in the Mesilat Yesharim. It is a work of phenomenal genius and tremendous to us today. My thesis, I think that the Ramchal's motivation for producing a work of this nature for Elul, and it is a phenomenal read for Elul, is in terms of the spiritual upheaval that his parents went through during the debacle of the Sabbatean era, needed some kind of structure like Maimonides, hence the kind of levels of development, but it also had to recognize that Jews were engagés with the larger culture as well, that there had to be some kind of meeting place where the real fire of Torah could burn, even in a modern, sophisticated spiritual economy like the Jews of Padua, Italy, and their strong connections to the University of Italy. Okay. Those are our three Moses. Let me conclude by asking about what
what's going
on today. It's a very, very hard question.
Can you hear me?
Not only did the orphan generation after the Holocaust,
Yo, dog, everybody's talking.
In incredibly uncertain times as a result of the influence of postmodern thought, or in a world in which things which were thought as obvious to a previous generation suddenly become fluid. Everything from gender to objectified empirical truth. It has become highly politicized, highly polemicized, and a very partisan issue. And you look at the kind of things that are going on today in the context of disputes over how to manage the coronavirus epidemic that we're dealing. It's incredible. How are we supposed to navigate some of these impassable chasms? So I would like to suggest that perhaps one of the greatest things that I've read recently is this book here. Jonathan Sacks, the late Jonathan Sacks, who just passed away sadly last year, wrote. He's got a lot of notes in it here because I really enjoyed it. It is an unusually prescient work that especially deals with the problem of postmodernism. He speaks about the changes that post-Holocaust Jewry have endured intellectually within the context of larger Western European and North American societies. And he does not lay out a system nearly as sophisticated as the previous Moseses that we have studied, but he does provide many approaches to the problems of our day. And I strongly urge anyone who's interested in these things to have a look at this phenomenal work. With that, I realize it's been about 10 minutes longer than I had originally budgeted, but I am so enthusiastic and excited about these thinkers that I appreciate your endurance with me over this time. I'd like to close by thanking you and wishing you tremendous success in your own personal elbows. And I can take a few questions at this point.
Dr. Emerson, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I think I may be off video, but we really appreciate that absolutely masterful presentation. I did want to just share a couple of questions that have come in. The first actually is just one of the things you mentioned in the earlier part was the Shmuel HaNagi. there was some curiosity of exactly the nature of what a Nagid is. I'll just share one additional question, which is that we talked a lot about how the individual life experience of each of these authors so deeply and heavily influenced the works that they put together. Could you talk a little bit about how it transformed the Elul of the readers, people in their generations who would be influenced, whether especially like we talked about it for Ramchal, where it was really that sense of connecting to him as a personality, but really all of the different authors. How did it land when people inculcated the works that they put out into their own?
Right. Those are two incredibly important questions. Let's do the easier one first. Shmuel Hanagid was the way he was known among Jews. His Muslim name, his Hebrew name was Ismail ibn Rela, the Yishmael, although he goes by Shmuel in Hebrew, the son of the Dark One. And so Shmuel, we call him Hanagid, however, because of his tremendous authority in Granada in particular, and this was an honorific that was bestowed upon him by the Geonim in Babylonia. At this point, I think they were actually coming from Baghdad, specifically. Leaders of a very high rank, intellectually and spiritually, were given this particular title of Hanagid, the prince, roughly translated. And it meant that he was essentially the leader of the Jews of Granada as well, their representative when speaking to the Talmudic centers in Mesopotamia. But he is a truly fascinating character. I strongly encourage people to have a look at his diwan, his collection of poetry, which is published in Hebrew, very, very clever and tremendously wise poetry. And Peter Cole has translated selections into English, which is I in my lecture on this on my website on YouTube. I just great. Now the section. See, as I'm tussling with these, you've been all very kind to listen to me this long, because if this were a kind of like an ironclad historical argument, I'd have to point to specific references in the text and connect them to specific events that his parents went through. And that's not an easy thing to do because the authors are not writing memoirs of children of survivors. That's not their goal, and it doesn't appear in their text. Although I'm sure that if you really wanted to dedicate a dissertation level research to it, you would find it. What is interesting, however, is the second part of your question, what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, meaning the history not only of writing the book, but the history of how people received it. Like historians who work with this kind of information say, okay, how many printings did a book go through? And how close to the author's lifetime did it become, popular? Some books, are not popular at all in an author's lifetime. And then 40, 50 years later, all of a sudden they become like bestsellers. What happened? Well, something changed in society and they found the book that they needed for those times. All of these cases, the authors produced books that were, just devoured by their generation because everybody said, "Oh my gosh, this is what we were waiting for." This is someone who is giving voice to the kind of concerns and fears and aspirations we all have as a result of our collective experiences. Now, not everyone agreed, as I mentioned. Maimonides was excoriated immediately, even towards the end of his lifetime. He experienced some of it, and then for the next 200 years afterwards, there was an ongoing, brutal debate over the appropriateness of his works. But nevertheless, even the debate indicates that people felt very strongly about it. So I would answer that all three of these major works, we'll have to see with Rabbi Sachs's work, but all three of these major works immediately found audiences, which indicated that they struck a nerve in the larger Jewish population. That was a sophisticated question. I hope the rest of the questions are easier than that.
So there is an additional question, which is, was there a geographic element to what we're seeing? Meaning, were there certain parts of the world that the works that you described, I'm going to have to do this with the question, had particular or were particularly written for? Were they written for a particular population that was going through certain times of history or certain areas in the geography?
Yes, absolutely. If we look at and we have to add to this, don't forget, translation is extremely important. Like with Maimonides, when he wrote the Guide for the Perplexed in Arabic, the Islamic Jews in Islamic lands were just overjoyed. This is great. We love this. But once the Ibn Tibbon family translated into Hebrew, then there were scholars in Provence in particular said, wait a second, are you quoting Plato and Aristotle like this? Oh my gosh. So translation into Hebrew in that case, and later would be translated as well, and it influenced St. Aquinas in a very important way. The translation has Rezeptionsgeschichte, builds on the earlier one. But all three cases, they were definitely speaking to the generation in which they lived. It's hard to say if that's true in the same way, I think, maybe about the Ramak. The Ramak, this particular work, Tomer Devorim, is somewhat inaccessible. His major work is a book called Pardes Ramonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, which was essentially a kind of Mishneh Torah for Kabbalah. He was the first major systematizer of Kabbalah to say, hey, if you've ever read the Zohar, you know how confusing it is. I'm going to lay it out in a system. He puts chapters and says, there's this concept you've got to get. Now you've got this concept, go to the next concept. That was a really popular work that enshrined his reputation even during his lifetime. The Tomer Devorah, however, was among the many manuscripts that he left behind posthumously, and his 8-year-old son and his wife, about whom we know very little, had to somehow make sense of these documents and figure out which was important and sometimes whether they really belonged to each other. Like even the title, where does this title, Palm Tree of Devorah, come from? It doesn't mention anywhere in the text why he named this book the Palm Tree of Devorah. Devorah, the prophetess, who sat under a palm tree. But what for? Why name the book to this? He wrote another book called Elima Rabati, which has chapters called Palms. And there's 70 chapters called Palm 1, Palm 2, Palm 3.
Yo, dog, how are you?
One of those palms? Was it supposed to be part of that book? There is one chapter, one palm chapter that resembles it a little bit. So it's not clear if the Palm Tree of Devorah that we read today is even finished product. It's also very lopsided. The first chapter is about 1/3 of the entire book, and the next 8 chapters take up the last 2/3. So it seems like it still needs editing, but he died a very young man, so we don't know how it's. But if we set aside the Ramak, I would say for the Rambam and for the Ramchal, they wrote for their generation, intending wide distribution, and they received it.
Wonderful. We really appreciate so much your chance to learn and spend some time teaching us. It's very clear how passionate and excited you were about creating the topic, and that came through. And I will say on behalf of Jacob that joy and passion is contagious, and we enjoyed being able to partake of it as well. We wish you a wonderful and exciting Elul and the rainy season, and to our entire congregation as well. I did want to share that Dr. Abramson and I have been in discussions for yet additional opportunities over the next academic year. We are looking forward to a 3-part series which take place, hopefully 2 lectures virtually, and then Dr. Abramson has agreed, or we'll have to just find timing and date, to actually come to visit us here in person in Beth Jacob over the coming year. And we're very excited about that opportunity as well. But as Rada said, we should continue to learn from you, and wish everyone a wonderful night.
Amen. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity and the privilege of speaking with you all. See you soon. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. This year, around Hanukkah time, I'm spending a lot of time thinking about an interesting notion of the Jewish rediscovery of Hanukkah. Obviously, I have to put the word or the prefix re in parentheses because Jews were always aware of Hanukkah. However, it's fascinating to note that the actual history of Hanukkah took many centuries to kind of, you know, uh, peel off like the skin of an onion. And we had a very basic kind of understanding what Hanukkah was from our most essential sources, but it is only with the passage of time that Jews have come back to the holiday of Hanukkah and really tried to understand much of its historical basis. This really gives me a lot of pride as a historian because I feel like I've somehow contributed to the understanding, or at least, you know, within the context of all Jewish historians, I have somehow contributed on a professional level to helping us understand what actually happened back in the 2nd century before the Common Era. Let's have a look at the sources. So how do we know about Hanukkah? I mean, Jewishly. So the Talmud is perhaps the most important source that we have for the history of Hanukkah for much of the medieval period. The Talmud, of course, was redacted to the form that we have today, although there's some dispute about this, but probably in the 5th century. And there is a section in the tractate Shabbat that talks about the miracle of Hanukkah, the rebellion of the Maccabees, and so on. It is not, however, really focused on the history, and it gives us very little detail as to, you know, why did the Jews rebel? Who was Antiochus? What was going on there? And certainly it doesn't give us any of the blow-by-blow events of this rebellion, which actually took several years to completely unfold. We have a little bit more detail in a document called the Megillas Tainus, the Scroll of Fasts, which is a 2nd century document, quite fascinating, that lists a whole bunch of days in the Jewish calendar upon which it is not permitted to fast because they are great celebrations, and other days which, of course, are fast days. There's also a later addition to the Scroll of Fast, which was probably written around the 5th century. It's called the Scholium, and it gives us just a little bit more detail about the entire Maccabean rebellion, but you know, not enough to really satisfy those of us that have a historical curiosity. There's one other really important document from late antiquity that is still studied today, the so-called Scroll of Antiochus, also known in the medieval period as the Scroll of the Sons of the Hashmonaim, the Sons of the Hasmoneans. It was probably written between the 2nd and the 5th century. It's first mentioned in another source in the year 615 and then discussed to a certain degree in the Gaonic period. But the problem with the Scroll of Antiochus is not quite the same kind of problem that we have with the Talmud and the Megillas Tainus, in that there's not a lot of detail. In the Scroll of Antiochus, there's lots of detail, but it's almost completely erroneous or fabricated. It does not seem to correspond to any of the material that we have from many other much more reliable contemporary sources. So in terms of understanding what exactly happened in the events of the Maccabean rebellion, it's not especially helpful. What is especially helpful is if you go back to early sources that are contemporary to the account. Perhaps the most important of these is a book called the Book of the Maccabees. Now, there are actually several books of the Maccabees, and the first book in particular is especially valuable because it was likely written by a Jewish individual who was embedded in the actual revolt itself and was able to report on the unfolding of events from a first-person perspective. Incredibly valuable, very well written, actually, for an ancient document. There's a lot of drama and so on. So how come Jews aren't studying this? Well, this book of the Maccabees ended up in a collection which was later called the Apocrypha. These are books that the rabbis, for one reason or another, decided not to include in the Bible, in the Tanakh. Lots of these works floating around the ancient world, written by different people with different perspectives, and the rabbis are slowly developing canon of what we would call the the Jewish scriptures, the Hebrew scriptures, they decided to pass on the Book of the Maccabees. There's several others that are discussed in the Talmud, for example, or references to Ben Sira and other important, fascinating works. So they were set aside. The Christian world, however, picked these books up in Greek translation and preserved them at the back of the Christian Bibles. So there's a whole section, for example, if you look at a Catholic Bible, that has all these really unusual works of historical significance, often wildly unreliable, with the exception for our first book of Maccabees, which is very useful. And they tell us a lot about life in ancient Israel. So from a religious perspective, these are definitely not canonical, but from a historical perspective, they are fair game. And the Book of the Maccabees gives us a lot more detail about what's going on in the Jews' life during the period of the Hashmonaim rebellion. Now, another very important source, also roughly temporary, is of course Josephus. Very fascinating individual. We've spoken about him many times on my channel. He was a Jewish member of the rebellion against the Romans in the first century, in the disastrous First Roman-Jewish War, which ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. But Josephus, seeing that he was about to be conquered and killed, decided to switch sides. And he joined the Romans. He turned out to be a very valuable translator and culture broker for the Romans. And after the rebellion had ended with the defeat of the Jews in their native land, Josephus went on to a really illustrious career as essentially a court historian. He was extremely prolific, wrote a massive multi-volume Antiquities of the Jews, which is essentially a history of the Jews since Genesis. And he wrote a very important book on the war itself, our go-to source for the Roman-Jewish War. Now, he's a problematic figure in many ways. As I've just mentioned, he switched sides from the Jewish rebels to the Roman conquerors. And we don't know a lot about what he actually thought, what he would have said about the war, too, because the only that have survived of Josephus are in Greek. That was like the language of the educated classes at the time. And the version, for example, of the Jewish War that he wrote in Aramaic has been lost. So we don't know how he would have explained his position to a Jewish audience. But to the broader audience, he essentially tells everything about Jewish history to Romans and Greeks and anyone else who is fascinated in knowing more about the Jewish people. And Josephus gives us a lot of history about the Maccabees, much of which, fits with the description in First Maccabees, and we learn a lot more about the war itself, why it happened, its unfolding, and its denouement, and so on. And we've talked about those in other videos. I'm not going to about them today. So what's going on here is that you have the inside Jewish account of Hanukkah, which is really focused on things like the menorah and the miracle of the 8 days, and has a very superficial historical account of why the Jews were rebelling in the first place, and how the war unfolded, and how it ended, and how we had, a Maccabean rebellion. Part of the reason why it seems that the rabbis who were in charge of kind of collecting this for posterity and for Jewish memory is that they're not entirely enthusiastic about the kingdom that was formed after the Maccabean rebellion. The Hashmonaim were not always so when it came to their attention to rabbinic halacha. Also issues with regards the following Herodian dynasty, which was even more problematic. But at any rate, the rabbis elected to not put too much emphasis on the history, but we do have the history preserved, ironically, in Christian and in Roman collections. So this begins to come together in the 10th century in southern Italy, where there was a large Jewish population. And here you have an author who puts together a book called Sefer Yosipon. Yosipon is clearly derived from Josephus. And although the author made some really egregious errors, like calling Josephus son of Gurion, when we know that his father's name was Matisyahu. I mean, it's unusual, but nevertheless, it's kind of like an adaptation of Josephus for a Jewish audience now. First time publicly talking about the kind of sources that that would have been much more popular among Christians and would have been much more available to professional historians. The only problem, well, one of the most important problems of Sefer Yosipon is that the author did not know any Greek, so he couldn't read Josephus in the original. He relied on a Latin translation, which was not the best translation, and it was also partial. He didn't have access to the purpose of Josephus' works. He actually wrote quite a bit in several different places about the rebellion that we're discussing. But he also had the Apocrypha. He had the Latin translation of the Book of Maccabees. So it's only in the 10th century when we get to, Jews actually, historians looking back and saying, wow, such a fascinating story. Why don't we know more about it? And then going in and looking at these other sources and filling in, putting flesh on the bones of the story that we have in the Talmud and giving us a much more robust picture of what's going on. There are many errors in Yosipon because of the fragmentary nature of the sources that he was working with, but nevertheless, a huge leap forward in Jewish self-understanding of the history of the Maccabees. So much so that Yosipon is still studied to this day, including this amazing Yiddish edition that came out in 2020. It's a multi-volume edition. So fascinating that all kinds of Jews are still studying Sefer Yosipon, this 10th century adaptation of a first century work by Josephus. Now, I'd like to bring this together a little bit of a Dvar Torah because this is for my community at Young Israel, Lawrence Cedarhurst, and it brings to mind something that Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks, blessed memory, once wrote. He really emphasized the importance of creating a narrative or working with narratives as a form of moral education, not only for Jews, but for the broader world as a whole. Rabbi Sacks really emphasized how as long as Jews are understanding of their own story and are able to communicate it to themselves, that story has tremendous implications for the entire world. So here's a citation. I'm going to read it to you from something he wrote in 2015. It's from Telling the Story, commentary on Parshas Bo. So this is Rabbi Sacks writing. God created man, Elie Wiesel once wrote, because God loves stories. What other cultures have done through systems, Jews have done through stories. And in Judaism, the stories are not engraved in stone or memorials, magnificent though that is. They are told at home, around the table, from parents to children, as the gift of the past to the future. That is how storytelling in Judaism was devolved, domesticated, and democratized. And it goes on after a slide. There are stories that are noble and others that stultify, leaving us prisoners of ancient grievances or impossible ambitions. The Jewish story is in its way the oldest of all, yet ever young, and we are each a part of it. It tells us who we are and who our ancestors hoped we would be. Storytelling is the great vehicle of moral education. It was the Torah's insight that a people who told their children the story of freedom and its responsibilities would stay free for as long as humankind lives and breathes and hopes. In that regard, I hope you have a freilichen und lichtigen Hanukkah, a Hanukkah full of happiness and light, and I hope that we all merit to share the story and delve deeper into the story for the next generation and for humanity as a whole. Thank you very much for listening. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and happy Hanukkah. I have something really special to discuss with you today. I'd like to do a very quick book review of this remarkable book that just came my way recently. It is by Rabbi Reuven Melech ben Binyamin Yitzchak Schwartz, Reuven Schwartz, and it's called Emek HaSufkanim, Iyunim Ubeurim Be'inyan Minhag Achilat Sufkanim B'Yemei Chanukah. Now, if you know anything about Hebrew, you will be amazed at that title, but let me translate it to English. It is the valley or the depth of the donut. Studies and clarifications of the custom of eating donuts on Hanukkah. Wow. Now, you will recall, if you're following the series, that a few weeks ago, I happened to giving a class on the Acharonim, and I happened to mention this book, which I had seen online, but I had never actually picked up. And I was fascinated that someone could write, as you see here, a whole book. It is 431 pages long, mainly double column pages like this, all on the custom of eating donuts on Hanukkah. And I was like amazed. And this is the double amazing thing. The one of the members of our regular class is actually the mother of Rabbi Reuven Schwartz. And she said, "Oh my gosh, that's my son's book. And got me a copy." And I was so excited. And so I began reading it just before Hanukkah. And my wife sent me out to buy donuts, and I ended up spending like a ridiculous amount of money on donuts. Now I knew what I was doing. Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit about what's in this book and specifically that's connected to Jewish history. So this is actually part 3 of a series of books on the commandment and the minhag or custom of eating on Hanukkah. The other 2 volumes are also quite fascinating, but we're going to focus on the depth of the donut. Now, let me just also clarify for those of you who your mind may still be boggling about what is going on here with donuts. In Jewish law, there are basically 3 levels of obligatory activities. There are Torah laws, which are called deoraisa, which means that they are either explicitly stated in the Torah itself or in closely related rabbinic works like the Mishnah. And then there are rabbinic laws, which are laws which are made by the rabbis, sometimes hundreds of years later, in order to protect the Torah laws for the most part. Like, for example, if it is forbidden to write on the Sabbath, the rabbis may add a law saying it's forbidden to handle writing implements on the Sabbath, because if you're handling a pen or something, you may come to actually write, which would be a transgression of the Torah law. So these are like concentric circles. And then the outside circle is something which is called minhag or custom. And these are things which no rabbi actually said, hey, we have to actually do this from now on. But there are things that seem to be kind of like natural outgrowths of practice and may be related to women's practice in particular when it comes to foods and things like that, but they become really closely enshrined to Jewish practice. And so you have these 3 concentric circles, and one should not disdain the outer level of minhag, which is in many ways an expression of the folk desires, the popular desires of the people. At any rate, the eating of donut on the holiday of Hanukkah clearly falls within that outermost range. The whole practice of the commemoration of the holiday of Hanukkah has to do with lighting oil, right? We use candles as well, but the best way to do that particular commandment is to light with oil, specifically olive oil. And since donuts are made with oil, then they become a very appropriate food to eat on Hanukkah, just like latkes are, but we'll get to latkes in just a minute. One other quick note for those of you who are following the Hebrew title, the title says Emek HaSufganim, and as one of my daughters pointed out, hey, that's in the masculine. It should be Sufganiyot, right? That's the term we use in modern Hebrew. Sufganiyot means like little Sufganim. But in fact, if you look in the rabbinic literature, there are references to donuts in the rabbinic literature, particularly in Masechta Chala, and there it is in the masculine. So the sufganiyot is kind of like an irregular feminine that has been added in modern times. The rabbis of the Talmud and the Mishnah would certainly refer to their donuts in the masculine. The word comes from the root safag, which means sponge, like in sea sponge. And in fact, the word sufganiyot and the word sponge in English all come from that same root. And obviously it's connected to the sea sponge because, it's shaped sort of like a jelly donut, and it has kind of like a fluffy quality like a jelly donut. So that's why the donuts were named after the sponge. Now, historically, I was remarkably amazed to see that the first reference to eating donuts on Hanukkah actually dates all the way to the 12th century. I thought it was a much more modern thing, but it's a 12th century reference, and it comes from none other than Rabbi Maimon, the father of Maimonides, right? Maimonides means son of Maimon. His name was actually Moshe ben Maimon. So that would mean it was referred to in Rabbi Maimon's writings, which are quoted everywhere, in southern Spain or possibly North Africa, where he lived in the 12th century. And following century, in the Provence region, which is south of France, and there was a very unusual mixed community of Ashkenazim and Sephardim living there. Rabbi Kalonymus ben Kalonymus, a very well-known poet, actually wrote a beautiful poem about the importance of eating donuts on Hanukkah. So clearly by the 12th and 13th century, this was a widespread practice. Who knows how much further back it goes, but those are the earliest references to it as a common practice, both in Sephardic lands and at least through the Ashkenazic portion of Provence in Ashkenazic lands. Now, this book is not specifically a history book. It is a halachic sefer. It's a book of Jewish law. So there's a lot of discussion here of like, how does one behave with regards to this custom? Who should eat donuts? How much donuts should eat? By the way, I tend to be very strict. I tend to like eat lots of donuts because I want to be sure that I eat the minimum amount. When should one eat donuts? Does it count at night or at daytime as well? The blessing over donuts. This is actually not at obvious because there's a lot of discussion of like whether or not, how do you relate donuts to bread, which has a different blessing than you would have on like a cracker, for example. I'm not going to go into those details, but I will summarize 4 quick things because these are important for you to know if you want to observe this custom properly. First of all, what are the best kinds? Not dairy. Dairy donuts actually involve quite a few questions, and so you know, with your local Orthodox before you decide whether or not I dairy donuts. This is the time when you should try to parve donuts according to the author of the book. Second, they should be fluffy. Yes, those really hard, kind of like Montreal bagel donuts. Donuts, in the full sense of the word. The donuts also have a connection to particular sacrificial flour offerings brought in the which were also made in a fluffy format. Third, and this is like I think American audiences, no holes. That's right. The ideal donut for Hanukkah does not have a hole in the middle. That hole in the middle is an invention. It's like almost heresy. like a hole, like the manna that fell from heaven, the man that looked like a donut. Actually, when you think about it, it looked like a donut, right? And thirdly, if you are inclined to Kabbalistic sources, it should have a filling. It should have some kind of a surprise, which like custard or jelly or what have you, because like you have the Torah, which has the exterior obvious, Torah's nigle, the revealed. You also have the interior, the secret, the Torah's nistar, which is the Kabbalah. So there you go. One last thing. Another commonly eaten food on Hanukkah is, of course, latkes, which were also made with oil. But in this book, the author, Rabbi Schwartz, clearly demonstrates that eating donut is vastly preferable and much more significant on a halakhic and philosophical level, and much more likely to fill the custom than eating latkes, which is an inferior choice overall. I hope you enjoyed this review as much as I enjoyed reading this book, and wish you a freilichen and lichten Hanukkah, a happy and illuminating Hanukkah. Thanks very much for watching. The 10th of Tevet constitutes an important day in the Jewish historical calendar. It falls this year on the 14th of December, 2021. And in fact, it is marked with a fast. If you are in any doubt as to whether or not you're obligated to fast, don't ask me. Contrary to popular perception, I am not a rabbi. Please seek your spiritual guide. But why we're talking about the 10th of Tevet is specifically in its historical context. What exactly happened on this day, and why is it significant to Jews some 2,600 years later? Specifically, on this day in the year 588 before the Common Era, this is the siege of Jerusalem ends. We have some textual evidence of this in the Book of Kings, in which it's in the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, right? That's the 10th of Tevet. Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem with his entire army. He besieged it, and they built towers against it all around. This siege extended for over a year, and it was an incredibly brutal siege that was marked by extreme hunger and even horribly human cannibalism. Terrible events are described in the Book of Lamentations and elsewhere. And then finally, on the 9th day of the month of Av, Jerusalem was entirely sacked, the temple burned, and we've spoken about it in other contexts. One of the most significant extra-biblical texts that refers to this is this document here, which is called the Babylonian Chronicles. This specifically is the Jerusalem Chronicle because it has a reference to Jerusalem in it, and it's describing the period before the actual siege and destruction of Jerusalem, when Nebuchadnezzar actually made his way to Jerusalem. It says in the 7th year, in the month of Kislev, which would have again been around this time of year, the king of Babylon assembled his army, and after he invaded the land of Hatti, which would have been Turkey or Syria region, he laid siege to the city of Judah. On the 2nd day of the month of Adar, he conquered the city, and he took the king prisoner. He installed in place another king of his own choice. After he received a rich tribute, he sent forth to Babylon, right? So Jerusalem was part of the massive Neo-Babylonian Empire at this point. It was not destroyed. As you can see here, this map shows just how tremendous an expanse was the extent of the Neo-Babylonian Empire. But a few years later, relations went even more sour, and that's when Nebuchadnezzar laid siege to Jerusalem on the 10th of Tevet and ultimately destroyed it. Fascinatingly, there's been some really interesting archaeological discoveries in recent years, including these remarkable arrowheads, which are Scythian arrowheads from the 7th and 6th century before the Common Era, and they were the ones commonly used by Nebuchadnezzar's army and can be dated with other examples of other campaigns. One of my favorite writers of popular archaeology for the Times of Israel is Amanda Borshel-Dan, who, whenever I see her byline, I have to read what she wrote because it's usually quite fascinating. And this article certainly does not disappoint at all. There's a new PhD dissertation that just came out recently that looks at some of the remains from that early destruction. And as Ms. Dan points out, it may even hold the key to protecting a planet. Okay, so let's try and figure this out. This is kind of complicated scientific stuff, but nevertheless, I'll try to explain it as best I can. So this PhD candidate, Yoav Vaknin, did an excavation in the city of David's Kivati parking lot, right? Only in Israel can you find things like this in a parking lot. And he discovered that minerals embedded in the chunks of an ancient floor from a house in Jerusalem were heated beyond 932 degrees Fahrenheit or 500 degrees Celsius. And apparently that's consistent, of course, with the idea of the destruction of a city. Now, Yoav Vaknin is an expert in this emerging science of archaeomagnetism, which is basically another way of dating things by looking at their magnetic field, which is really quite fascinating. Apparently, when things burn intensely, and apparently the floor that he studied was burned at higher than 902 degrees Fahrenheit or 500 degrees Celsius, that kind of locks in the magnetic field of objects at that particular time, which corresponds to whatever field of the Earth is at time. And we should note that the magnetic field of Earth changes some frequency over large periods of time. And so therefore, by taking the tools of traditional archaeology dating this area to the destruction of the first temple in 586, and by looking at the magnetic field, literally, of the bits of floor and the dust that's in there, they were able to determine what the Earth's magnetic field looked like 2,600 years ago. Now, this is really exciting to anyone who's fascinated with Jewish history and with archaeology, as I am. But it's really important for all of us because apparently the Earth's magnetic field has a tremendous role to play in protecting the Earth's climate from all kinds of, sun's radiation. And when the magnetic field declines, apparently that's not a healthy thing for our planet. So by getting a distinct measure of what the magnetic field was like back then, scientists are able to use this as an important data point in trying to figure out how to protect all of us from the devastating climatic change that we are experiencing all over the world. I think this is so fascinating. I hope you enjoyed it as well, and I hope that you, like I, perceive just the tiny seeds of redemption that can be discovered in the ashes, literally, of the destruction of the first temple. And this, to my mind, if we can return for a second to the biblical text, makes me think of a passage in Zechariah, chapter 8, verse 19. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the fast of the 4th month, the fast of the 5th month, the fast of the 7th month, and the fast of the 10th month, that's this one, the 10th of Davis, shall become occasions for joy and gladness. Festivals for the house of Judah, but you must love honesty and integrity. The words of Zechariah. I hope that for those of you who are fasting, fast is an easy and meaningful one. And, thank you very much for watching.
Cloud trying to push this narrative that they're the new gatekeepers of comedy, as if they've created a revolution down in Austin, Texas, when the reality is people are watching for the show, not for them. I'm going deep on this today. Usually I save these types of videos for Patreon, but I'm dropping this on
This is
because
truly an honor to be speaking to distinguished scholars, particularly in the Asian world. I have long, appreciated the tremendous contributions that your cultures have made to world civilization, and I have to on a personal level to my own diet because I am a devoted fan of Asian. Anyone who watches my lectures, I have to refer to that at least once every 3 or 4 hours. What my goal, the task that Professor Katz has given me is to speak within 20 minutes on Jewish religious practices, which is a task akin to Pharaoh's asking the Jews to make bricks without straw, because it is virtually impossible to say anything meaningful about the tremendous amount of detail involved in Jewish religious practices, but nevertheless, given the illustrious nature of the colleagues with whom I'm speaking today, Professor Brill, who I've long admired his work, and also Rebbetzin Greenberg, who wrote some really seminal works that contributed greatly to particular history of Jewish. I decided to accept the task. So my goal for today is to try and say something meaningful about this complex set of ideas. I'm going to do it in such a way that I hope will be accessible both to people who have very little familiarity with Jewish practice, and at the same time will be moderately entertaining for those of us in this call, particularly those of us from the Western region of this globe who have more familiarity. Let me begin, first of all, with a sense of mission. Here's another reference visually to Pharaoh and the making of bricks without straw. This is Charlton Heston in his magisterial representation of Moses, the lawgiver, just before he split the Red Sea. So to give us some context as to, who are the Jewish people, if you have a look at these 3 maps, which are to scale, the Jewish people, of course, owe their spiritual and historical origins to the land of Israel, which is outsized in much of the world media if we had boundaries of Israel that corresponded to the amount of text we receive, for example, in the New York Times and the Washington Post, we would be probably the size of at least France. But in reality, it's just 22,000 square kilometers, about the same size as the New York State, the United States state of New Jersey, and about one-third the size of Sri Lanka, where most of you, I assume, are watching this from. The population of Jews in contemporary Israel is about 9.4 million, roughly the same as New Jersey as well, but less than half of the Sri Lankan population, roughly equal to just the Buddhist members of your country. In terms of the diaspora, meaning the number of expatriate Jews, who over 2,000 exiled since the Roman destruction of the last Jewish state in the ancient world until the 20th century. There are about 17 million Jews worldwide, which is about the same as all the Buddhists in Sri Lanka alone. So we're talking about a very small population, not as small as Jews in Sri Lanka today, which is 50, as I learned from one of the sequence that is active in Sri Lanka, the Kabadma. Now, I cannot resist. I am the first Western speaker, and I realize that many of you all may never have heard this joke. I have to start with this joke, which I think is very illustrative, if not of the reality of Jewish-Buddhist relations, which certainly go back over 1,000 years. Nevertheless, it is representative of the contemporary Western Jewish understanding, flawed as it is, of Buddhism. The connections between Jews and Buddhists, of course, are quite rich, and I would love to have more opportunity to speak about that, but they were especially strengthened in the post-war period in the Americas, where during what we call the Age of Aquarius, 1960s, 1970s, there was a huge surge of popularity of Buddhism, particularly among Jews, and as a result, many explored its thought. So the joke goes like this. There's a woman who is sitting in Boca Raton, Florida, sitting with her friends playing a game of mahjong, and she throws down her tiles and she says, "That's it, I'm going to Tibet." I'm sure my distinguished colleague Nathan Katz is familiar with many versions of this joke. But at any rate, her friends say, "You're going to Tibet? What are you talking about? It's so far away." So she goes, "No, I've made up my mind, I'm going to Tibet." She goes to the travel agent. The travel agent tries to dissuade her. It's you don't know the language, and it's so far away, and you don't have enough points. And she says, "I'm going to Tibet." She gets on a plane. She lands in Tibet. She says, "I'm going to Lhasa." They say, "You know how difficult it is to get this, going up the holy mountain? You can't climb the holy mountain. I'll get a Sherpa. It doesn't matter." She goes up the holy mountain to the temple. She insists on entering the temple. They say, "You come into the temple. This is a holy, and it's reserved only for monks." She says, "It doesn't matter." She bursts into the temple. She says, "I want to see the holy man." And they say, "No, he's observed a vow of silence for a decade now. You can't burst." She bursts past the guards, goes into the inner sanctum of the temple, and she sees the holy man sitting there in the lotus position, and she says to him, "Howard, come home already." Right? Now, it's hard to on Zoom enjoy that joke or not. It is that there's such a close relationship in many ways between the ideas of Buddhism and certain ideas in Judaism that it illustrates the affinities that many Jews had for this Eastern body of thought. But let's get to our task at hand. So I've divided my talk into 4 basic points related to Jewish religious practice. The first of which is the idea of mission. Jews, from their earliest texts onward and reinforced through daily, weekly, and yearly practice through life cycle, have a very, very strong sense of mission. It is something that is really ingrained in us from literally the first days of our lives. What is that mission? So just encompassing this is something that would be certainly worthy of a much longer conference, and I suspect that Professor Bureau may have some very useful things to say, but I can certainly boil it down to this one statement, which was from one of our early sages from the period of the Mishnah, the great Hillel wrote or spoke, "That which is hateful to you, do not do to other people." That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and study. Now this, a very sophisticated statement, is really at the root of all Jewish religious practices. You might wonder, well, what does this have to do with the ritual calendar and the daily reviews and prayers and things like that? That's where it gets a little more complicated. Jews traditionally recognize, and here I'm speaking by the way, there is of course a huge spectrum of what Jews believe, but I'm speaking to kind of like the traditional, what would today be called Orthodox point of view. There are 613 commandments, not 10 as is mistakenly thought. There are a successive number of commandments that survey all aspects of the human condition. Not just what one does in the synagogue during prayer, but what one does in the boardroom for business meetings, what one does in the bedroom with one's family, what one does at the table, every aspect of life. Literally, from how you tie your shoes in the morning to how you sleep at night, every moment of a Jew's life is regulated by this massive body of commandments. This is not to say, however, that the mission is to convince everybody else to do so. One of the basic ideas of Judaism is that this set of commandments is specifically for Jews. For all other human beings who are considered the children of Noah, that is, Noah and the flood, I'm sure you're familiar with that famous biblical story, all other humans merely cover 7 basic commandments, most of which are really quite, obvious and understandable, like, for example, set courts of law, maintain justice, avoid cruelty to animals, living things, and so on. So the mission is not to convince the rest of the world to be Jewish, which is in contradistinction to other Western faiths. The mission is that Jews should hew closely to these 613 commandments, and by some means of reflection, then they will, extend God's will to other humans. How that is expressed, I think, is in one basic notion, that is of holiness, which I simply do not know enough about Buddha to understand if there is a similar concept. But if you were to try to understand how holiness actually works as a religious practice in Judaism, it is part of a massive nexus of separation. That is, moments and places of focus in which Jews say, what I am doing now, what I am thinking now, is separate and therefore holy. For example, the concept of time is very, very important in this sense. The 1 day a week of rest, which is called Shabbat, which begins Friday night and extends to Saturday night, this is a rest from any creative or manipulative activity. The religious practices codify 40 distinct types of activity which fall into these boundaries. And what it looks like in real practice is, for example, no use of electronic devices, no email, no Zoom, no Twitter. One disconnects from all these things and is forced to engage in human level, local level communication with one's family and one's community and things like that. No television, no artificial entertainment. It's all about simply connecting with other people. That's how it will be experienced. Of course, much more to say about this, but that's an idea of separating in terms of, unfortunately, at this point in my presentation, we were Zoom bomb. That is, some disruptive anti-Semitic elements came on and started, distracting us with nasty statements. It was childish and brutish and infantile, but I was able, thankfully, to be able to get back to my presentation, and we had enough time before the anti-SWAT members served us to continue. But the rest of the conference was unfortunately ruined for today, and we will have to leave. But let me just give you a little bit of the context and get right back to my presentation. It's a very nice group. There are about 50 people on the call, I guess, and there were a few pretty distinguished scholars of Judaism from the West, including, I was really looking forward to hearing from Professor Alan Brill and Rebbe Greenberg, and of course Professor Nathan Katz. And then everybody else, for the most part, there are lots of Buddhist monks on the call. And, they're wearing saffron robes, and, one shoulder is uncovered, things like that. And you're reading these boards and listening very carefully. And it was like, they were really trying to learn something about Judaism, which was, it was a fun kind of audience, I have to say. And then all of a sudden, some crazy people come in and they start saying Heil Hitler, and they took over the screen and started on pornography, and it was like, such a ridiculous waste of time. But it provided two valuable things. First of all, it provided a great learning lesson for our Buddhist colleagues to understand a little bit of the craziness of anti-Semitism that, here's a bunch of scholars just having a nice conversation about their respective faiths, very respectful, very dignified, and everyone is getting along in a very nice way. And then these crazy people come in with, puerile nonsense. So the second thing, the first thing is they got a lesson in what anti-Semitism is. The second lesson is that, there's this Kabbalistic idea of Zelu, that whenever you bring together people in holiness, there's also going to be a counter reaction of unbelief, of and for a moment here, those groups, I think, really clash with each other. And the third thing, by the way, that we do at these conferences, unless you're going to have a really solid moderator for these kinds of things, we tend to regroup once we have those technical things in place. And I'm really looking forward to hearing my Jewish colleagues' presentations, and I'd like to hear what the rest of the Buddhist scholars have to say. So that'll have to wait for another time. But anyway, you signed on to watch my presentation, so let's get right back to it. But this is what we call anti-Semitism, by the way. That's another big part of Jewish reality. And we somehow, learn to deal with it. But we hope that moderators can deal with it as well. Welcome to Judaism. And then you can go, looks like we've got rid of them. Okay. So we have a few minutes till the next one shows up. Thank you very much for moderating. Family. We are very big into fidelity, which for the most part involves monogamous relationships, although there is, of course, in the biblical period, polygamous relationships as well. This idea of separation is in the sense of separating from the rest of the world sexually and focusing on one's spouse. Also a form, and we actually, in Hebrew, we use the term kiddushin, which is the same word as kodesh, which means holiness. And we can go on with many, many religious practices like this, such as, for example, our diets are regulated by a system called kashrut, which allows us only to eat certain foods prepared certain ways with minor adaptation. We're able to consume a large variety of Asian foods, thank God. So, all of these focusing activities, all of these things which say we can participate in these things and not others, we can participate in these things now, not other things now. These are not seen as restrictions. They are seen as opportunities for focus. If I can give you a contemporary example, on our computers today, they used to, in the 1990s and the 2000s, they used to have automatic reminders. You've got mail, right? Like a little disturbing thing that pops up and says, hey, attend to this extraneous task rather than the work that you're doing that was important. Now on my computer, what they have is a setting called focus, which allows me to shut off all other distractions. And that's really what most Jewish religious practice is about, whether we're separating from certain times, separating with certain activities, separating with certain foods. These are all designed to focus us on the larger mission. Now, let's move on to the second noble truth. And the only way to really appreciate this mission, of course, is through study. And this is something for which the Jews have developed a very, very extensive history and practice. Study in itself, study of the holy text, study of the sayings of our teachers and so on, as in many faiths, is distinctly a religious act. One pronounces a blessing of gratitude to God before beginning study, all kinds of things that are associated specifically with study. What we're looking at, by the way, is a typical men's yeshiva, or literally sitting place, where the men will sit and typically engage with others. It's not a solitary activity in study of the holy text. So one cannot really understand Jewish religious practice without understanding how the emphasis on child literacy, on familiarity with the text, is really crucial to fulfilling one's notable truth. However, requires study. It is, and in fact, as the just like to say, study is not the essential thing, rather action is. This means that we have a dynamic tension in the core religious practices of Judaism between separation, which says, I will not become involved in the world. I will retreat from the world. I will not engage in business. I will not engage with others. But on the other hand, action requires actively being involved in various aspects of what we would call tikkun olam, or the repair of the world. That's an ancient term used in contemporary senses to reflect this kind of engagement in fixing world society. It's fascinating to me, at any rate, that even when Jews become, as they have been over the last couple centuries, alienated from some of the religious practices, such as the observance of Shabbat, Jews historically still remain very connected to this aspect of it, the idea of a role to act as a light to the nations and to act as some kind of moral conscience for the world, as Jews would see that. There is, I will remind you, no meaningful distinction in Judaism between the imperatives of ritual conduct and any business conduct, or even governmental conduct. Any activity one has in the world is regulated by this massive body of thought that dictates how one should behave in any given situation. So action clearly in all of our religious practices, from something as simple as, how one returns a lost object to its owner, to how one speaks to people. Speech is very, very important in Jewish religious practice. All of these things are found within the tradition and are revealed through study. Finally, the last thing that I can say, speaking in broad generalities about Jewish religious practice, is that Judaism believes very deeply in a redemptive model of history. This image that we're looking at right now is a famous 13th century copy of a prayer book called the Haggadah, which is used on the holiday of Passover. And it recounts, of course, the exodus of the Jews from Egypt, which is not only a very important Jewish religious practice, but by enshrining it into the yearly calendar and specifically making it an aspect of study, parents are required to teach this to their children. One specifically reinforces the idea that there is an arc to history that begins with redemption and ends with an eventual redemption. The divine influence of history, the Jewish understanding of God, of a being that is directly, physically involved in history, specifically intervenes in history rather than, like maybe a DS model walking for history and allowing it to continue on its own. God deeply is invested in history, and this is reminded to Jews in their liturgy, in their practices, day in and day out, and especially, for example, and the holiday of Passover. But one sees the reminiscence of history and the conveying of the lessons of historical events as understood by the tradition as a deeply important aspect of Jewish religious practice. And of course, it ends with the notion of a final redemption, the arrival of a Messiah, which is a major distinguishing concept between Judaism and our daughter religion, which believes that the Messiah has already arrived and will come a second time. Jews historically do not believe that the Messiah has already arrived. We are still anticipating that future. This is something that deeply informs Jewish religious practices in every way. And with that, I think I am still on time, even with the small anti-Semitic interruption. Thank you for that demonstration of the realities of Jewish religious practice this day. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all, and thank you very much for your attention.
He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute, because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Brendan blurted out that he was talking about the old salty comedian. And we all know he's talking about Mark Maron. The Rogan beef with Mark is crazy.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you're all doing well. I just want to take a minute.
I know, right? That's completely out of character for a tall and funny comedian like Joe Rogan.
To share with you something I've been studying recently, and it's very related to the upcoming holiday Passover. Just wanted to leave you with a quick, interesting historical op. In 1907, scholar in Otto Rubinson, here's a picture of Dowd in Egypt, made some remarkable discoveries in the interesting Jewish community of Elephantine, sometimes pronounced Elephantine. I'm not clear exactly on the preferred pronunciation. It's this unusual military mercenaries who are located in southern Egypt, of all places. Have a look at this map here. You can see what it is. Jerusalem is way up in the north, and Elephantine is on the Nile River at the first cataract. And this is a really significant spot because it's called the door to the south. It represents the borderland between the Egyptian kingdom proper and the kingdom of Nubia, and the way in which the Egyptians protect themselves from coming up from the south. And in particular, because there are rapids there, cataracts, it's like a choke point where you can have all kinds of highway robbery and things like that. So there was a military sort of a garrison set up there, and they populated it probably from the 8th or maybe 7th century with Jewish soldiers. How interesting. Now, we don't know anything about this unusual community except from the community itself. Otto Rubinson and others have excavated the region, and there's lots of fantastic documents that describe for about 100 years what they were doing there, including building their own temple, which is quite fascinating, that apparently had animal sacrifices, which seems to have attracted the ire of the nearby Egyptian temple of the priests of Khnum. That's an interesting word, isn't it? Khnum. And they attacked the Jewish temple in the year 410 and destroyed it, and the Jews were able to request permission from the Persian authorities to rebuild it. They were given permission, but they had to lay off the animal sacrifices. But at any rate, it's a fascinating thing. But I want to point to one specific thing here. Dr. Wilson, who, by the way, his career spanned about a really active research. He was still publishing groundbreaking work in his 90s. He was a German scholar who was driven out of Germany in the 1930s by the Nazis. He ended up settling in Switzerland. So anyway, he found all these Aramaic documents that were primarily written on papyrus, which is kind of like a paper-like product made of reeds, very available along the Nile River. And in the dry climate of Egypt, they tend to last a long time. And also ostraca, which is like documents written on pottery, which is usually broken pottery, and that's found all over the Middle East. Anyway, take a look at this interesting document here, which is a very fragmentary piece of a letter that was sent from one Hananiah in Jerusalem to a head garrison in Elephantine. And after there's kind of like a preliminary salutation, which has interesting features in it. I'm not going to go right now. And then it says, very brief letter, it says, son, the Judahite soldiers should observe Passover. Right? In the month of Nisan, the Judahite soldiers should observe Passover. Count 14 days, month of Nisan, and observe Passover from the 15th to the 21st. 7 days of unleavened bread. Be careful and do not work on day 15, on day 21. So this is interesting because, I find it fascinating that they would have to actually tell people what to do on Passover, especially if they've already got their own temple developing there. But you get the impression that the Jews of Elephantine are really quite far away from many aspects of the kind of mainstream Jewish tradition. So they're giving them the bottom line. Alternatively, it could be they're saying what is obvious because it has to be said, but I'm not sure I buy that. At any rate, the second line is, drink no beer. Right? Soldiers and beer, Passover, don't mix. Drink no beer. This is especially relevant because Egyptians used to drink a kind of sort of watery beer as their a staple. It was like more popular than water even. Eat nothing, the letter continues, that contains 11 from day 15 through day 21. Also known fascinatingly, the Elephantine, even though it's in Egypt, is not subject to the second day of Yom Tov that would have been observed elsewhere in the diaspora. Not apparently in the year 419, the Common Era, when this letter was sent. You get the sense that the imposition of the rules of the second day of Yom Tov, which from the Mishnah and Rosh Hashanah appeared to be something that was really developed in the first century before the Common Era, based on the reference to the Boeotians, who are like a Herodian sect. So there would be in the late first century before the Common Era. So this is before they had the Yom Tov Sheni Shel Galuyot, the second day of the holidays. It's only day 15 and day 21. The last part of the letter reads, for 7 days, don't let any leavened products be seen among you. Don't bring it into your houses. Rather, seal it up during these days. This is also interesting because if you are familiar with the details of what it actually says in the biblical text and what is preserved in the oral Torah, they're clearly giving them that reflect the things of the oral Torah as well as the written Torah, which speaks to the currency of these texts and these ideas in Jerusalem. The author, by the way, one Hananiah, may be possibly even the brother of Nehemiah, who is mentioned right in the very chapter of the book of Nehemiah. Okay, fascinating little note about Passover, observed 400 years before the Common Era in Elephantine, Egypt. Instructions from Jerusalem, from which Torah flows. I hope you found this very brief video interesting. I hope that this Passover represents for you and your loved ones and the entire globe a season of personal and collective redemption, and may we all have the opportunity to celebrate together in the future. Thank you very much for watching.
And then changed his story to make it worse, and then lashed out at people for things that he was entirely responsible for, is out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take responsibility for his own actions and improve himself, his solution is to start a Patreon to get away from all the haters. You seriously cannot make this stuff up anymore. I can't wait for the day when we don't have any reads and we can just podcast. I don't know if that day's ever coming.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. The month of May is especially important in the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz in particular, primarily because of its association with the horrific Crusades. A series of massacres happened in context of the Crusades in 1096, beginning in May, and this reverberates throughout the liturgy of the synagogue in Ashkenaz congregations. For example, the moving Apalachim is recited every Sabbath, and it evokes the memory of the martyrs associated with the Crusades. So in that context, as I was doing research for an upcoming trip with Kosher Guru about cruises on the fame, I came across by Professor Norman Gold, and it led me to some fascinating information about one particular woman and her story associated with the Crusades. I'd like to take you through that right now. So here's a map that shows you the roots of the Crusades, in particular the first fate of 1096. And most of the violence in the Rhineland, the traditional of the Ashkenazi Jews, the pretext for the violence was that many of the Crusaders, actually the kind of rabble-rousers that were attached on more formal soldiers, why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to remove the infidel from their place and free up the region for Christian pilgrims, when we have infidels living right here in Europe, of course, speaking about the Jews rather than the Muslims in this context. And so there's some terrible, terrible stories of massacres of Ashkenazi Jews choosing to martyr themselves rather than to accept baptism and so on. However, there's comparatively little material for massacres outside of the Rhineland. And so there's a question that this particular document that I'm going to show you in a moment may involve some violence in the south of France, which was rather unusual. Now, here's the document in question. It's from the Cairo Geniza, which we've discussed on many occasions, is this phenomenal medieval trove of fragmentary documents that were collected in Fustat, or Old Cairo, and they include all kinds of fascinating historical data about the Jews of the entire Mediterranean basin. This particular document describes the story of one French noblewoman who converted to Judaism and then ran afoul of the Crusaders. She was first published in 1931 by Jacob Mann, shown here, who did a lot of really pioneering work on this documents. He described how this particular letter was the story of a French noblewoman, very wealthy family. She moved to Narbonne, she converted to Judaism, and there she met a young man named Rabbi David of the Togro family. They were married and they had a family there, but her brothers and other members of her family pursued her, and so she and her family fled. Which gives a lot of interesting things about relations between Jews and non-Jews in general, but not so much for this brief video. Now, is where did they choose? Now, Narbonne is in the south, but we have a problem because of what Dr. Ben Outhwaite, the head of the Geniza Research Unit at Cambridge, calls the pesky hole right in the middle of the document. And if you see right at the very top of that hole, there are partial letters of a place, Kahal, and then it says something. What does that mean? When Professor Mann read this, he thought it must mean the town of Anjou. He tried to fit in the letters, and he associated with Anjou, which is a little bit further north from Narbonne. Dr. Outhwaite, however, who, by the way, is a very nice guy. I had a correspondence with him in the context of doing this research, and he wrote a brilliant article, which I'll include the link to in the notes for this video, that summarized a lot of the challenges that came to Dr. Mann's association of this place with Anjou. It's most likely not Anjou, but one of two other possible places. Professor Gold, who wrote a tremendous book on the Jews of Normandy, which is how I came to this particular document, he pieces together the place name to read Mondieu, as you can see here in this reconstruction from Dr. Outhwaite's work. Now, that's a pretty good assessment. It looks a lot like he's done it correctly, but we have to bear in mind a few tricky things. For example, Hebrew, as many of you I'm sure are aware, is typically written without vowels, which means that with just the consonants, you have lots of different possible pronunciations of any given word. This is why the bar mitzvah ritual is so difficult. We challenge our adolescents with this task of reading the Torah text itself without any vowels, and we see how they do in an audience of adults. Now, there are also additional problems, like, for example, place names change. It is very frequent for one place to have several names, like Byzantium Constantinople, Istanbul, all the same. Also, F places. The town of Lviv, which is, by the way, pronounced, used to be called Lvov by Poles, Lemberg by Germans, Lemberg in Yiddish. So, the same place can have very different names. And finally, just to make it a little more complicated, French pronunciation does not always correspond to its spelling. So the place name Monlieu, for example, has an X at the end. What is that X doing there? It could be that the X was actually pronounced in some medieval French, and it is actually preserved in some French places even today. But the letters that Professor Gold has referred to here does not include the letter X. That's more complication to the difficulty of actually figuring out where this comes. However, to return to the story of the French noblewoman, who, by the way, is not named in this document or any other document that we have, she and her family, after having fled Narbonne, unfortunately came into the clutches of apparently the Crusaders involved in one of the many attacks on Jewish populations. Her husband was in the synagogue and he was murdered there. He was apparently with their son Jacob and a 3-year-old daughter named Justa, or perhaps pronounced Justa, and the two children were kidnapped by the Crusaders. Presumably they were baptized and they were never heard from again. David's wife, however, our heroine, survived, possibly because she was pregnant, although losing her family and losing all of her wealth left her penniless. And that's actually the subject of the document, describing her plight and imploring the Jewish community to have mercy on her and to support her. Now, let us go to the question of where did this happen, because that has greater significance for the story, and as we see, it provides us an opportunity to continue the story. The gold shifted the location from Anjou to Montpellier. It actually was big enough move that it made the move in 1966, which I think is remarkable. I mean, this is a fairly arcane discovery by a Jewish history scholar, but it says something, I think, about the generation of 1960s that people really cared about such things in the broader world. But the New York Times was not alone. The dramatic story of French noblewoman and her persecution at the hands of her family first and then later at the hands of the Crusaders actually inspired a couple of really significant literary expressions. There was a play called Scylla that was written in 1980, and then this very important book called The Convert, which was originally published in Flemish and then translated into English, became a finalist for the National Jewish Book Award. Fascinating kind of expression of this in the artistic world. However, there's still a problem with the place, because up until now, we've been working with Professor Goldtree that she fled from Narbonne with her family to Mons, and that's where they ended up meeting Crusaders. Two other researchers, Bill and Joseph Gallon, these two fragments from the archives, which are written by the very same scribe, although they're very badly damaged, they also appear to talk about more things that have apparently seized and the Crusaders were to burn her at the stake. This is possibly the origin, and perhaps they want to mete out a special punishment for it, the sense of the general scope of the violence of the time. By the Crusaders to prepare a burial shroud for her, to wrap her in so they burn her in that shroud. But at the moment, the community was able to and raise a very large bribe to pay off the Crusaders how she survived this act of violence. So it appears that this may have been the same act of violence described in the earlier document, although it's not impossible to imagine it's the second one. if we go back to Seoul, you can see that with this reconstruction, it could have been vowelized Myo, which is not at all the same place as Monieu. It's in France, Yo is in Spain, and both places are actually quite likely locations for Jewish refugees for several reasons. So if we look at the map as a whole, here's our possibilities. You can see that she comes probably from Normandy, quite possibly from the city of Rouen, and she moved down to Narbonne in the south of France, where she married and had a family. Then, according to Professor Mann, they fled to Anjou, and that's where they met the Crusaders. According to Professor Gold, they moved to Mondieu, also in the south of France. But according to Professors Engel and Yahalon, which is beginning to become the scholarly consensus, it's much more likely they moved to Mondieu. It appears that this local woman who converted to Judaism decided to give up on Europe altogether, moving to the large and prosperous Jewish community just outside Cairo in a called Fustat, and there that she sought additional support from the community, and she ended her days there because her documents were ultimately surrendered to the Tunisia, where they were back today. So this story tells us a tremendous amount about the experience of one specific individual in the Crusades. It gives a description of how widespread the violence must have been at that time, and it confirms a lot of the other accounts that we have of the brutality of the violence at that era. And by correcting the possible place in which this occurred, this also represents the correction of what Dr. Elthwaite called an historical libel against this remote and predominantly peaceful corner of France. This is a picture of Mondieu itself. But when all is said and done, we really have to reflect on the tantalizing new details we have of one woman's life and her experience with Crusades. I hope you found this video interesting. Thank you very much for it.
Why do you gotta keep hitting them? Unless you're a hack. Now there's a question. Wow, is it sweet?
See, I think Mark's only half right there. I mean, have you guys watched Kill Tony in the last 6 months? Hinchcliffe and Redman are hitting those DEI quotas like a Disney
Hello,
franchise.
fellow students of Jewish history. Today is Rosh Chodesh Tammuz.
In the sense that Boston comedy has become hacky as fuck. For me, though, it's not because it's
The first day of the month of Tammuz, which corresponds to the anniversary of a great date in Jewish historiography. Specifically, this is the date that the first great encyclopedic Judaic historian did to become a historian, more or less. His name was Josephus, of course. He's well known because he wrote several books in the first century that have had tremendous staying power for several important reasons. But the backstory of his decision to become a historian, which is maybe not exactly on this particular day, but certainly came from this particular day, is quite fascinating. So who was this guy Josephus? He was born in the year 37, more or less, in Judea. He describes in his autobiography a kind of interesting experimentation with several different religious figures working in Judea at the time. He sort of dabbled in all kinds of different religious ideas until he finally decided, somewhat hesitatingly perhaps, or unenthusiastically, to be citing Pharisees, who are likely associated with the rabbis, although there's some little gray. His claim to fame was that he was appointed to be the commander of the northern forces defending Judea against the Roman invaders in the late 60s of that first century. Basically, what had happened was in 66 of that year, there was significant upheaval in Judea. There were a lot of different social movements and political and economic disagreement with the Romans who were occupying Israel at the time. And they sent a general, Cestius Gallus, from the north to come down and try and quell the uprising, or incipient uprising. Turns out that Cestius Gallus was a total failure, and this band of guerrilla warfare completely wiped out his legion at the pass of Bet Horon. A humiliating defeat. Cestius Gallus himself was able to limp home in humiliation. He even lost his treasured eagle standard, which is, kind of like a huge blow to the Roman army and the Roman pride. So the Romans certainly didn't take down. They resolved to send a more proficient general, Vespasian, who would later become the emperor of Rome. And he approached from the north, and the rebels decided that they better get their act together. So they sent Josephus, who was a young man at the time, to the Galilee region, to set up defenses. We know about all this primarily, by the way, but from Josephus himself. So if his story is a little self-serving, it's probably because it is. At any rate, he's up there, and from his account, admittedly, he is a really brilliant general. He has difficulty, getting the Jews to always agree with him, and he frequently has conflict with other leaders in the north. But I'm going to focus specifically on Rosh Chodesh Tammuz, which was corresponding to roughly June 30th of the year 67. At that time, Vespasian had laid a siege to the city of Yotapata, known in Hebrew as Yodfat, in the north. Josephus was there with his rebels for a brutal siege that lasted about 50 days. In that context, Josephus demonstrated tremendous prowess as a commander, doing all kinds of things like, for example, devising these clever ox-hide shields to be held over the heads of men as they went out to repair the breaches in the exterior wall. And in one especially clever move, sieges are just as hard on the attacking arm as they are on the defenders. It depends really on how much stores they've laid up against the siege, while the attackers on the outside have to find their own food all the time. That's not so simple either. So the besiegers were hoping that Yotapa would succumb to thirst in particular, and in order to try and send the opposite message, kind of early psyops move, Josephus had his rebels do all their laundry in the fairly scarce amount of water that they had remaining, and then hang their wet clothes over the wall, so the Romans would see that and say, wow, they must have a lot of water in there, because they're not worried about it. They're doing their laundry with it. But in the end, it was inevitable the Romans would take Yotapata. Josephus tried mightily to convince the rest of the defenders to surrender, and they failed to do so. By the way, Josephus is so hard to really read properly, because, as we shall see, he was later writing for a Roman audience, and specifically for his Roman patrons, which included most prominently among them Titus, the son of Vespasian. So he has to write it in such a way that the Romans appear noble and brave and competent. And the reason why it took them so long, odd years, to completely quell this rebellion in Judea was because of the ferocity and intelligence of the Jewish rebels. So he's always trying to, scrape that fine line, or find that fine balance between humiliating the Romans and describing history as it actually happened. At any rate, what Josephus says is that he's unable to convince his Jewish rebels that the smartest thing to do was to surrender. And with their massive battle rams in particular, the Romans eventually breached the walls of Yotapata. There's a horrible massacre that ensues. Josephus manages some refuge with about 40 others in some kind of underground inside the city, with one point of egress the Romans soon discover, and they stand guard at the outside of it. So in that kind of cave environment, Josephus is about to be killed by the rest of his soldiers, who say to him, hey, why did you get us into this difficulty? And he says, well, you know what? I think we should do this. And amazingly, with his very fluid language, he explains to them that it would be terrible to go out there and surrender now, because they would just be taken off into slavery. And in fact, tens of thousands of Jews were shipped off to Italy for slavery and for immoral purposes as well. He says, we can't surrender now. And we also know that the Bible forbids suicide. That's a great transgression against God. So therefore, why don't we make a pact? Let us, do a lottery, and the people who are chosen will kill the rest of us, And we'll do this in sequence with one person killing about 10 people, another person killing the next people, and then that way only the last person will actually have to commit suicide. So rather surprisingly, they go along with it. It's remarkably suspiciously similar to events he describes on the Mount Masada, which we'll talk about perhaps in another video. And what happens is, remarkably, Josephus and one other person end up being the last people alive. At which point Josephus says, let's think this through. Maybe it is actually better to show discretion as the better part of valor. And those two surrender. When Josephus is presented to Vespasian, Josephus has a flash of inspiration and says that I bet you're going to be emperor soon. Vespasian scoffs, but just then, another messenger comes up and says, "I want you in Rome." And so he's willing to tolerate Josephus because maybe he is right. By the way, that story also sounds suspiciously similar to a story told of Yochanan ben Zakkai. And although the Talmudic account is years later, based on an oral tradition, we should note that Josephus, as a historian, was not at all squeamish about borrowing material from other historians without necessarily attributing his sources. So at any rate, what happens to Josephus at that battle at Jotapata is he is taken into Roman custody. He's a captive. But once Vespasian is in fact elevated, then he ends up becoming sort of like the professional Jew of the Roman forces. He accompanies Titus, Vespasian's son, on his campaign against the rebels. He describes his experiences with the destruction of the temple itself, and in passages full of pathos, he describes how, he begs Titus to keep a Torah scroll for himself, to release members of his family from captivity, and even to take down some of the rebels from crosses that had been erected, hundreds of them around Jerusalem, to crucify the rebels, crucifixion being a go-to method of execution for the Romans for rebellion. And then, what happens with Josephus is he goes on to become this great historian. He records first his story of the war in a very successful book called The Roman-Jewish War, or The Jewish Wars, actually. And then years later, he's living in Rome, never goes back to Israel. He writes this massive multi-volume history of the Jews from creation up until his day, called Antiquities, and a few other works. It's really quite fascinating. And as I mentioned, he's a very problematic, difficult historian to work with because we know he's writing under very strange circumstances. It also is worth noting that he's actually, in many ways, a very unlikable historian. His narcissism in many places. For example, in his biography, he describes how he was so learned at the age of 14 that the elders of Jerusalem were consulting with him to find out his opinions on Jewish law, which just sounds absurd. But, he's a troubled and sad figure in many ways, but an absolutely essential resource for us to understand that first century. He's actually a very talented writer with a tremendous sense of the dramatic, and he brings to light so many pieces of information that we would not at all have if it were not for his prodigious efforts. So today is in many ways the birthday of Jewish history, with Josephus's becoming a Roman, and I thought that was worth marking with a short video. By the way, for those of you who are subscribers to this channel, and especially members of the channel, you may notice a little bit of dip in activity over the summer. That's primarily because I'm really excited that I'm making my way towards my first publisher due date for Volume 1 of the History of the Jews that I've been working on for a couple of years now, and it's really thrilling. If you're interested in reading draft chapters and commenting on them, I'm really pleased to have about 100 people who are doing so, members of the channel, and elsewhere. Check in the information box for that link. And I have a lot of great plans for later on in the summer when we get started up again with the season. I look forward to producing many more videos and sharing them with you. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance.
And the comments in this episode did not disappoint either. Mike Baker once again changing the battery to one he put into the studio. Alright, let's see what the So I think I've actually figured out how Mike Baker's been bugging Joe's studio. If you recall, last time he was in there, I pointed out that he holds his cigar in a very strange way. And this time, I again noticed he holds his pen in a strange way as well, which led me to conclude that the bug is in the pen. Joe's probably always wondering why Mike accidentally leaves his pens behind every time he visits the studio, so he keeps them for him in a little tin in the middle of the table. That's why you never actually see Mike writing with the pen. It's just a placeholder in his hand until he's ready to leave it behind. As you saw in the intro there was quite a bit of talk about the CIA in this episode, much more than usual, and a lot of it was Mike defending the agency and laying down his relationship with them.
That's relationship. They don't tell me what to say. If I go on TV to talk about something, they just like, it's not like they're going to call them superior or something. They trust you. Yeah, they trust you. I'm not going to go by you. Talk sources and methods. Racial perspective, but yeah, so that was my wife. Which reminds me, it's
shout out to Moxie, happy birthday, brother. And shout out to the other two, Schmucko and Fucko as well. Sounds like such a wholesome family. But as usual, guys, there's absolutely nothing to see here. Everything is completely normal. Just keep calm and carry on. Rogan's just out here asking questions, so don't expect him to have the answers or provide any sort of pushback against him. On his show to spout their narratives, and even though Joe has access to all the people in the mess, for some reason gently asks questions of the fact that he could have easily done when they were actually on his show, sitting across from him in the studio.
See, stuff is so crazy because when Cash Patel was on here, it was like there's nothing. It's like, what are you talking about? Yeah. I didn't even know what to say. My thought was, okay, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, I'm just gonna put this out there and let the internet do its work because it's not there. The guy says there's no tapes, there's no, that doesn't make any sense. You know about the minor Batten stuff, autopsy stuff, where it showed that he had 3 broken bones in his neck, which never happened. So, well, we have a film, we're gonna release that film, and the film had a minute missing from it. Like, do you think we're babies? Like, what is this? Also, you got people making like Gambino, right? Making big for a couple of years talking about how all that is going to get this huge conspiracy, and then you release a 2-page memo that says, yeah, it's nothing to see. You have to walk back and destroy the entire garrison.
When the Romans in the center of the empire
Patel says we don't have anything. And then Tim Tell said he has lunch with J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance says that 10,000 hours is commercial.
down
Right. Yeah, you think this from Epstein wasn't like it didn't have hidden cameras, wasn't taken. It's so obvious that Reagan hasn't figured out exactly what's going on here. It's so plain and simple for everyone to see, but himself, every single one of Reagan's guests has an agenda, whether it's a comedian, an author, filmmaker, or scientist. But when it comes to politicians, they're all compromised in different ways. That's what he doesn't seem to understand. Getting the FBI director Cash Patel on the show when Elon Musk was dropping bombs on Twitter, accusing Trump of being on the Epstein list, and seeing him swerve in his way of discussing it should have been the clearest sign yet that his guests are all compromised. There's so much to unpack here, so I'm going to go through it step by step. I'm even going to give you a hot take on what I think's really going on with Trump and the Epstein list, which I don't usually do, but you know what, fuck it. I'm already balls deep in this shit as it is. And so when it comes to compromised guests, it's never been more obvious that Mike Baker is still a company man. People joke that he's Reagan's CIA handler, but after watching this episode, it's never been clearer to me that he really is. Just listen to the way he fumbles his way through this answer to Joe's question and reveals the real reason he turned up to Joe's studio that day. You think, from your perspective, what do you think that was all about? What do you think was important? Do you think it was Mossad? Do you think it was
some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort? I know this. There's a lot of talk about. Did he have some sort of intel connection? Right? From my perspective, it's complete speculation. But I will say, from an operational perspective, you see a guy like this just sets himself in that ass. And all the way back to 2008 was his first trial, right? So he's had a long history of these problems from Chinese intel, right? And I just read the goddamn entertainment news, and there's these rumors and allegations of people flying off to his island and everything. That's it's somebody right inside that operation, whether it's Lee Maxwell, whether it's Epstein himself, whether it's somebody just on the outskirts of it.
Very famous story called Cancer and Bar Cancer. Just a quick recap without going through the actual details inside. More clearly, beginning of the structured crime compilation here. This was after doing the analytical reports that there was a case with a man by the name of Cancer. He tried to this. He tried to invite Cancer to the party, but the invitation to fire was a block in the country's Bar Cancer. Only then moved by the and so Bar Cancer arrived at that party, and thinking of that, and the bar boss, the owner, basically hosting the party, and not accepting this, not having the presence to clarify how Bar Cancer office is going to have here. In February, who can you deal with the opponent and the concretized and his release committee pulled out of the deal. He is embarrassing because he says that he's going to show these rabbis in the York as the deal, and he goes to the voters and now using them as a solution he started sending a caravan of sacrifice, they're not going to accept the way to the and they can bring this goes to the holy days and accept it or not. The rabbi said, for Shalom Malchus, it's not very good. But the discussion on there was a kind of finished. So none of this is an untoward fashion. People get a bad testimony about the economics abroad. And he decides to not accept it, and the war continues because of the very faithful line. The end of the war began with statement agreeing in such sake of time. The war says the following. Honoring Yochanan, I'm in one side, so as the Paragon, I will be first, three boys, and saying the sacrifice of all the Indians, you find out saying, and it was completely our land, that was not. And to the ground. So the question really is what is going on in this? Just to understand what I'm trying to do that. This historical point is just trying to draw back that into saying once and do we have questions? The answer is absolutely yes. In fact, it is very likely that Thompson is following a story which is by the name of Thompson and the son of Thompson, the son of, and this is a historical family. It's interesting that it shows that this family was the historical Roman family. They were was aligning the Israel mandate with the Romans, not violence. What is interesting is when we move to the end of the story, which seems to be a different story about Zacharias and Apollos, it is interesting that actually, academically speaking, he is identified as Zacharias and Amos, which actually was one of the rebels which means to say that here in the story, you can look at the two historical accounts, one about a family was killed. So then one, the family that was about loyalty to Rome. Some of the is the same story. What of us like trying to say? It's interesting, I'm trying to take and lead into a certain idea. What are those ideas? And the question that really answer is how do you story clever? So the one piece the other part of the story is about about accepting a product. How does truth become clear to the story of as is? There are three ways you can look at this. There's many organizations that trust you. I think the rabbis try to tell us the long history of what actually happened. Number one is the first in line is all add to the story by the way we recorded the rabbis. The Medrash called Hesa that we read last night since one extra mile to the story, which helps us understand what's really going on. The line that the Medrash says is, well, at this first year, this year, in which our country is burned out, well, how much shown is the fact that our kids started something to other middle places in America. He was at that meeting, was the very same person who later on deliberated as to whether that second part. But the message is saying by dropping the line is essentially a terrifying insight. Is that the concern in the doctrines of the rabbis, one separate rabbis who were dealing with this. It was the rabbis, the leadership of the time, who were more concerned about the limits and the lips of the servant than they were about the social anxiety and the person being about to happen. What the Medrash is doing is putting those two pieces together and essentially saying there is hypocrisy going on. There's hypocrisy in the leadership and it goes to the background of that, but the financial leadership of the Israel is very close to the rabbinic leadership. When spiritual and finances are too connected and there's no willingness to stand up and say things wrong, if there is a willingness to stand up on details on, that's when the Medrash is running the story. So what the Chazal do is they're trying to do together is very much more terrifying and profound perspective. Lesson number two. You notice that we want that this limit is placed. It's already been mentioned to us. There is a triple limit. There's a need for some time. Says the Ben Yadam, the Ben Shrine, 171, back just over a century and a half ago. He says, you know what? The more to tell us, we always get the illusion of humanity when it comes to everything that was talking about and we continue to talk about is when we cannot get along with each other. We can't speak well about each other. We may have disagreements, but it turns into argument. You may think one way about a person, you tell the other you tell each other about each other. That's why the news for sign is services to mention for that animal is acceptable. And finally, one piece of that, the customer says is more. One seems kind of is not. You want to know, don't pick up ramifications of that. You know that it's true. The first thing is multiple options that you sort of create other than saying to the Roman messenger, sorry, but we can't do this. First says the because the only that arose, the third that put us, was innocent about the fact that such a looking like Western, such a little dispute between two people at a meal can lead to destruction of the way. He couldn't be fathomed that people had so much hatred of each other that it could lead to such kind of destruction. And that's why he was limited. He's willing to do this as a normal case, in a more abnormal reality, led to an abnormal outcome. And that's the story of the This is the end of the first segment, focusing on the one story with most abnormal. And trying to understand the longer history of the most trying to actually use the history to see
bipartisan moment where we're not going to push for this, really. We're not going to make a big effort here. We're not sending anybody from DOJ. The Dems were during the Biden administration calling for the release of the files. Now, all of a sudden, they smell, blood in the water. Nobody's going to look good for this. But again, I would caution just because of a name like being a fraud, but whose it is, doesn't necessarily mean nefarious activity. This person was there. Doesn't mean they're connected to something awful.
So at this time, Nero was young man, he was about 29 years old, and actually, from the words of Nero, at this time, fancied himself something of a rock star of individual. He actually felt that his poetry and especially his singing were especially fine, and he was actually on a self-appointed tour of the provinces singing for audiences where he was in Greece at this time when he heard about the humiliation of Cestius Gallus, and he realized he has to do something about this, not only for the glory of Rome and the reputation of this massive empire, which you will recall at this time extended all the way from Scotland to all
all
the
of
Epstein
Europe, all of
situation
North Africa,
is going to be
most of
so
the Eastern Mediterranean,
disappointing to so
Balkans,
many
all under
people
Roman
now
domination,
because
and have this one little
I have this theory that
province in the middle of
nothing ever gets done
nowhere
in Washington,
to
D.C.
rebel
Right?
and to actually
Investigations go to
send
die there.
home
Nothing
a
ever
Roman
happens. There's never any
legion
real
was a huge
consequences of any
embarrassment.
nature.
So
We get all sorts of
he
things
needed
happening
a
right now,
general
right?
to
So
send
the
out to
Epstein
inspect
case
his
just came.
palace's place.
Regardless of
His
who else is
palace
in the files,
was,
right? And the Dems, I
considered
think, were
inept
for
at
quite
this
some time
point.
didn't pursue
And
because,
he looked around the
years
room
back they were
at
thinking, okay,
his
Clinton's going to be
various
embarrassed.
choices
We
for
don't
that,
want that.
and one of them
So,
was a person
again, my
who was
point, we
not
just
of
release
noble
everything.
background.
The
He
fact
was
that
of
lines
a
say
middle
that
class
nothing
background.
gets
His name is
investigated
Vespasian,
properly in
shown
Washington,
here.
and that it doesn't
And
matter who's on the list from both
Vespasian
sides, they should just
was
release it
felt
and
by
be done
Europe
with it.
not
We
to be
can
a
focus
threat
on the
to
more
his
important
rule.
issues of the
Shortly,
moment.
there
We
would be a
realize
huge
something.
period
If
of
the CIA was that joint
called
operation,
Poor
the
Empire,
Department of
emperors,
Justice,
where there
FBI,
was a whole bunch of
Congress, and
people
the
about
House
the
don't
throne.
own
And
details.
Nero felt
Why
that
would it
Vespasian
be
would be
so
less of a
keen to
threat.
release
He
files
also
if
had a
he
grudge
knows
against
the
him
CIA
because
was
Vespasian
involved?
had this
It could
habit
only be
of
because he
nodding
knows
off
nothing in the files
whenever
can
Nero
implicate
started to
them.
sing.
That says to
And
me that
so
the
he
actual
sent
files everyone's
Vespasian, but
fighting
it
over
happened that
don't
Vespasian
actually
was
explain the
an
full extent
incredibly
operation
methodical
and
and
probably
very
only contain
efficient
ground level
military
names
man,
at the
and he
videos
realized that
without
the way to
exposing
win
the
this
faceless
war
men
was
behind the
not
scenes running the
specifically
show.
through battles,
Well,
but
it's
it was
basically
to
saying,
supply.
well, you're all talking about
He knew that
ugly
Israel,
surface,
he knew
so
that the
let's just
North
face it
Picture
and
was
be done
dotted
with it
with hill
because you're
columns,
never going
and
to
all
get
he
to
had
the
to
bottom
do
of it.
was encircle them,
And going back to
besiege
I
them
know I'm
for a
bouncing
few
around,
weeks
but going
until
back to
they
the Epstein
finally
thing, I
gave
don't
up, and
understand
then
how they handled this so
each
poorly,
territory run
right?
by
For Van Bondi to
Jerusalem,
come out
which
and talk
was the
about the
largest
files
and
or
most
imagine
significant of
just
the fortified cities,
within a
was
blink of
just
an eye,
a
you
little
come
bit
out with this
larger
full
scale,
Sunday
but
night
could
memo
be handled
saying there's
in the
nothing to
same
see.
way. And
It's
so
just
in
lack
the
of
year
coordination.
67, you'll recall it was in
Communications. I
66,
think just about
when
that
the rebels
messaging
had their
problem
first
is
victory,
always kind of a key element of the
Vespasian
Trump
arrived with a
administration.
much
Just saying,
larger
a
force,
hallmark
times
of
the
the Trump
size.
administration
4
is
legions brought from as
the
far away
ability
as
to
Gaul, which
have
would be basically
self-inflicted
like
wounds,
northern
shoot yourself in
France,
the foot because of
were
messaging you.
brought to
All
bear
right, so at
with
the
a
beginning of
large
this video, I told you
number of
guys I was going to give you my
equally
take on why Trump
colossal
doesn't want the
amount
files to
of
come out.
logistics
I'm
were
just some
involved
guy on the
in
internet, so
feeding
obviously
this
take
massive
this with
caravan
a
of
grain
soldiers,
of
but
salt.
that was
I
what the
feel like
Romans
if
were
Trump
very
was
good
on the
at.
list
And
or
he
there was
basically took
incriminating
his
evidence
time
against him
methodically going
involving
through the
trafficking
north,
or something
besieging
similar,
cities,
it would
taking
have
them
come
over,
out
moving
already.
on to the
The
next city,
CIA doesn't
perhaps
like it if
landed
they had
them.
something
In
like
this
that.
context,
I
we should look
think they would
specifically
have
at
already used
Rota
that to get rid of him.
which
I
we
don't
talked
reckon
about
Trump is
previously.
worried
I
about
won't
being
go
on
into
the list.
detail,
I
but
think
this
he
is the
used the
scene
Epstein saga
in
to
which
tap into the younger
Josephus
audience to get
was
elected.
was
He got
eventually
guys like
captured
Ross, the
and
Milk Boys,
counted,
Logan Paul
as he
outside.
described
He
for us
was
very
finally
helpfully,
going to
a
give everyone
brilliant
a green
defense
light
of the
to the
town, but
shadows of
ultimately
government
it was
and
doomed.
expose all
And
the
in
corruption.
a
Then
remarkable
once he got
turn
into
of
office
events,
again,
he
he realized
convinced the
how bad
last
the Epstein
soldiers that
files
were
really
hiding out
were,
with them
how
to
far-reaching
engage
and
in a
wide they are,
mutual
and figured that if
suicide
he
pact
dropped it
that
all to
would
the
not
public,
be
it
handed
would
over
wreck
alive
the
to the
rest of
Romans.
his
But
presidency.
he engineered
He
it in
probably
such a way
finally
that
realized how
remarkably he was
damaging
one
it
of the
would be to
last
the
people
country that
standing
would clean
who
out
was given
Congress
the
and
task of
corporate America,
executing the others,
fuck the
and then
stock
he
market,
changed his
and
mind and
cause a
decided to
recession, etc., etc.
surrender
And
to
he
the
thought,
Romans. This
do I
makes him a
really want
very
to be the
difficult
one who does
witness
this
and
to my
difficult
country? And
narrator,
ruin the rest of my
because for
second
the rest of
term,
his
I'll
life
spend
he's
the rest of my
essentially
presidency
a
rebuilding
captive
Washington.
to the
I
Romans.
don't know.
He is
To me,
their
Trump's a
Jewish
businessman.
expert.
He
He
doesn't
follows
really seem
Jesus
like he's
around,
committed
and
to
he's
ripping apart
asked
the
the
U.S.
president
government and
present
ruining
as
his
instructed
beloved
in the
stock
temple.
market.
Now,
Think is a distraction
in
from
fact,
how
may have
well
even
he thinks he's
performed
doing, right?
rebels
Who
for
cares about
the
Epstein?
state
We all have
of
this other shit
so
going on.
he has
Look
kind of
how
like
much we're
in this regard. Another city, though, that was taken at this time, and just an example of the brutality of all this is Gamla in the previous Kamala. And this, as you can see, is not been rebuilt. But when the Romans were rather frustrated with the particulars of this city, because the rebels, although they did not create a strategy that would be effective against the Romans, they were incredibly ferocious warriors and fought to the death. In Gamla, when the Romans broke in, they seized all of the infants and killed them by throwing them over the edge of the precipice there, allowing them to die over
I learned for none of this.
the elements. Now, in terms of one other important development that's right about this time, and there's more to say about it, is that there were two specific populations that decided to down somewhere around this time.
Maybe you really care about a whole being. I don't know that he
One
did,
group are the
because none of the
Christians,
actions have shown
who
me
according
differently.
to Eusebius
His
made
words
their way
did.
up
I was
north
excited about his
to
corner
Pella,
of K. I was like, yo,
and
he
so
fixed
they're
food.
basically
Saying
a
this
very
and that.
small
I was like,
community at this
hey
point,
man, I
but
think this is
they're
going to work
basically
out.
shielded
None of it has
from
happened.
the depredations of the war. Another group was the rabbi,
Journalist Andrew Schultz has
who
finally realized
as
there
they
was
started
dirt
killing the
and
Restream, to
watching
go out
it
to
in
this
the
city,
boys
Yanya, on the
sitting
coast.
around looking
That's
confused as to
the
what had happened.
Hebrew would be
Is
Yanya.
ironically some
And
of the
there
funniest shit I've flavored in a while. Remember, this is the guy who over the past year delivered himself and his
and
team
are here
around
today
this small
largely
independent
result
political
of that
commentator grift.
retreat
After
of
Reagan
the
swore in
rabbi.
Elon's Musk, Schultz wasted absolutely no time in jumping on the bandwagon, believing that this time was different. Trump was serious. He was going to drain the swamp, release the Epstein client list, and finally expose the deep state. Schultz even enabled the podcast where
This is
he
such a
had his
fundamental
people change up the set a little,
tomorrow.
make it all
We're
nice and
talking about the
cozy, and
story
then
that
proceeded to ask
ultimately
a
led to
total
why we are
of
here today.
zero
So it's
questions
so
about
important that
Epstein
we
or the
do
list,
get
and
a
why he
deeper
didn't release the
understanding of
files
this
in his
entire
first
process. Now,
administration.
expert
Instead,
important that
Schultz
we
smiled
have
and nodded while he
like
ate up
this.
Trump's aura
Because
and
when
hyped the
social
idea
answer
that
talks
this
about
was
the fact
all
that in
about to
general,
happen,
when looking at a
that
goddess
Trump
Gemara,
was finally going to
when you look
deliver
at
the
certain
goods.
Gemaras that have
But
very
now, after
interesting
Trump
stories,
told
you're
the
not
whole nation
always
to
exactly
collectively
sure
shut the fuck
what
up
to
about
make
the
of all
Epstein
of these
files,
stories. Like at the
Schultz's
end of the Gemara,
audience
we're going to
has
get to
turned on him.
the time at the
Why
end when
didn't
he
you
talks
guys
about
ask
how
Trump
a
directly
bird
about his
was growing in
involvement with
Jesus'
Epstein
head.
when
What
Trump
exactly
was
is
on
the
your
dispute?
show?
But in general,
Not
when
only
it
did
comes
you
to
vote
a
for
goddess
this,
species
you
of Gemara,
helped
there's always a
campaign
bit
for
of a
it.
dispute
Imagine
as to
carrying
how
water for
exactly
this
you do that
administration,
when it
then
comes to
acting shocked
understanding. And so
when
it's
you
want
find
to
out
point
they
out
lied to
that
you.
it's so
Who was the
crucial that we
president
try
when
to get
Epstein
an understanding
unalive?
of the
Who was
historical
friends with him
context
for
in order
years
to
and
properly
years?
understand the Gemara. That
Trump is one
two
of them.
countries
They
fighting
us
against
once
each
again,
other,
and
and
we
one
fell for
signs
it
an
once
edict that said
again.
we're going to
Trying
destroy
to
the other
defend Trump
one,
in
whatever
this
it may
point
be.
puts
And then all of a sudden, the
round
next
of
day in the
applause for
headline,
flagrant. You all
one
fucking
fucking
campaigned
killed
for this.
10,000 people.
You are the guys who
So
had Trump on your show
understood
and
that
asked your
story, you're
asses
going to understand what that line means. But it's 100 years from now, 1,000 years
how
from now,
much
you
Schultz
look,
deflects from Trump
like one
refusing
drop
any
of
negative
10,000
line ever.
feet.
Remember when
The answer
Andrew
is you
said
have to
it's
know
not
the
cool to be
historical
a
context
Democrat
in
right
order to
now?
better
Yeah,
understand
man, you look so
exactly what
freaking
was
cool
going
right
on
now.
at that
This is
time.
your
It
guy,
makes this
Andrew.
event
I
so
like Schultz,
crucial
but
and so
let's be
interesting
honest,
on
he's
so
a
many
confident
different
idiot.
levels.
He
You know,
literally
when
helped
talking
Trump
about
get
taking
you voted
over,
for this and helped
you
have
would
it
want to
in.
sign to go and take care of the Yerushalayim
And
problem,
that's
the
exactly
Jerusalem
the
problem.
point here.
It kind
Schultz
of
didn't just fall
always
for
brings
Trump
back to
privately.
this
He
Gemara and
helped
Gil
with the
about
idea that Trump
Haman
would find the curtain and
and
reveal the
Hashverosh.
Epstein
When
files.
they were
Still
at that
can't
time,
admit that
so
he
excited
because
about
as
the
you've
idea,
already
could
seen,
not
Trump
convey
isn't just failing to
how
deliver
each of them
disguise
found
now.
a way.
Trump even
Martin
used on
saying
Truth Social
someone
to
had the
dismiss
whole their
Epstein
property and
discourse
someone
as
else
waste
had
of
used
time,
down the dirt.
ridicule his so-called
And when
friends
you
for
think
about
about
it,
it, you
and
think
said
my dirt,
Epstein was
you my
somebody
bitch
that
go to
nobody
dirt,
is talking about.
that's what was happening
And
over
so
here.
even when confronted
Disney
with
had
that
no
reality,
hesitation
Schultz,
to go
well,
ahead and
let's
try
just
to
say
help
he still
in terms
doesn't
of
quite
explaining
understand
to people.
that
So
he's
kind of like
being
what
duped.
Trump was
Instead,
saying,
what
not
we
to
get
get
from him and
mind
his
by
crew
mind,
is
but
pure
the
code. A
story, the
masterclass of
basic story of what
influence
was
and
happening
mental
in this
gymnastics
section
as
of
they
Gemara,
try to
focusing
justify,
some lessons
explain,
in Gemara.
and
I'm going to
rationalize
more,
why
I
their
guess,
guy, the guy who
text-based
helped
lessons
rebrand
and
their entire
historical
show
lessons
around
for a lot of
is
reasons.
now treating
Hopefully,
them
we
like
have
fools.
amazing company over here. But so let's get started over here with what was happening. So Stephen went and got Restream and said he was going to cut off the supply chain. By doing that, he was ultimately going to ruin Jerusalem, ruin Yerushalayim, was going to be a major issue. However, says the Gemara that there were three people who were tremendously wealthy at that time. And really people from other Gemaras, one that was brilliant in the kindness, very selfish, that he took on the entire soldiers of the nation and supplied water for everyone. And the second I turned out now, Gemara goes through those stories, I'm not going to get into them right now. But there were three wealthier people, all extremely generous. And basically, just used all of their resources to could have lasted for 20 years. Susan could have waited there here
for as much as 21 years, he would have been totally covered and he would have been fine. They all essentially caught up on me. I'm not trying to sorry, I'm been covered in Farley, another one said I'm been covered in wine, and another one said I'm been covered in wood, and Mark particularly crazy where you know those who were willing to do that for real because it was such an expensive asset. They were covered. Things seem to be going okay, despite what was happening and obviously all the tensions that were going on behind the scenes. Things seem to be at least settled. Yeah, 21 years seems like something. By then, hopefully, something will figure itself out. However, this is the only issue for the next section of the film. Barjone, Rashi says, comes from the Russian border. They just wanted to fight. They weren't thought out people. They caused major issues. And they decided that, no, we need to fight back against this. We need to fight back against this attack. That's our own. And the Chachamim one thing said, I'm going to read Rabbanan, they cannot be strong about value. The Rabbanan wanted to just go in the peace and be more diplomatic. They knew that they had 21 years to work with. So there was a lot of time to go ahead and deal with everything that was going on. But these are very have none of it, and they argued essentially. They burned down all the cities that these two governments had given, and now they're doing our stuff. Now, supply chains are tough from the outside, they have nothing from the inside, and they are in big time trouble. So the Gemara goes on to describe just how terrible this family is. It was so unbearable to the point where Martha Bastaitis, who was a wealthy, she was the wealthiest woman,
how you living, Pam?
that she sent out her worker to go and buy.
What's good, son? Retro Ray. Did you fucking mortgage the house and your kids' college education yet?
Oh yeah, and then some.
Oh,
I got so much. I got 1 million bitcoins, the largest Bitcoin holder in the world.
Oh, I'm sure you did. That's what I took you as. You live in Pimp.
Good, just got my setup all set up.
Are you gonna stream on Kick, or are you gonna jerk yourself off?
Oh no, definitely. I don't have anything to gamble though, so I'm probably just gonna play like some PS2 games and stuff.
Doug, why don't you play Grand Theft Auto and do some cool shit in that?
I got bored of Grand Theft Auto pretty quick.
All right, well, I don't give a flying fuck. The world has it. It's the #1 streaming game, and we're 9 months away from Grand Theft Auto 6. Get your shit together, and let's see you play.
Sure, you didn't tell me about that.
Dog, are you like sharing something right now? Because all I see is the OBS loading screen.
Yeah, hold on.
All right, here's what I want you. Here's what I want you. I'm gonna get all up in your shit. I want you to go on Grand Theft Auto and get into a sniper battle with somebody.
A sniper battle? What even is that?
It's a battle where you both have sniper rifles and you try to kill each other.
Okay. That sounds like fun.
You did this before, but you wore shitty clothing. You need to wear like either all black or camo. I want you to be serious about this.
You said a sniper match?
Yeah, I mean, okay, remember you played that one time? It was after you gambled at the casino there, the casino in the game. And you did sniper match against, like, well, it wasn't just snipers, but you had a sniper rifle, and you were fighting against another guy. I want you to do that, but I want you to do it and win this time.
I think that was me.
Dude, okay, right. Okay, well, I did see you go to the casino. I remember that, and that was you, right? There's that beautiful face. How you living, Pat? All right. So this time, well, so I want you to put on camo or something black, and then I want you to go around the tops of buildings and snipe dudes.
On GTA 5 or what?
On Grand Theft Auto 5, absolutely.
Well, the problem is, I mean, I could download 5M, but I can't play online because I have like a cracked modded version, so it won't let me play online.
Okay,
But
so
I could play online, but just by myself, or I could play 5M.
hold on. What's online by yourself mean?
Like a solo invite only session.
But nobody else is there?
I got mods. Yeah.
Okay, that sucks. I mean, it's cool, but it's whatever.
Yeah.
So, what's the alternative?
5M.
What's 5M?
It's like custom servers for GTA 5. All modded stuff like Chicago Chirac, where you sell drugs and dope and stuff, and it's all kinds of stuff like that. Team deathmatch. There's one where you just race cars, all kinds of different shit.
Oh yeah, I saw you race cars, didn't I? No.
I've never installed 5M.
No. Okay. Okay. So you're gonna install 5M?
No, but I got God of War for the PS2. I want to play. I want my whole thing because my the whole thing why my name's Retro Raid is because I actually have a kick named Retro Raid. But I had to change the username to Gambling Schools because there's too much botting stuff going around. So I had to let the heat cool down first. But basically, what I want my content to be is playing PS1, PS2, and 64 games. I want to play retro games. That's what I want my thing to be.
Okay.
Like the retro gaming dude.
I got you. All right, I have a question for you. Are you ready for the answer?
No.
Can you play multiplayer on Grand Theft Auto 4?
I gotta download it.
Okay, what?
But I can't. Like my download speed's super fast.
Do you have Red Dead Redemption 2?
No.
Doug, you are not helping me here. Okay, so you have Grand Theft Auto, but it's cracked, so you can't play online, right?
Right.
All right. Well, how long will it take you to download GTA 5M?
Like 2 minutes. I got gigabit internet now.
Okay. Well, why don't you get your shit together and download that?
Because, bro, I don't feel like fucking playing 5 right now. I want to play some old school stuff.
Okay. How about just play regular Grand Theft Auto? I saw this thing that I want you to do. It's hilarious. Okay. So you take a bus onto the freeway and you have it angle let me just show you what. Let's see if you can do this. If I can find it, I'm going to tell you how to get to. Okay, GTA, I think. I just saw it earlier. And it was pretty. Oh, yeah, I found it, dude. Dog. Okay, here's what I want you to do. This is sick. I want you to emulate this. If you're such a good gamer and so sick, which you are, you could do this. All right. Are you ready for me to send you a link? All right. All right. So you're going to be like, that's all you want me to do? And I'm going to be like, yeah, that's all I want you to do. It's just exactly what they do in this. Okay, go to the link that I just sent you. It's in it's on Reddit. I just want to see you do this.
Oh my god. Hold on a second.
What the fuck is this beeping?
Hold on. Where the fuck is Mountain?
Bump, 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 bump. Bump, 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 beep, 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 beep.
Download Santiago, Puerto Rico, Eastern Rico, Central.
Yo, dog, what is this beeping?
It's a PS2 emulator. Set it up.
Okay, does it have to have the most annoying sound on earth?
I was just sending it.
Okay.
I want to say works real quick.
Hey, remember that I sent you a link and you didn't look at it?
For what?
How about you check your Discord messages and you do what's in this link? It looks tight as fuck.
Oh, hell yeah, that's going to be fun. I'm excited for that. All right, let me see here. Oh, I looked at it. The state link? Yeah, you showed me that.
No, you fuck. Okay, no, you fuck.
GTA. I'm looking at it, fucker. Racing at the gate.
Do you see it? It's a bus. Do you see it? It's a bus.
I want to try that. Hold on, let me try that real quick.
Okay, what are you talking about?
The bus.
Yeah, that's what I want you to do. Excellent. Do you know where that is? I don't either. That's the thing.
But I know how to do that. I mean, I can just do it on any thing. Anyway, here. Let me see. I'm not going to stream it because Pop's going to come over a little bit and I got to do stuff. I'm going to stream it a little bit.
No, I understand. You've got your panties all up in a fucking kink. I get it. I just want to see you do it.
My what?
Your panties are in a kink.
Oh my god, you wanted to talk, dude.
Dog, my panties have been in a kink for years.
Hey, what do you do to get banned in the server?
Well, you could show your penis. I don't like when people do that.
I'm just kidding.
Chicks to masturbate if they want to, and I have had chicks do that, so that's...
Oh, you let them?
Oh, yeah, I've let them. Not only that, but I shout...
They enjoy it?
Oh, fuck, man. It's like a private show. It's amazing.
You, though.
Because I spammed her, and then she saw my shit, and then just came in here, and she was some OnlyFans model who also streams on Kick, and she masturbated to orgasm as I sang to her, and then that was the end of that.
Did you reciprocate?
Fuck no.
Oh my god.
What's that, pimp?
Threat security. No active antivirus. Your device is vulnerable. Okay, well, let me turn the fucking antivirus off. No. Device security. Core isolation. Security. Blah, blah, blah. No, any of that. Protection history. Everything's off. Threat block. Learn more. Viral restricted area. Disable anti-spyware. Okay. Check that one. Driver initially. That's found. Wow. Starting. Manage setting. No friction. No dev drive.
Is this gonna be? Are you gonna play Grand Theft Auto, or are you just gonna troubleshoot your computer?
Oh, you see my screen? I gotta get the vehicle spawner.
Dude, I do see your screen. I don't see Grand Theft Auto. I've seen every Grand Theft Auto. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 1. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 2. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 3. This isn't Grand Theft Auto Vice City. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 4. This isn't Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 5. This isn't Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories. This does look like Grand Theft Auto: The Ballad of Gay Tony. Is that what we're playing?
Bro, you sound like a Jew.
Great. That's what I'm supposed to sound like. Because that's what I am, baby.
Oh my God. There you go.
What's your favorite N64 game to play?
Super Mario 64.
Okay, that's a cool game, dude. Have you ever gone for what did they call it? Time when you do it as quickly as possible runs?
No, I can't do any of that shit.
Ditto. I have to take my sweet ass time.
Oh, really? Oh, it's in my mod menu right here. It's actually pretty good. Go to settings. Turn it all the way on. Entering online.
When's the last time you gambled? And
like, a couple weeks because I had to move into this new place and I got money anymore.
Doug, it looks really nice.
What, my house?
Yeah.
I can show you it on my phone real quick. Let me see. Bobby. Special drawing room. Solo session. Right here. Should let me go. Alright, here, hold on.
Did you know Kill Tony is tonight?
Yeah, I usually don't watch that stuff.
Do you watch pro or college football? What the fuck? You just disconnected. Why did you just disconnect?
Hey, see me now?
Yeah.
I'm on my phone.
Okay.
Go a second, I'll show you my phone.
Alrighty. Why'd you move?
But I moved up. My phone?
Yeah.
I had to connect to my fucking phone.
No, why did...
This one. So this
No.
is the kitchen.
Very nice.
A nice little kitchen.
Absolutely.
This is my setup. I just set up today.
Tight. That's what you've been using?
Phone setup. Okay.
Oh, very big.
My couch. It's not bad. It's a little small, but it's not terrible.
Where's your favorite place to masturbate?
Huh?
Where's your favorite place to masturbate?
Kitchen room.
Oh, stop that.
I don't masturbate.
Okay.
Bro, I don't masturbate anymore. My boy. This is my room. It looks messy. Got a big closet, AC, big bed. Oh yeah, we're still in the process of putting shit away, but
Dude, it looks really nice.
decent bathroom. It's not bad. It's a little trailer.
Dude.
I'm really proud of my setup. So I have it on a room like this. I want to put an entertainment center right here, and then have my computer. I would probably want to put another couch right there. I think.
All right.
That's how I want to do it. So I have my computers and then TV somewhere right here. This is our cooler. We have a small cooler, but there's no AC. But it works good. I just put like a bag of ice in the bottom, and it gets super, super cold.
Like a swamp cooler?
So yeah. Yeah, it's a swamp cooler. And in the front of the house, really big yard. Yeah, I'll actually just show you real quick. This fence on this side, we have a privacy fence that our neighbor did, like a while ago.
Oh, very nice.
The full fence of this is. It's a pretty big yard.
Definitely big.
Nice. Got a little street lamp right there. And
It looks perfect, dude. Did you go from an apartment?
No, I'm happy about it.
Absolutely. Did you go from an apartment to a mobile home?
From my in-law. This is way better than living in a little room.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What the outside looks like. So, outside.
It's beautiful.
Our neighborhood looks pretty well, but right behind us is a trap house and an alleyway. Our neighbors over here have a bunch of crap in it. Looks like shit. But it is what it is.
Dude, have you?
I live in a white trash part of town.
Have you?
Complain about it.
Dude,
I like staple phones, so.
That's amazing. It's yours. There, you should be very proud. It's very nice, dude. You're doing better than 90% of Americans.
It's a little pricey, but you could afford it putting money. Hold on. Hey, you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm making good money because, like I told you, I'm a corrections officer.
Right.
And I make 26 an hour, and then like these past 4 days, I've been off for over, so I have 12-hour shifts for the last 4 days. So that's a whole extra, basically like $2,700 every 2 weeks. That's like comes out to around $4 to $5 grand a month. So I'm doing pretty good with money.
Doug, you're doing really well.
Yeah, I got a little plastic bottle of vodka I'm gonna pop later.
Don't do that.
Don't. Just for tonight. I've been drinking a while. I don't have anything to gamble, but I'm just gonna play games and have fun. So let's do this bus thing that you're talking about.
Absolutely. This is why we're here. This is what I want to see. Can I tell you, if I had to look at my crystal ball, which I don't do, but here's what's going to happen. You're not going to be able to do it, and you're going to make up all kinds of excuses why you can't.
Yeah, what?
Get this bus thing to work.
Oh, yeah, no, I'll be able to. Let's see. I forget how to get the fuck out of here. You have to go down or something. Hate this shit. Exit. So you go here, you can get to exit. It's not the fucking exit. Here, we'll just do this. Put on the $1 million stuff. You should be over. I could just literally, I like the spawn menu. You could spawn anywhere where you put your waypoint. Like, it's fine on highway.
That's tight as fuck. Don't you need a bus first?
Yeah, I have a spawner for that.
Oh, tight.
Okay.
Can you spawn any? Can you spawn any? Can you spawn any vehicle you want?
Yeah, anything.
Even a plane?
Yeah.
That's tight.
All kinds of shit.
How about a submarine?
Yes, anything. Like mine. Okay, let me find. Where's it going? Spawning bands. That's the. Okay, let's see. I gotta find somewhere there's a garden. It's right here. It's right here. I mean, that could work. Just launch everyone off right there.
Let's see. I mean, that's why we do this.
People, yeah, everything. You just want to flip a tree.
Okay,
That's the best goal.
that'll work.
I mean, anything really.
Dude, just it needs to be the right angle and everything.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear your bullshit excuse why you can't get this to work. You see,
I'll get it to work.
you see, I make fun of you in order to motivate you to be able to get this thing to work.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's I work off that way.
I know you do.
Dash hound, or prison guns. So dash hound. I passed by it.
In all honesty, as the kids say, real talk, you should be very proud of where you live. Good for you, big dog.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. After that, here it is. Dash hound.
Okay. Oh, like Greyhound.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Oh wait. Yeah. Well.
No, it won't. It has to be a place without a guardrail.
Yeah. Right there. Watch.
Okay.
Now what I'm gonna do is shoot a gun. And then they're all gonna go crazy.
Yo, what's up? How are you?
Watch.
What's up? What's up, P model?
You a good teammate?
Hey, P model, how'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me?
Was looking at Kick and I saw a Discord link on Kick.
Dude, you're the man. Absolutely. Do you mind if I tell Big Dog?
Yeah, go tell me about it.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, P model?
Yeah, I've seen the Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I have more content archived than any person in global history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was the one resource more valuable than petroleum, which may make me an influential person someday. If that happens, I'm going to make you, your family, extremely wealthy so that you have financial independence if you don't already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds great. It's interesting.
Excellent, Big Dog. So I'm live all the time. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I am someone who's an advocate for the Lifestyle program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you, P model? Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, things like futurology. All right. What did I tell you? Retro Raid. Next time you come back, yeah, and I want to see you actually succeed at this, because all I did was see you take a big L. Take care, man. Peace. I talk about futurology topics, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, invisibility cloaks. I talk about Santa Claus machines. I talk about things like quantum computing, space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, intergalactic travel. I talk about de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year the Pyrenean ibex, which was located in northern Spain. So fast forward to the year 21, a company out of Dallas, Texas, founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. And I'll be proud to be able to archive it if possible. I am someone who thinks it's amazing what they've done with their advancements with the direwolf. If you didn't know, they've created 3 direwolves. Joe Rogan has met these direwolves. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will just be really exciting to witness. I talk about other things, P model, to help you, specifically help your friends and family. This is all with your consent, but things like life extension technology. When you were born, P model, the average expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to 100, 120 with technology, utilizing oxygen therapy, things like human growth hormone, stem cells, peptides, red light, ambrosia therapy, things like cold shock therapies, cryogenics, nootropics to get you to be 100 years old. But you may get to be 125. This has been really great. Everything that you said came true. It's been wonderful. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? If you want, you may be able to utilize the next type of technology, which is mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying, you people that utilize this type of technology to experience digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
The idea.
Absolutely. So, with that said, you should know more than any of the stuff that I talk about. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future and just really here to hope. So, if there's ever anything that you ever need or you ever need to speak with anybody, I'm here to be okay? Excellent.
I think the re-extinction thing is pretty interesting. Going back to recently.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, where were you reading about it?
I got a few videos on my feed.
Word, dog. All right. So, it's de extinction. Re extinction would mean that we extinct these things again. I'm sure you're aware of that. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, de extinction is going to be really exciting. And it's already been done. People talk about this being like Jurassic Park and that we're never going to be able to achieve it. It's already been done. It was done 22 years ago. So scientists have already done it. It's just a matter of time until they do it again. So that's very exciting. If I may ask, whose stream were you watching? When did you see me spam or did you see a clip?
I saw a clip before.
Oh, tight. Okay, are you a streamer or are you just a viewer?
Just a viewer.
Oh, tight. So you went to somebody's stream and you looked at their clips, and then I had a clip in there, and you were like, "What is this?"
Yeah.
Tight. Very cool. Well, in addition to live streaming my life in Discord, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams. If you look in the upper left corner of this Discord, you'll see a red circle, and it says 24/7 YouTube streams. If you plug that link into your browser, you will see that I'm live on 22 different now on YouTube. You've never seen one individual live on so many different streams and platforms. I'm live on 33 different devices, 33 different platforms. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams alone. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person on earth.
Interesting. Looking at the YouTube, never seen this before.
Absolutely. Look how many are live.
A lot of accounts.
Word, dog. But it's not just a lot of accounts. Look how many are live simultaneously. No other creator does what I do. Welcome. What up, Zen? How you living, pimp?
Fine. What about you?
Kicking ass, taking names. Zen, if I may ask, how'd you find out about me?
I just found like your YouTube stream, like your streams, I guess.
Excellent. You were just scrolling through YouTube and you saw one of them, and you were like, "I'm gonna check out this person's Discord."
Yeah, it wasn't my recommended actually.
Oh,
I was
tight.
like, all right, it seems cool. So,
Amazing. Can I tell you about myself, Zen?
that's fine.
Excellent. P model. I'll keep it as short as possible. Apologies. Zen, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, 65 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Zen, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show, the television show Big Brother?
No.
All right, that's all right. Essentially, you should know that I'm live 24 hours a day. I have been since the pandemic. The Truman Show and Big Brother, they're basically like shows or movies of people whose entire lives are on camera. I do so because I'm amazing. That's frankly why. That's cool. That's right. I was doing shit.
In the store, and she
Big
thought he's just, this worker's just not doing his job. So she said, "I'm going to go myself." And Gemara talks about how she eventually passed away either because she walked over something disgusting she wasn't used to, or she ate of the dates of Rebbe Tzadok. Gemara tells us a story about Rebbe Tzadok. Rebbe Tzadok was so worried about the former lion that he fasted for 40 years. I don't know about you guys. I'm having a pretty tough time today. 40 years is pretty impressive. He fasted for 40 years over the formula. And he got to the point where he was so sick, where he would have figs and he would just suck out the juices, and then the rest of it would just go to the garbage. And you'd be able to see it go through. The image I can imagine after seeing all the pictures and videos from the Holocaust. But that's all he was able to have in these figs. The extra, whatever was left from these figs, that's what Martha's Baisus was eating. The richest woman in Yerushalayim. That's what she was left with. And eventually she died because of that. And Gemara ends, at least this section, by talking about how when she was going into her grave, she took out all of her gold and her silver, and she said, "What is this worth if there's nothing to go ahead and do with it?" And I think in terms of this, we always remember what's the ikar and what's the telka, what's so important for us, what is it with us, what is it that we do. It's important that we remember everything we have is there to help us on our trajectory to make sure we're doing what we can to be the best versions of ourselves that we can be. But it itself is not an end by itself. I've heard a fascinating concept. There's an idea of loing la rush, which means that if you go to a cemetery, you tuck in your tzitzis, you try not to do certain mitzvos because it kind of creates a jealousy from the base, the nifter who's in the ground. It creates just a bad sense because you're doing mitzvos, you're teasing them. You can't go and tease people like that. That's not a nice thing to do. So, English or both of them pointed out that there's no lowing a rush for someone wearing a special watch or wearing a brand new suit. You can do whatever you want. You can wear whatever you want. Because the Mason, they understand what's truly important, what we're truly here for, what we're truly all about. Everything we have is there to help us on our path of becoming the best people that we can be. She recognized this mark of us, and fortunately, in the end, nothing that she really could have done differently. But this was her takeaway message from this episode, where we see how certain zealots who decided to take the law into their own hands cost the Jews so much in so many different ways. And this leads us into our next section.
So this is one of the natural rights. So I don't know. Actually, nobody on Zoom currently has any questions. And, I think they can hear us. Anyone in the room have any questions? Anyone have a second question?
The question that to be asked was why did the rabbis listen to that Rav about Zachariah in the place? That was the question which was posed. It's a very good question. You have to also just think about the competing forces in that conversation, that dialogue. There was Zachariah priest, potentially also a Melech, just this version. There are the rabbis, and there's the message. There's multiple forces all at once. As they nothing happens, so one or two things in my mind is possible. One, you're covering up. Or two, nothing really happened, and you exploited the role of thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here? Because that one to me sounds just as bad. So this
This is where things get even funnier because instead of sitting there in Pennsylvania and accepting what has just happened, that Trump has told them off, that the Epstein list was never coming, that this entire narrative they've wrapped themselves in has imploded. Schultz and the Flagrant crew immediately started performing the exact routine we've seen from the podcaster ecosystem over and over again. When they get caught with their pants down and their dicks in their hands, they do it in fault. They don't acknowledge that they hyped all of this. They don't sit in the reality that they were doomed. Instead, they pull out mental gymnastics because the best move in this situation is to continue to act like you're smarter and more independent than your average viewer. So what do? They start asking the questions that they should have asked years ago. Maybe there's a cover. Maybe there's some dark national security reason why Trump had to walk this back. Maybe it's all a 4D chess move and they just don't have the leaders to understand it yet. Anything to avoid admitting that Trump simply used them and the Epstein list was never going to get released.
So what is covering it up mean? Either
there is an intelligence operation that's happening within the United States that is aiding and abetting the exploitation of children. Celebrity or taxpayer dollars, and sometimes CIA will act on it. So we're now complicit in this thing, but it's for the greater good of America, right? So we kind of really want. Or Trump is implicated in some direct way because obviously he knew Jeffrey Epstein from back in the day, or both of those things. So let's talk about these two scenarios. So, but let's say it is an intelligence operation, like you just said, that our taxpayer dollars are going towards an abuse.
The question was just the idea of the conversation. The conversation said that
cash, Monjano, Trump, and the administration, and basically go, what do you want to do, guys? You want to tell the entire country that the CIA, and potentially the FBI,
Yes, ma'am.
are doing this, and we're getting arrested. This is how we are.
Did you nap?
That was his point. That was what made it.
Do you feel well?
That's totally simple. This is why it was that
I've just been entertaining people. You know how I am. Keeping the people happy, putting asses in the seats. I do my best to.
You probably sleep right on.
So the word used is
Yeah, definitely.
As humility is usually used in a positive context. In this case, the context is not supposed to be so positive. It's actually seen as a lack of action. Dr. Abrams was saying,
Yeah.
sometimes
Yes, ma'am.
not to be humble. Sometimes
I had one friend, he played Grand Theft Auto, and we had some other new friends come and join us, so that's cool.
And that's what humility is not called for. So it's actually not every leader has lines is his way of spectrum, and that's not the place to listen to these villages. I don't think it depends on the teacher.
There was one question online, and actually a very fundamental question. What were content or content finding back?
The point is that it really doesn't matter.
Yes, ma'am. Later tonight, you're online with phone. Yes, ma'am.
We'll have another scheduled question.
See you later, alligator.
But now we talked a lot about the virionimity, zealots. Those two terms are not strictly speaking synonymous, but they overlap. So we'll use that shortly. It's important to recall, and this is I think one of the most bizarre things about normally when you have history, certainly Jewish history, there's usually a focal point, usually a leader. There is a leader, not a
whatever the mainstream narrative is, but the fact that his tune is
encapsulates and personalizes and personifies these leaders. This massive war of the Romans. There are a series of people claim to take the mantle of leadership. We spend most of their time, fighting with each other, fighting Jews rather than significantly fighting the Romans or fighting some of the other activities, the other nationalities involved as well. The Samaritans, the Syrians, the Greeks, but for the most part, there's no single individual represents what the rebellion is all about. So much so that in fact, the Romans, when they celebrated their triumphs in 71, they had to have like a literally theatrical production in Rome involving parade with painted spots showing various battles that they fought. And normally a triumph would end with the king that was defeated being strangled as a ceremonial act of sacrifice. They couldn't find anyone in Jerusalem to play that role for the rebellion. They ended up choosing King Bar-Giora. We'll talk more about him in a second. He's a frightening, ferocious warrior, but he was not given command of any Israel. He just one of the many zealot troops that decided to take control for themselves. He was the only one left to survive, and so they brought him back to try and turn him into 71. And I think this speaks to one of the big takeaways that I get from meditating on these events every year, is that the Jews spend so much time a tragically counterproductive man. I mean, I'd like to say we're past it, but unfortunately we're not at all questions. I will one last kind of like structure before I was talking with Dr. Goldman about this yesterday, and he mentioned a very profound Zal tell us that the reason that this image was destroyed, the second basement, was because of Sina, baseless hatred, which is certainly true. We see throughout the entire period of the but he said, we have in our modern day translated Sina into smaller, interpersonal, just be nice to each other. Try not to say so much less. Hold the door open for someone. But there's a more accurate definition of what that kind of thing was. And the was the low not break yourself into little groups and groups. Those people are fanatics, those are lenient, they're not with all kinds of things like that. We're still deeply involved. That had their own self-government under Rome. The Romans operandi. They always, when they took over territory, they selected the local elite, the aristocracy, and said, basically, you run your country the way you want, just make sure you get our citizens. As long as you make factories where we know harm. And so these had kings, they had Herod, of course, was an exceptionally efficient ruler, although it was incredibly brutal and comical. I read about the first and Agrippa the second shown here, who were, in place to make sure that things ran on time in Israel. But despite that, a group of disciplined individuals rose up
challenge role and the challenger as well, with master's results. To give you one sense of it in a graphic format, this is a topographic map of Jerusalem, and it shows us sometime in the year, the spring of 70, before the station actually laid siege to the city. And basically you had, and this is only at one snapshot in time, and many other groups were quite active. You had one group under Elazar ben Shimon who had taken over the temple courtyard and were hiding behind its walls. You had another group under John of Bishkala, Yochanan of Bishkala, a rival of Josephus, who controlled the outer courtyard. And then you had Shimon bar Giora here out in the city of Jerusalem itself. And the three groups fought with each other bitterly, murdering each other whenever possible. And this is just a fraction of the many zealous groups that were active. At other points, you had the Indians invited into the city, and they released themselves. It was just incredible bloodshed during the 69 in particular. And what was especially tragic, besides the fact that the teachers confirmed what we saw in the last tomorrow, that the zealots burned down the raised stores of the rival, virtually guaranteeing the defeat of the eventually arrived. There's no way they could outlast the siege, but that they were completely separated from each other and separated from the reality that they were about to be attacked by none other than 50,000 Roman troops. And they simply wasted all their energy fighting each other during this period of time. And with that, I think turn it over to Alex.
What makes this even funnier is that you can feel Schultz is trying to pretend that there's some nuanced revelation.
I think it's so important
He presents it as if it's this
appreciate
edgy,
what Dr. Edison just said, because
like he's the
like
brave
we
one
read
for
through the
fun
Gemara
messages
without
to get
ever
out loud.
realizing
Even though people have
what
been
the
saying this from
backdrop
the beginning,
is of
and
what
he
the
just
Gemara
laughed it off and called them
and let's
names.
just take a step
But
back.
here's the best part.
These are the Gemaras
Even
that
as
are
Schultz starts to say the
traditionally
divine not out
reversed
loud,
over
he
50
can't
times.
let it
And
end
the
there
Gemaras that
because
make respect
admitting
that
that Trump
basically
cooked
center
would
of
mean
the
admitting
receptor
that
for
flagrant's
theism.
entire rebrand was
We're
built on
talking
nothing.
general
This entire investigation series commentator was a grift.
what is
And his
interesting
audience
is that
was
last
right
one
along when they hit the comment
what is the
section.
game?
So instead
What
of
is
seeing
the
that
game that
realization,
talking
what
about
does
today?
Schultz
Let's see.
the leap right into speculation mode?
Now we come
Gearing up
across
for
an
one last
interesting
desperate pivot to
theme
protect
the
flagrant brand
more
from
talks
total
about
collapse. Is the moment where Schultz and his
factions
Dick Riders slide seamlessly from
If you
admitting
don't
that
have any sort of
being
the
the trunks of
background,
the
like
list
I'll try
adds
to say a
into
second
the
ago,
conspiracy
you
code
don't hear
where
what
they
I've always say
argue
about
maybe Trump isn't at
I'm not
fault
just talking
after
about
all,
fun.
when he actually runs
So as
the
long
country.
let's
Of
go over
course,
just
you can't just
a
be
little
them
above
blind
the art.
for
There you go. The Boris says, Abba Sikra, late reality relate. So we have Abba Sikra, former of Sikra, is the one that's given, is the head of the reality, that's the group that has translation, to burn down the store. Barak said to Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Zakana, he was the son of the sister of Rabbi Yochanan Zakana, the name. Barak said, he said to him, come and see the two countries in the secrecy. Also, Amos of the middle team parties, but Kabiru is the recent area of the country. The other Austin, who never was in the country every 4 years or 8 years, it was essentially Austin was when other Jews in subsection with Jews. Obviously, it's not the established. Like speaking about it, shed a light on it. There must be some version of this government that like maintains the course. And does what countries maintain course just like every other country that's run as a dictatorship. So it would be shocking to me that maybe he's evolved, maybe not evolved, but he could have had a conversation. They could have come up to him and this on purpose, right? Like they could have said, the guy who had the perfect shot, from 100 meters away or whatever, like, look at the sign got you closer. But we missed on purpose. And we won't next time, unless you have people who look at the way about this episode. I would not be surprised at all if the CIA actually because they will
Wasn't
be
that the
some
entire
degree
point of
new
training this
inventions
mob?
right now,
Wasn't that
maybe
exactly
allowed
what
out
Trump ran
in
on?
various
The whole premise was that he was
That's
the
that's really what
outsider,
happened.
the guy who
And
wasn't
describes
controlled
that
by the
they
deep
came
state,
to the
the
gate.
guy who wasn't afraid to go after the elite, the guy who wasn't compromised. And now we're watching Schultz and his crew try to rationalize Trump's failure by saying, well, maybe the intelligence agencies really run everything and Trump can't do anything about it. That's fucking wild. Because if that's your explanation now, that Trump is powerless, that presidents don't really run the country, CIA and FBI are the real government, then why were you selling your audience here? What all that posturing for? What was all the hype about? Rogan positioned himself the same way. The independent thinker, the guy who got it on, the guy who gave Trump his blood precisely because Trump was supposed to be outside that system. And now that Trump's turned around and not only failed to deliver, but doubled and won them for ever he would. What do? They double down as well. Themselves into conflicts and fights, all part of some bigger plan. Why Trump isn't to blame. Why he's victim of forces too powerful for any president to overcome. And the best part, Trump himself is still dismissing them now. After all that support, after that campaigning, disguised commentary, Trump is openly telling guys like Schultz and Rogan to keep quiet and move on. That's what makes his collapse so fucking funny. Not just that Schultz and Rogan got duped, but that they helped sell the drug to their own audience and spent the last year during their podcasting training marketing channel for politicians. And now Trump himself has discarded them like the useful idiots they were all along. I find myself saying this in almost every video I make these days, but this shit is seriously so fucking rageful at this point that the script writes itself. But anyway, make sure if you haven't already, subscribe to this channel right here. Then head over to my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, and subscribe there as well so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Also, don't forget to hit the link in the description to my Patreon where you'll find all my uncensored, long-form content covering Rogan, Gilbert, and everything in between. Thanks for watching, guys. I will catch you in the next one.
Basically, one thing I would say to y'all over these cities, the two most podcast and things about that, I think the element of satire is really good. There's a description of the times, there's a satire as to something is before, that you don't quite like. And he needs to notice that word. First of all, who is our Sikha? Who is this person, our Sakira? Who is he? So we don't actually know the person that they used to. So we do know that sounds very similar to one of the factors about that civilization as well, and we talk about as well, which is the Sikha.
Yo, dog. How are you? Can you hear me? Hello.
But I'm actually trying to be the father or the leader of that group. And the Sikari who says his group is going to be under control right now. That's what the receiver is for. Another thing over here you see, which is really about the true complexity of these tragedies. And that is the relationship to truth is the fact. You know, so the other and other Sikari give this figure their age on family. This is one. And that's how we are not works. He reverts back 200 years to times by factor 9. And he really was in your essence. He's one of the best things, he's one of the students for the 40 years of the generation. He's one of the headline foods who is sending out things to be done. Just understand the complexity. This is family. That's what I'm saying.
Yo!
Notice one thing in this video.
What's going on, 1 mile 0? Yo, look at this. It's a party. Yo, can you hear me? What up, Poker?
No.
Poker, can you hear me?
He helps maintain the stability line between.
How's your day going, Poker? Excellent. How did you find out about me? Excellent. Were you on Twitch, Twitter? Were you on Kick? Were you on YouTube? No way. And you saw one of my clips?
Yeah, like was shown in this pandemic.
Poker, you're amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Before we do that, 1 Mile Zero, how did you find out about me?
I was down on YouTube and I found some streams.
Okay, great. And how about you, Larry? How did you find out about me? All right, Larry's just doing their thing. All right, well, thank you for being here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, that's essentially what I do. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than anyone, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, 1 Mile and Larry and Poker, I'm going to make you all rich. I'm going to make sure that you have enough money to have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent.
Sounds amazing, dude. That's big.
Excellent. Well, it is amazing. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about things to end world hunger. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I'm also an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How did those ideas sound to you guys?
It sounds fucking amazing.
Excellent. It's yeah, absolutely. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. That's its logo. I talk about other things to help the world, futurology topics. I'm really fascinated by the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light, quantum computers, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets. Things like cryptocurrency, of course, and Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, things like perhaps even de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with pioneering ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to 2021, a company out of Texas was founded, known as Colossal, within the next 3 years to reintroduce woolly mammoth into the Arctic, so utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is really exciting. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So that's something that I'd like to continue to track. They recently made headlines, this company, with their development of 3 direwolves. Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things to help you personally, help your friends and family. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you was about age 80. I want to help that with life extension technology if you want. This is all with your consent. But I want to help you be able to resource things like peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, oxygen therapy, red light therapy, things like human growth hormone, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy, nootropics. But eventually you may be able to get to age 100, 120, and you may say, it's been a really great run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you don't want this, you don't have to have it. I just want you to have the best in life if you want it. That would be the opportunity at some mind uploading technology, just for you, but for your family. This is where we scan your brain into a computer with your consent, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you guys is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
funding for all this?
Well, I'm a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps in the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. And I've had uh, major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, which has allowed me some financial independence. And then, as I previously stated, I have some sponsorships. And then additionally, if I ever need to, I can freelance projects for people. So that allows me to have a small budget and live within my means, but it allows me to stream my life 24/7. And I'm not just live on one stream. Right now, concurrently, simultaneously, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams on 33 different devices on about 33 different platforms. So you can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. It's pretty baller. I talk about.
That's awesome, dude.
I appreciate it.
The other channel about BBC.
Oh, that one. I've watched Jewish history lectures, so it's just going there. But in about 56 minutes, we're gonna watch Kill Tony. I'm really into sports. Is anybody here into sports?
I like them.
You okay? I heard one person that said they like basketball, and another person likes tennis. Is that correct?
Yeah, I said I would basketball.
Okay, excellent. Are you watching the U.S. Open?
Hey, you know any golf tournaments?
Yeah, no, like golf.
Like the tennis tournament or the golf?
Yeah, well, the U.S. Tennis tournament is taking place in New York, technically Flushing, Queens, and it's I believe the finals are this weekend. But I'm really into golf tournaments as well. I love the Masters, of course. Big fan of the PJ Championship.
What's your opinion on them? What's your opinion on the Masters and then not letting anybody play unless you're like a super rich kid, like rich dude? Like they don't really let super important people to play there.
Well, I mean, that's the country club and that's the mentality. But they let amateurs play there. If you're a very good golfer, you can play there.
Yeah, but you have to qualify to get in, and that's like hella hard. But they really super wealthy people, like presidents and like higher ups. You know what I mean?
Yeah, most certainly CEOs of organizations. I can tell you that for the majority of my life, it's been male only. But they opened that up within the last decade or so, so that people like Condoleezza Rice have been able to be members there. So perhaps one day they have more.
Do you think they should have left it like men's only, or what do you think? It's like it's kind of like it was like for the longest of time.
It was men's only. It was men's only for almost 100 years until about 10 years ago or so when they started to allow women to be able to be members. Condoleezza Rice is one of them. So I think.
I don't fuck with that.
Well, that's fine. There are all male clubs in the United States. They get a lot of flack for it. There's Butler. Butler is all male. So if you are interested in all male clubs, they have those as well. Hey, we have a friend here. What's up, Jason? Jason, how you living, pimp? Can you hear me, big? That's all right. Jason's just doing their thing. If I may ask,
Hey, can you talk more? Can you talk more on that Santa Claus machine you were talking about?
word dog, it's one of my favorite topics. So it's basically been known in science fiction as a replicator, but it's essentially a 3D printer that instead of using plastic to be able to create a mold, it can use any element in the periodic table. So you can create a dog, a car, a computer, a human. It's just like a 3D printer, how it has a program that allows it to be able to put the plastic in the right position. A Santa Claus machine, aka a replicator, can do the same, but with anything. And then that would allow you to create any kind of food that you want, any kind of mineral that you want. Basically, you'd be able to create any jewelry or any kind of human. You'd be able to clone people if you're using this type of machine.
That's sick, man.
Word, it absolutely is. You're 100% right. So, this was first hypothesized in writing. Probably people have always wanted something like this, but the first time it was really codified in writing is science fiction novels of the 1970s. And, very soon we have the 3D printer that has revolutionized society, and the 3D printer will eventually move into something like a Santa Claus machine, a replicator. So eventually 3D printers will be able to perhaps use other types of elements instead of just plastic, or resources instead of just plastic. Maybe perhaps we may have metal, but then eventually we're going to have 3D printers that can utilize anything and create anything that you want. It is a very fascinating subject. It's exciting. That's an excellent question.
That's awesome.
Word, dog. So, go ahead. Well, so a lot of people, when I talk about some of this stuff, they're like, well, Rabbi, but that's going to be so far into the future, I'm going to be dead. And you think that, but just think about somebody who, in 1900, there were no planes. The first plane was 1903 with the Wright brothers, okay? And within 100 years, if they lived 100 years, they would have not only seen the first plane, the Wright Flyer, but they would eventually been able to see biplanes, and then the jet, and then eventually even things like stealth bombers. And they, looking back on their life, they'd be like, wow, we went from not being able to fly at all using the plane to now we have stealth fighters. So that's like one human life. So when we talk about things like, let's say, mind uploading technology, because I get a lot of people who say, Rabbi, mind uploading technology, that just sounds like something from Star Trek or something. And that's fine, and you can think that. But what you may not already recognize is that scientists are already successfully being able to transfer memories from one into another. So how do they do this? Essentially, they have a mouse that completes a series of puzzles, or like a maze, and then they're able to the cell arrangement of those memories from one mouse and implant it into another mouse, so that another mouse who's never seen the maze is able to complete the maze the first time without any issue. And it isn't guided by the sense of self. Oh, it's a brand new maze. Everything is new about it. There's no cheese at the end. Nothing like that. So we know that these memories are able to be transferable. Now, other things people say to me, like that if I would have said to somebody 10 years ago, hey, did you know that brain-computer interfaces are going to be successful and become a commercially viable product? They would have said that's absolutely bonkers. That's not real. But here we have Nolan Aspro, the first successful brain-computer interface patient, someone who has Neuralink implanted in them. They're a quadriplegic man. They lost their ability to use their arms and legs in a diving accident, and they were basically living an unfulfilled life until they volunteered to be the first Neuralink patient. This is where they have a brain-computer interface implanted into their skull, to the point where they are able to move a mouse with their eyes, or I shouldn't say their eyes, with their brain, faster than with our eyes and hands. Not only that, they're able to play video games than people who just use hand-eye coordination. To the point where, and this is straight from Nolan Aspro, when they have video game tournaments in the future, you'll have to have two different sections. You'll need to have the people who are basically like organic, and then the people who have brain-computer interfaces, because the people with brain-computer interfaces, it's like they have auto aimers, and they just are much better at video games than an average human is. These are fascinating things, and this has all happened within the last 5 years. Now, if you're like, well, Rabbi, I don't want anything implanted in my head, I would say to you, I'm in agreement. I don't want that either. So what's the alternative? They've already developed this as well. Other companies In fact, Snapchat, the people who own Snapchat have purchased a company that has developed a cap, like a swim cap that you would wear when you go swimming, that essentially is able to read your brain waves and is able to utilize a brain computer interface but wirelessly. It's called an ECI, and it's the exact abbreviation. In fact, we're going to find out what it is because I don't want to spread pseudoscience here. So just for a moment, whenever I have any kind of question, I go to ChatGPT. I've been using ChatGPT since the day it launched, November 30th, too. In fact, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. I've seen ChatGPT 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 4, now 5. I've been able to record them all, so we've been able to see their development. Here we go. Yo, what's the ECI stand for like a brain computer interface cap? It's a long word. So it's ECOG, ECI, electrocorticography. Interface or sometimes electrocortical interface, ECI. Electro for electric signals, cortical for the brain's cortex and interface, that the system that connects brain signals to computer devices. Basically, an ECI cap, if non-invasive, is a brain-computer interface device that reads cortical electrical activity, often through EEG, which is electroencephalography, sensors in the scalp. Yo, go ahead.
So with the chip in the head, I'm able to get better at video games.
Absolutely.
MGU.
Yeah, you'd be better than anybody.
Get 2400 ELO with that, or is that not feasible?
2400 what?
ELO.
I can't see what that is.
ELO. Like get better at video games.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, are you showing me something?
Does that mean I can win like a major in Copenhagen or something?
Yes, you could. You're good. That's all right. But yeah, so basically you'd be able to win video game tournaments and beat all your friends. And you wouldn't need this to be drilled into your skull. It could just be done through wearing a cap. If I may ask, we have our friend here, Jason Murder, but also we've got Zen. Zen, how'd you find out about me?
No, I don't want to be called Zen. It is my name. I'd like to be called XQC if you prefer being called XQC.
Okay, well, just change your name to whatever you want to be called. XQC, how'd you find out about me?
Yeah, through the streams. Like
Through Kick or Twitch?
Through Kick.
Okay, excellent. Did you see my spamming, or did you see a clip?
Yeah. Shout out to my boy John. So that's who I got it from.
Okay, excellent. So you were in John's stream, and I started spamming in there, or did you see a clip of mine of John?
Like a clip.
Oh, tight. So you just saw a clip in his profile, and you saw that I had a link, and then you came in here?
Yeah.
That's baller. Excellent. Well, very well. I'm glad to hear that. So, I like to talk about...
Yes.
Absolutely. And how about you?
Yeah, for myself, Kick, I say under my channel that the clips you left a link.
Word.
To your Discord channel.
Absolutely, Jason Murder. Yeah, dog. So, I've created robots that basically promote myself. So, like right here in front of me, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 devices right here that are all automated. Well, yeah, that's 7 right here. And then I've got another 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. Just like another 15. 16, 17. We got like another 17 right here. And then the one behind me 18, and then I've got like ceiling cameras. Like overall, it turns out to be about 33 different devices, and a lot of them, I build.
Where do you get so much power?
So solar power, the sun.
What about like during like a night?
So there's a battery basically. It's efficient enough that at the end of the year, there's a rebate check that Southern California Edison sends out.
Oh, that's sick, dude.
Word. Absolutely. Yeah, so I've got a projector on the back wall here, and so it's got to be dark. So I've got to cover like anywhere that like light might be able to shine in. So I love future technology. Anybody else have questions about future technology or any other future technology?
What do you think about what happened in 2001?
Specifically?
The 9/11 attacks on the towers.
Yeah, I think it was really sad.
What do you think was behind it?
I know who was behind it.
Who was it?
Well, I prefer to keep those opinions to myself, but let me just say I don't always in any type of news event accept the main. If I don't accept the mainstream story for just about anything, I always think that there may be ulterior motives. So with that,
No,
yeah. But yeah, I'm an expert on that subject. I know about Building 7. I know about the insurance policies. I know about all that stuff. Great question. It's an awful situation.
Yeah, I was.
Well, it's several $100s a month, but again, that gets negated by the solar.
How do you make your money?
I'm a certified project. Sure, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have I have income that I have from that. I have had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, launching international projects for them. So there's the savings that I have from that. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, so that allows me to have some benefit. And then additionally, if I ever need to, I freelance project, particularly in the cryptocurrency, that I can make more money at if I need. So I don't live an extremely extravagant life. Although at one time I lived, but I generally have to just say, but uh, between my means, if I stay within my means, I should say, and stick to a budget, I find that I'm able to do this comfortably. Sure. So, I mean, traditionally, I believe from a religious standpoint, should we live a righteous life that we may perhaps sit at the right hand of Hashem, or the name God, basically, and learn Torah too. That's fine. Chances are, what actually happens that you die and your loses its consciousness and nothing. I don't. Basically like a hell. Maybe perhaps temporarily or something like that, as our consciousness gets to whatever state it is. But in reality, I'm a scientific person, and I think that when you die, you die. and that's why I'm doing everything I can to escape that. As every single person who has ever lived on this earth has thought about it at least once in their life, and the way to avoid that is through, well, there are multiple ways, but mind uploading is one of them. And really, that makes me not a traditional Homo sapien. I'm evolving, as are many other people on this earth, into being a transhuman. And what's a transhuman? It's really someone who doesn't want to die, who sees the opportunity to perhaps live either an extended life using technology, or perhaps be able to escape death completely. And if we are able to do that and actually have this idea of mind uploading, we can become whatever we want. In fact, we can even be shapeshift individuals. We were talking earlier about 3D printing and a Santa Claus machine. What I'm saying to you is, if you wanted to, let's say you wanted to be a unicorn, like, not even joking, we could print you a clone of a unicorn, having done all of the, you could be whatever you want to be. We could do all the quality assurance if needed to ensure that if you wanted, we could create a unicorn, and then we could implant your consciousness into it, and you could be a unicorn for as long as you want, either a standard unicorn life, or you could say, I want to be a unicorn, but then I want to be a dragon, then I want to be a woman, and then I want to go back to being a clone of myself, but just as a baby. And then after that, I want to be a clone of myself, but then I want to start life at age 25. And we could artificially mature you to being all of those things. And then additionally, and I think this is a really important aspect of mind uploading technology, let's say, God forbid, something happened to you. I don't know, a meteor hit you, or you were involved in some kind of space accident, and you, quote unquote, died. We would have that mind upload of you, and your friends and family could bring you back and artificially mature your clone to being whatever age you were at death, with all of the memories that you had exactly before then. And you could just wake one day and you would be like, well, what happened? And we could say to you that you had died in, let's just say, a meteor accident, but we were able to bring back your mind upload and get you back. And you'd be very appreciative of that. These are all opportunities. And you should know that, like, when we start to talk about living life, not just in terms of 100 years or 1,000 years or 10,000 years or 100,000 years or a million years, that the earth is just a temporary home. Eventually, the sun is going to expand to the point where its diameter is wider than the 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 radius of our our how do I want to say this? Basically, our and the sun will expand to the point where it it encapsulates or engulfs. That's the word for which I'm looking. Engulfs what would be our radius, and so we can't live on this planet forever. So eventually, we're going to have to escape it, and that may mean that we move to another planet somewhere else in the galaxy, or somewhere else in the solar system, or perhaps we escape this solar system and go to the next closest solar system, which is Alpha Centauri, which is like 4.1 light years away. If you don't know what that means, it means going the speed of light. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So 4.21 uh, uh, light years away. If you don't know what that means, that's traveling at the speed of light, which is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. If we're able to travel at that speed, it would take 4 years. Well, technically 4.21 years to get there. And then eventually we make that home base. But eventually Alpha Centauri is going to expand to the point, just like our sun we may have to spend time on some type of spaceship But eventually, we'll be able to find another home planet or home solar system and make that our home. Now, will we all be together? No. At that point, perhaps we say to Poker, you're 10 million, and if you want, you can just go over your own solar system somewhere in the very far edge of the galaxy. You get to, if you want, start your own human race there, or whatever you want it to be. Maybe it's a race of chimpanzees or dogs or whatever you want. And then essentially you get to play God, essentially. And many people think that, exactly. And many people think that's what Earth is. When we talk about the Anunnaki or we talk about Earth being seeded here, there's a lot of evidence towards that. That, I mean, just thought that we could have all started and the Earth could have been, we're 5,785 years old, or the Earth is actually, or the universe is actually 13.2 billion years old. And there's an opportunity that within 13.2 billion years, that there was an extraterrestrial race that eventually was able to escape its planet or its solar system, planet then solar system, and be able to explore the cosmos. And they saw our solar system that didn't have anything, and they seeded life here. Now, that's not just a theory. If anybody here knows who Bob Lazar is, he's a whistleblower from Area S4, which is part of Area 51, essentially. And he has said in the government documentation on which he's been briefed, that's what he read. Now, he didn't know if it was misinformation or if that was the truth. What'd you say? Oh, you're good. But essentially, we have the opportunity to do that on our own. Now, if you're like, well, what race seeded us here? Some people say it's the Zetas, which are from Zeta Reticuli, which is like 38 light years away. And they're like the little graves seen depicted in like media. But basically, that's what may have occurred. What's going on? Oh, DH7, how you living, Pam?
Hey, good dog. How are you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. DH7, if I may, how did you find out about me?
Which?
Oh, that's amazing. Did you see one of my clips?
Yeah, I just was kind of into cool stuff, I guess. I saw all that stuff too.
Yeah. Okay, so you had a.
He's in a pretty good shape.
Go ahead. Yeah, I think it's an excellent opportunity for us to be able to terraform it. As I understand, it may have liquid oceans. It may actually contain life. But yeah, it's a really great opportunity for humanity to be able to terraform it. And it's been named after Mars as one of the perhaps best opportunities for us to be able to terraform. What are your thoughts on Europa?
Hey, have you ever played Barrel Trauma?
I took part in this conversation. They made a rover. They made like a rover that can drill into like the crust, because the crust of Europa is approximately 17 kilometers thick, like the ice crust.
Right.
So basically, it's an ocean that stretches towards the core. So basically, until the core, it's just citizens of life are all and father, considering that it's the myth of life.
Yo, wait, can you guys use proper pronouns for me? I forgot to say that.
Yo, what do you want?
Zerzem.
Okay, that's cool.
Thank you.
What up?
Rabbi.
What up?
So what do you think? Have you seen the game Bear of Trauma?
Enlighten me. Talk to me about it.
So there's a game called Bear of Trauma, and in the game, they try to populate the planet, the moon Europa, but under ice, there's a bunch of like sea monsters and shit, and so it was hard to build the civilizations because they would be traveling their submarines. My bad.
You're good.
Traveling their submarines, and they'd be attacked by the sea monster. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, as the other person was saying, the chances of life being there is probably pretty slim. That does seem to be somewhat science fiction, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible.
What if they did dragons though?
Yeah, we were just talking about how dragons could be a real thing. At least on Earth.
How would dragons, like, what's your theory on like how we can make that shit exist? Because like, you know, badass it would be if I could ride on in on the dragon.
Yeah, we were just talking about. Yeah,
That'd be awesome, dude.
So we were saying that
That'd be crazy. I'd be riding the fucking Spinosaurus.
there are
imagine a dragon with a big old.
There are multiple ways.
Big old fat fatty.
There are multiple ways that we could have dragons. Probably the easiest way would be to create them in a lab and then allow them to organically mature. But there are other ways that
You think you could do like?
Just one moment,
Do you
Zer,
think you could do
Zer, just one moment.
They're like Tarzan?
Yeah, so right before you came in, we were talking about how we could do that with a Santa Claus machine. A Santa Claus machine is essentially a replicator.
What is a Santa Claus machine?
You can look it
Oh,
up.
sorry, my bad.
You're good. You're good. It's got its own Wikipedia page. It's essentially a replicator, like something you would see in Star Trek, but basically it's a 3D printer that instead of
Kind of like you play the chance of meatballs.
Sure. Instead of creating something with plastic, it can create it with any element in the periodic table.
What the fuck?
Yeah, absolutely. So you'd be able to create dinosaurs.
That's
You-
fucking wild.
Yes, that's true.
What about what about like animals made out of gold, but they're like still living? You know what I mean?
100%. Yeah. I mean, you could have them have gold. Gold. You could have them have gold.
Can I bring my dead mom back?
Yeah.
Memories?
Hold on. Let's talk about that. That-
Shut the fuck up about your mom.
So hold on. Who talked about their mom? Just hold on. Just hold on. Just hold on. Decorum. Calm down, everybody. So, in terms of bringing back people who have previously passed, that's known as revivification technology. And that's something that is a true thing. So, how is it done? There are multiple ways to be able to do it. The easiest way to do it is to any access to your mother's DNA. Have it, but even if you don't, could use.
She's cremated though.
That's fine. Do you have anything that she had, like a scarf or a book that she had? If you have anything that even has an opportunity to have her DNA, we could scan that to be able to get her actual DNA. But even if we don't have that, we can reverse engineer your DNA to be able to create her DNA. So then what we do is we create a clone of her. We create a clone of her. We artificially age her. My name is Rabbi. Go ahead.
All right, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
What's your opinion on the? Sorry, I'm a little intoxicated right now.
That's okay.
What's your opinion on the Israel-Palestine conflict right now and what's going on with them bombing each other?
Sure, I want world peace.
World peace.
Yeah, I want world peace. I don't want anybody to die.
What would be like your opinion on how they would resolve that with each other?
Absolutely. We sit both sides down at a table. We live stream it.
You know what? Palestine, bro, they hide in fucking hospital. What a bunch of pussies. Shut the fuck up.
What up, Zoo? We sit them down at a table, we live stream it, we give them a crayon, and we have them draw any borders that they want. And then they have to stick to it for a year. And then they do it the next year, and the next year, and the next year, until eventually we have peace.
Nah, fuck that. I'm not trying to go more in debt for especially this fucking dog shit.
Just fucking drop 2 nukes.
Dude, I feel like I would end the world again. Hey, shut the fuck up, bitch.
ODH.
My fucking
game
ball.
bro.
Lives in Palestine, motherfucker. I'm Palestinian. Bro, quit capping. Rashad, what's our opinion? Sorry, Rabbi. What's your opinion on Orthodox Christianity?
Yeah, so are we talking about like the Eastern Rite, or is that what you mean? Like Greek
Eastern.
Orthodox? Yeah.
Like Russian Orthodox.
Yeah, so it's really arguably the older of the two main versions of well, I shouldn't even say of what is considered at one time Catholicism or Christendom. So you have Protestantism, which doesn't include this, but then you have Eastern Orthodoxy, Russian Orthodoxy, and then you have the Roman Catholic Church. And generally, the Roman Catholic Church, as we understand it, with the papacy, broke off in the approximately the 11th century, and prior to that, it was arguably the strongest organization known to human history.
I got raped by a priest once
All
when
right.
I was 5.
All right. Did you report it?
That sucks, dude. You know,
Nah,
one time,
he touched me on
thing is, that's mainly just Catholic priests. Orthodox priests are the fucking best, right? Rabbi, what about a Jewish priest?
We don't have your
What about Jewish
priests in your traditional form. We have
They're
rabbis,
rabbi.
right? Now we do have Kohanim, which are priests as well, but that's more a historical
What about-
context.
What about Jewish people?
What about us?
Because, like, how are they gonna believe, like, all the Christian stuff, but not Jesus?
We
What
don't.
the fuck?
We don't believe the
That shit got
Christian
me
stuff.
fucked up.
We don't believe the Christian stuff.
Huh?
We don't believe the Christian stuff.
Well, what do you think about the Israelis attacking the American ship back during around World War II?
Certainly.
What the fuck was up with that?
That's not World War II. That was in the 1960s. That's the USS Liberty. And again,
I said around that time.
I know,
the worst
but
arc of the government.
so there's about 22 years of difference in there. The Ark of the Covenant. There,
Around is like 30.
so there's an argument to be made that the Ark of the Covenant may be in Ethiopia.
Yo, one mile. Would you just shut the fuck up? Yeah, fuck you, nigga. Whoa. Okay, my bad.
Hey.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
what's your opinion on what do you think about the dancing Israelis during 9/11?
Yeah, most certainly. Again, I've answered the 9/11 questions.
Oh, I never asked about the dancing Israelis.
Yeah, no, I understand. I know all about it. I'll leave it at that. I know all about it.
There were Israelis dancing during 9/11 and they were celebrating.
I know all about it.
Bomb them fucking hoes. Fuck them.
Okay, very fun, guys. You should know more than anything of all the future topics I discuss or the religious topics that I discuss. I'm here to be a positive person. I am here to maintain an optimistic view on society, and I'm here to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here. To the best of my ability, I will be. But for now, I have to use the restroom. So in the meantime, I'm going to turn on these Jewish history lectures, and then we're going to watch Kill Tony in about 17 minutes. So if you want to stay for that, feel free to enjoy. Kill Tony is the largest. Is the
I
largest.
gotta go. My wife has to beat me.
Okay, enjoy it.
You're gonna get raped by
Damn.
in 2 minutes.
come back whenever you'd like. Thank you for being here, guys.
My girl used to know me, and then we broke up. You know.
They always try.
Yo, Rabbi.
There was a promise which was made with
Rabbi.
as well.
What up, pimp?
We also see the relationship with rebels themselves. We see that
What should I do about getting women? Because, like, I got no game, man.
Yeah, you
I've
don't.
been trying really hard lately.
Okay.
Get bitches.
All right. The first thing is forcing your pronouns on people. Nobody cares about that. They care about you. Okay. So if you want to get girls, do you know what the seduction community is?
No, what's that?
All right. Go on Reddit. It's a subreddit. It's r/seduction, and it'll teach you all about male improvement, care of yourself, red pilling. It'll teach you how. It'll teach you game.
I get bitches. I'm just in a drought right now.
Yeah, you don't get
I
bitches.
started using pronouns lately because I feel like it helps better with my identity, you know.
Look, that's fine.
Like, just ever since then, I've been in the drought, you know.
Absolutely, that's fine. I'm not saying that it's wrong to have pronouns, but before you give an introduction to yourself, you're giving your pronouns, and that makes you now that it makes it look like you're trying to be someone. We want to know about you. I want you to say, "Hey, I'm DH17. I want you all to know that I appreciate interested. My pronouns are they, zer. I understand if you make a mistake, but that's what I would like to be called," and take it from there. You don't say, "I'm Zer." Like, if you do that, you're basically.
I think I'm just gonna do away with the pronouns because I think that's why I'm in the drought.
You don't have to be, but a girl wants an alpha male, or she wants really a sigma male, but she wants someone who.
What's a sigma male different from an alpha male?
Yeah, so an alpha male basically is leading the pack and is proud of leading the pack. A sigma male is a level above that. They're leading the pack, but they don't even care what anybody else thinks.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like I'm more like a sigma male because I don't give a fuck what bitches say. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, I mean, it's important. Their opinions are important. Do you know what pickup artistry is?
No, but okay, so you said sigma males, right? They don't really care about what anybody thinks. They still lead the pack.
Correct.
But I feel like I resonate more with that because I feel like I'm a pretty good leader, I'm a manager. I was a manager at Walmart, but then they fired me.
That's okay. That's a good job.
Yeah, they kind of suck, the hours, but, I always got the job done for them hoes. And then they let me go just because I came into work drunk once.
Okay.
That's some bullshit.
Did they breathalyze you? All right. Well, in the meantime, if you want the first step of pickup artistry, read the book The Game by Neil Strauss. The Game by Neil Strauss.
What about the Andrew Tate method about it getting banned?
You do whatever makes you happy. I'm just telling you how it's done traditionally in the pickup artistry world. All right, as I said previously,
I just kind of.
I've got to go to the bathroom.
That's my bad. Sorry.
You're good, my friend.
What is what would you say? How do you approach women? What would you say you did, honestly? Because I start talking to a girl, snap her a little bit, and then out of nowhere, kind of ask her out on a date, and then she kind of tells me to go fuck myself. And I don't really appreciate that, man. That just makes me sad. So I'm a sweet guy, Are you still there, Rabbi? Yo, what up, Zen? I hate niggers. I hate niggers. Bro, you're such a pussy, Zen.
You know what bad dude?
Black ball. Yo, Rabbi, where you at, dog? Rabbi.